welcome into the stream, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Katerina, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for coming in and joining us today. I apologize for the late start. I make the mistake of assuming everything's just going to run smoothly in the morning. And I had some issues with OBS Studio. Hopefully got them addressed. Do you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me? Transmission to Earth. Commander Cody to Earth. Are you receiving? Can you hear me? I love it. Thank you so much for coming in today. Hope you can hear me. Like I said, I don't even know if I'm muted over here. I don't even know, man. Am I muted? What is going on, Steve? How are you doing today? Welcome to the stream. Can you guys hear me? No worries. Yeah, loud. Woo! Katerina, thank you so much for coming. And you know what, Katerina, thank you so much for the really kind words in the Discord about how my tutorials have helped. That's what I want to do. I want to help others express themselves and share their ideas and their stories with the world, because I love independent content creators, you know, trying to make an impact on the world through their amazing stories and things like that. And I also want to make a positive impact through my stories as well, you know, to share some humor, maybe brighten the days of others that are going through hard, dark times. I've been there. I know others have been there. And hey, if I can help them out through a little bit of humor, that's good too, right? Let me tell you. Mark, how are you doing? AKA Steve Howe. Met you through the DAZ forums, actually through the DAZ gallery, right? That I use to post my stuff sometimes. Haven't used it that much, but recently. But yeah, I haven't been working with DAZ Studio a lot other than to open it and get characters and sets and things out of there, because I like DAZ assets very, 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 very much. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you, Katrina. You know, I've been putting off and installing kind of, you know, doing this tutorial because, you know, sometimes I'm like, yeah, my tutorials are very successful, and if I continue to pursue them, I know I'm going to make YouTube partner because I know that people watch those tutorials, appreciate what I'm doing, and it's always about how you become successful in the world is you maximize the impact, the positive impact you make on the lives of others around you. And the more of a positive impact you make on people's lives, the better and easier you make their lives, the better success you have. Okay. I'm always hoping that my shows that I make, my animated shows, make that positive impact, but I know they don't have the same kind of viewership, and they don't have the same kind of subscription base. I don't get as many subscribers off of it. And I know that it's just, hey, you know, it's not that people don't like the animated shows. I put more effort into them, but it's just that people come for the tutorials, you know, that they naturally flock to that. And I think if I build up my content based upon the tutorials, say, hey, look at this show that I'm doing. Maybe if I help other people and, you know, I've made a positive impact in their lives, they'll come and watch the show and they will enjoy it too, right? Steve, I remember everything except for the things I don't. Woo! My wife would say otherwise. But thank you so much, guys, for coming in. It's great to see you. Why? I mean, you guys are not going to stick around without any music. You know, I'm going to lose my whole viewer base if I don't have some music on in here. Jace, can you turn the music on? It's a stand-up, right? They're going to do it. Hear any music? I think it's coming in. For sure, I think that's a good attitude to have. And you know, I won't lie to you, Katrina. Is that? Am I saying your name right, Katrina? I won't lie to you. You know, sometimes it's disheartening when I put out my animated shows and they don't make that impact that the tutorials do. But I'm not mad at anyone about that. It's just the nature of, hey, the tutorials get people's attention. It's like, I need to know this. This is going to be helpful for me. Whereas, like, I'm not known, like, for making movies and shows. You know, and I don't make my movies and shows to impress 3D artists. I don't make my shows to impress Blender users, if that makes sense. They can come and watch the show, and if they have critiques on stuff that I do, that's perfectly fine. I'm willing to accept that if it helps me improve. But I guess I'm not trying to make an impact to impress other 3D artists. I want to make an impact on individual people's lives. I use the tutorial to hopefully make impact on Blender users and everyone else's life, right? Katarina, right? Katarina, not Katrina. Did I call you Katrina? Jesus, man. I don't know why you stick around in my chat when I've insulted you like that. But you know what? God bless you for doing so. Woo! How are you all doing today, huh? How is your lives going? How are things in your worlds? I hope you're doing well. Katarina, how has your week been? Steve, aka Mark, aka Steve How are you doing today, my friend? Would you like me to show you around the VIP lounge, Katarina? It's all good. And I'm good actually. How about you? I'm doing pretty well. It's been not too terrible of a week. We had a severe storm that came through, got a little water in the basement, contacted the management company and the landlord, the owner. Hopefully they're going to be taking care of that. Overall, it's not been too bad. Got the July 4th coming up. We're going to gonna go and do some things. Maybe hit up a casino July 4th with some friends for fun. I like casinos. I don't like the smoke in casinos, but playing the games is pretty fun. Winning is fun too. When I was younger, if I did gambling, it could have become an addiction. Now that I'm older and more mature, I'm an old man. I can control myself because I got bills to pay. I'm okay. It's hot here in Texas. You are in Texas, my friend. I can imagine it's hot down there. What part of Texas, if you don't mind me asking it? If you do, just tell me. I don't want to say. But I lived in Houston, Texas for about 3 years, and it got extremely hot and extremely humid. I don't know. I think people in Houston that live there for a period of time develop an extra part of their lungs where they're able to filter the water out of the air. They become like fish. When I first moved there, I could barely breathe when I went outside in the summertime because it was hot and extremely humid. It's insane. You know what I'm saying? So I can imagine certain parts of Texas are a dry heat, like California where I lived, where I grew up. It was a very dry heat when it got hot. It was more tolerable. Near Austin. Okay. So maybe you get the dry heat. You possibly get the dry heat. I don't know. But thank you both for coming in today. I appreciate it. I love seeing people show up in chat. The reason that I do these live streams is to hang out with you guys. That's the #1 sole purpose. And maybe answer questions about 3D or whatever. But hey, if I want to make tutorials, I can do that in my own time. It's about connecting with the community, right? Woo! Let me give you all a woo on this Thursday, aka pre-Friday day, right? Morning. Morning for all of you in the U.S. because I'm the latest in the U.S. here. It's dry here. The first time I got off in Houston, I was surprised because I left Jacksonville, Florida, and it was the same temperature. Yeah, oh yeah, Jacksonville, Florida. Yeah, you're right there on the coast, right? Is that where you're from? Wasn't it when I was in the Navy, I went to... Where was that? God, I can't even think. I'm so old, I can't even think now. They had a base there. I did some damage control and firefighting training when I was there in the Navy Reserves. Jacksonville, right? Yeah, is it Jacksonville? I just blanked all of a sudden. That was when I was in Atlanta, near Atlanta, attached to the U.S.S. Enterprise. Okay, so it is that one. It's a fairly big base, right? Did damage control procedures there and firefighting. That was so freaking cool. Cecil, there are like 5 bases there. Yeah, okay. So you're not too far from there then, right? If I'm not mistaken. If I am, sorry. But I did go there. That was years ago. That was like 1995. I left the Navy in 1997. So it was nuclear sub base and a few others. Yeah. They got a lot of stuff there, right? So yeah. Cool. And if you've seen my Navy Stories animated show, that's based on my time in the Navy. And it's based upon real people that I interacted with when I was in the Navy. Obviously, names were changed to protect the innocent and the guilty. You did flight instructing. Were you in the Navy too? Or were you in the military? Did you were in the military too? Wow. That's awesome. Well, thank you for your service, you know? But, yeah. So, what are we doing today? Well, I'm glad you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you anyway. No, I was... Oh, okay. You were a civilian working for the government? Like a government contractor, whatever they call that. I was going to basically do a run-through of the tutorial I'm going to create, which is going to get into detail on how to install diffeomorphic. And then once it's installed, bring characters over from DAZ Studio, the process I use to get characters from DAZ Studio into Blender. And then do a basic body rig, and that will be my first tutorial. Second tutorial, which is going to come out about a week later, is going to be face rigging, because that's pretty involved. And then I think I might do a third tutorial on tweaks, like, because auto-rigpro does a pretty good job, but maybe it doesn't assign certain vertices to bones and weight them properly. So I'll show you how I tweak things. And I'm going to actually try an add-on that I learned from CG Dive the other day called, what was it called? It's actually to assist you in weight painting part of the process when you're rigging. It's called, shit, I shut the window down. Weight something. It's a free add-on, and it's really good. He just released a video this morning before I got on the stream, and there's an issue with it that he tells you how to correct to fix it. So. No, it's Civvy only. Okay, my parents were, though. Okay, cool. Your parents were in, the Navy, Air Force, Marines? No Space Force back then. But, teaching just regular people to... Oh! You were an actual flight instructor. You know how to fly. Well, I need to come and visit you then, so I... do you fly Cessnas? Or what? That's pretty awesome. Air Force and Army. Okay. That's really cool. An actual flight instructor. Neato. That's awesome. What are we gonna do? Nice. Okay, so you can fly. Do you go out, do you rent planes, or do you own one? Perhaps. Watch a fitness channel like Scooby1969, and he's basically built up his body over the years, but he also does, he built up his own plane over 20 years. He was a former mechanical engineer, I think. And he offers free advice on bodybuilding. He's made a website where you can go and punch in information. It'll tell you, okay, you want to build body, you want to do this, that, and the other thing for goals, and it will tell you what you need to eat and all that. And he has recipes for stuff, but he also flies too. And he flies his own plane that he built, and he's building another faster plane. It's a kit build. He built it all from scratch, right? I used to fly passenger and car. Whoa! Okay, so actual, like, maybe, what, like 737s? Or what are they? Regional aircraft? Thinking of getting one eventually. I stopped flying about 3 years ago because I got tired of being on the road so much. I could understand that. Pilots are all over the place, all over the world, some of them, you know? I used to be one of the peeps that brought your Amazon stuff. Oh, okay, so you work for Amazon flying cargo planes, right? Whoa, that's a pretty decent sized plane right there, 767. I am not familiar. Boeing is an American wide body aircraft and manufactured by Boeing. Okay, yeah, Boeing. So then the other one is that you just said, woo! James Bond, what is going on today? Gotta wake you up with them woos every once in a while, right? Wake up chat, wake up myself, actually. What is going on, James Bond? Good to see you, longtime friend from the Twitchness, right? Twitch is taking a lot of heat lately. Bombardier CRJ 900. Okay, so it looks kind of like a... Well, show me a damn picture, man. I'm clicking on the pictures and shit. What am I, broken or something here? Why don't I say so? Oh, let's look at images. There we go. It, okay, all right, yeah. So it kind of looks like a, yeah, it's a jet engine. Nice. You flew those. Wow, that's really cool, my friend. I don't think I've ever met an airline pilot before, like personally, like, you know, talk to one. That's how cool. I thought that would always be an amazing job, you know? But you're right, especially like those jobs where you get the pilots that fly the 777, they go overseas and stuff like that. Yeah, they're away from home a lot. So surviving, I am doing great, feeling well. I've been working out, hitting, I work out in the morning, hit weights or cardio hard every morning, and then I have been doing forest walks in the evening, forest like trail sort of runs in the evening. So, man, I've lost so much weight. Fat, not weight. I don't care about weight, it's fat. So I'm getting in really good shape because I'm old. And when I'm not in shape, when I'm older, I feel it a hell of a lot more. So, and it's harder to get back into shape when you're older. It really is. Just stay in shape. That sounds amazing. Routine. Yeah, it's fun because I like going to the parks and running through the trails and nature and stuff like that. I didn't realize how much I needed it because I'm sitting in front of a computer screen all day long, and that weighs on your mind, especially when you're looking at stuff like Twitter, social media, the news and stuff like that. You got to get away from that stuff, man. That shit will just drive you crazy. Drive you up a freaking wall. So yeah, you got to get away, got to get out, got to get some fresh air. Even if it's just to walk out on your front porch, woo! Shout at your neighbors, and get some fresh air. Gotta do it. I mean, we're animals, creatures that need sun and outdoors, and it's very conducive to our health. So need to get in better shape. I have definitely needed to, James Bond. I don't judge anybody based upon what they do and how they act and how they feel. That's their lives. You know, my life is, I'm committed to being in the best shape I can be for the rest of my life. Because I want to live to be at least 100, okay? Minimum 100 years old. So I can walk around and brag about it. Woo! Absolutely. And why shouldn't I be able to? You know, in the UK, they give you something special when you reach 100 years old. You get like a letter from the Queen and basically say, congratulations for being old. That is freaking cool. From the Queen herself, gives you an official notification, says, hey, congratulations for making it. It's awesome. How cool is that? Why don't they have anything in like in the U.S.? They don't give you nothing. Nothing. Just kick you out in the street. Yes, she does appreciate that. We both go and have a great time. It's good for both of us, you know, getting up, moving, walking around, getting fresh air. I didn't realize how much I needed it. I really didn't. James Bond, what is going on in your life? Katarina. That's awesome. Thank you for sharing part of your life with me. That's amazing. I love to hear about people's stories and what they've done in their life because you learn so many amazing things, interesting things about people that you would never think. I mean, you wouldn't think somebody on YouTube who is working on 3D art and animation would be a former airline pilot, you know? That's just wild, you know, how the directions that life takes us. I mean, I was a software engineer before. You know, you could see that with a software engineer working on technical 3D stuff, but it's just interesting to hear and see people's backgrounds, you know, and know about them, right? I love that. I do love it. Let me tell you, James Bond. Talk to me, James Bond. How are you feeling, my friend? I know you've had some shoulder pain. Hope you're doing well. Are you still streaming on Twitch? I hurt my right shoulder 2 months ago, waiting for a call for an MRI. Well, I hope that heals nicely. Is it the same shoulder that you've had issues with before, or is it a different one? You still streaming on Twitch? I know Twitch has been taking a lot of heat lately, and I just don't even care about Twitch. What I care about is what I do. My brand. I don't care about corporate entities like YouTube, Twitch, Kick, or anything else. I don't align myself with corporate entities because corporate entities are out there to make money and benefit, to make money. And they do whatever they need to the ends. If they think something's going to make them more money, they'll do it. So the thing with corporate entities is a lot of people I notice on Twitch just seem to want to ally themselves. Oh my God, I will do anything to become partner on Twitch. And then they ally themselves, their brand, so closely with the platform that the platform basically owns them. And when they ban you or disconnect your ability to do what you did before, it destroys you, it devastates you, okay? And it's just like the stock market. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. So when you put all your eggs in one basket, you know, that's like investing in one thing. And then when that thing goes bad, you're screwed. Whereas if you diversify, okay, you're screwed in this thing, but you're doing okay over here. That's what you should do as your brand. Diversify into a lot of different things, connect and reach out and find the place where you find the best success. Use whatever platform benefits you, just like the platform is using you, okay? I'm not saying be mean or be rude or be nasty, but look, if another platform worked better, I wouldn't be on YouTube, you know? It's about your brand and your success. But just thinking that this corporate entity is somehow there to love you and the community is so great and so wonderful. Yeah, maybe you found some friends on there, and that's great. I found friends on Twitch too. But I don't rely on some corporate entity for my livelihood. I had a friend that like that, 50K, that's a lot of followers, on TikTok, and got banned for no reason. It's just like Thanos snap, your life's gone. For 3 weeks till the account got back, he was a shell of a person. And that, you know, I don't like it when people do that, you know? Your life, you should be the most important thing. And I'm not, no judgments on your friend, Katarina. No judgments on your friend at all. No judgments. But I think it's this natural tendency because we're basically herd creatures. We want to be part of a collective, a group, like bison or antelope. We have that herd mentality where there's safety in numbers. When we're in a group with one another, we can help each other, we can protect each other, all this other stuff. So like these big platforms, they tap into your innate instinctive nature to want to be part of a collective and a group, okay? And the problem is when we fall into the trap of just like, okay, this platform is me, man. You know, it becomes the point where the platform, your brand is the platform, okay? And you get into this mindset that this platform tribalism of, no, Twitch is the only platform, screw all the rest of them. And so it's just a weird mindset that you can easily get into because they tap into that innate instinctive nature of human beings. And that's the danger is, you know, congratulations on your friend's success on TikTok. That's fantastic. You know, I'm glad they found success and they were doing things they liked. But then you get in that unfortunate thing, they can Thanos snap you out of existence. And man, my whole life was on TikTok. Now, yeah. And that's such a dangerous thing too. Because it isn't just about you losing your livelihood. Your identity becomes the platform. And when your identity becomes related to a platform or a certain thing, then when that thing is gone, you lose yourself, you lose your identity, you know? And that's, I think it's just so dangerous because it can easily be, and I'm not saying that people shouldn't connect and join one another and be there for one another. That's cool, you're a part of a group and a collective, but just always understand it's always about you two. You're the most important thing in your life. And you should take care of your health and everything else, not just mental, but physical. Physical goes hand in hand with health, but I think that, you know, yeah, just like me, I don't identify as anything other than a human being on a small blue globe in the ass end of space in a universe that doesn't know I exist. That's the only one truth. Everything else is just man-made. Being an American, being, you know, part of a country, it's a landmass. It was something that was created by someone else to identify me. I don't need that. And I'm not saying that anybody who doesn't follow that, that's fine. I don't judge people for being part of that group or wanting to identify with that, flag waving, constitution, all that stuff. It's just all man-made stuff. And I have my beliefs and feelings about things. And I'm an individual, and I join groups and I join collectives, and I want to be around other people just like anybody else does. But I don't I don't let that consume me, is what I'm saying. I just feel the way I feel. And, you know, kingdoms, countries, they come and go. They will come and go. So I'm just me, you know? Just me. And the one thing I want to do, my goal is to work hard to positively impact as many human beings around me in the world as I possibly can. To give them some laughter, some entertainment, some fun, help them along their journey of trying to accomplish their own goals. That is fulfilling to me, because altruistic stuff leads to ultimate happiness, no matter how much your money you're making. When you do altruistic stuff and you're there for help, it's nature, it's the nature and instinctive nature of human beings to actually want to help other people. It makes us feel good about ourselves, right? So I want to do the tutorials. I want to help other people. I want to grow, and I want my shows to positively impact others with humors that may be going through dark times, difficult stuff. I want to put a smile on their face and maybe help them get through the dark times I was in and back in 2017. You know what I mean? But that's my thing. I'm going on and on and on. But let me give you another woo, shall I? Woo! Absolutely, my friends. Absolutely. What do you say we head in? And I start trying to figure out how I'm going to do my tutorial. I basically wrote a lot of notes on this tutorial, and it covers, I'm just going to go through the whole damn process, okay? So what do you say we start? Let's head on in. Woo! We're going in, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, wait a minute. Where are my manners? Where are my manners, Katerina? Let me show you around the VIP lounge. Let me get you seated comfortable, all right? And you too, James Bond and the rest of you like that. One of the things I think your tutorials would help is the idea that DAZ stuff can be used to make great base meshes for character art. I hate making characters from scratch, so finding this is like, okay, yes, and there are a lot of people in our positions, Katerina. I'm not a sculptor, and I can animate some. I need to improve my skill in animation. I can apply motion capture. I'm pretty dang good at rigging. But the sculpting stuff, there's so much stuff out there. I leave that up to the artists who are really, really good at it, okay? I don't know that I'll ever get into it. I'm just happy to find assets that somebody else created that says, here, you can use this. Hey, it's an awesome asset. Thank you so much. It's an honor to use your stuff, and I'm going to use it in my show. I can edit geometry and stuff like that. I do the things I need to do to make things work. Yeah, I don't create stuff like that. And there's a lot of it, like Markham 3D. He, I don't know if you ever follow him. He's got a lot of great Blender tutorials. Great person altogether. And he does a... He sculpts great environments, hard surface modeling. He's amazing. But he's not really into character design. So what he does is he purchased Character Creator 3, and I think now 4, and Dumb Money Media, who comes in here sometimes, also purchased Character Creator 4. They brag about it, nothing but awesome things to say, and they can make the characters they want and just import them into Blender. I haven't got Character Creator 3 because it's expensive. But I've heard it's great. It's great. It's awesome. iClone makes some great stuff. They make the motion capture stuff you can buy too, and import that into Blender. But I don't do... I tend to use the free stuff, and DAZ assets are relatively cheap. I know people complain about them being more expensive, but I don't think that's true. You find them on sale, and oftentimes they're fully rigged. Great assets. I love DAZ stuff. Not just that DAZ makes, and the published artist makes too. They're amazing. And you can use the base Genesis characters, and I have Michael 3, which is a very old character. Use it for free, right? After you've purchased Michael 3, but the rest of them are come with DAZ Studio. It's like, hey, it's free, so yes. Finding a script base for coding. So I'm excited to see what more I can do, since I can just make character. Yes, you're talking about the AI generation. I think DAZ partnered with Taffy. You type in, is that what you're talking about? You type in stuff and say, I want this character, and then it makes the character for you. Are you talking about the AI generation stuff? I'm a hard surface painter, and I like poly modeling more than sculpting. Okay, well, everybody has their own like talents and skills and interests too. That's what's awesome about it. Hey, we can all help each other out. You know, if there's anything I can do to help you out, and hey, I would love to have your stuff in my show. You know, I'm not saying that I demand you give it to me for free or anything like that, but I like supporting artists, and I always give artists credit for everything I do in my show. Yeah, I like rigging. And for me, it's about making content. Okay, I learned Blender for the purpose of my animated shows, and I like to share that knowledge with other people, right? But I can't find purpose in just, for me, and I know it's fine for others that just make art for the sake of art. That's fine, that's cool, that's awesome. I like enjoying it too, watching too. But there's an end game for this. I like doing amazing, like creating a show and making an animated show. And because of the level of awesomeness I want to put in the show, it drives me to continue to learn Blender. But if I didn't have that drive of making my animated shows, I don't think I would be that interested in it. I had someone associate using base meshes, like using a coding base instead of making a code. Yes, right, and that is an absolutely great analogy, Katrina. Katerina. That's a great analogy because I was a software engineer. I see that. Yeah, it's like a base, and you could start from there. So okay, I have this code base I can check out, like people who make games. They, you know, when they make the next COD game, they don't rewrite the game from scratch. They take components and libraries, and they take libraries that they've created, and they build around as a base for what they do, and they build on top of that. So they keep extending that code base and adding to it, but they don't start from scratch. They have a base starting point, you know. That's true for a lot of games, you know, unless you're building it from scratch, you know, the first time. But Katrina, Katerina, would you like to see the VIP lounge? I'm going to take you there right now. And then we'll get started with me fumbling through the first iteration of this tutorial, which I'm going to work on over the next few days. All right. Let me take you in. Let me show you around. All right. Let me show you around our exclusive VIP lounge. All right. You're an honored guest here. We're going to do it. Let's go. Woo! Cut the music, and we got to get serious about this, right? All right, we're gonna get serious about blah, 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 blah. Right. And here we go. Woo! Well, ladies and jeez, man, what the hell was that? It is a beautiful day in this neighborhood, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the VIP lounge, we've got honored guests in here. We have the captain. You've seen her in the MRU Chronicles exclusive operation. We're going to be continuing that, working more on that. And our AI representative here, she is Kim. They're enjoying. You'll see her in future episodes of the MRU Chronicles. And we have Richard. We like to call him Dick. He's over there. Yes, he's over there, and he is mixing drinks and food from all over the universe. You guys can get the multiverse, as a matter of fact. You get in there, get you some food and drink. Woo! Enjoy yourself. Kick it up a notch, like I always say here at MRU Studios, right? And thank you so much for coming in. Katerina, seating is available for you. Come on here. You can cut rugs on the dance floor and enjoy yourself here in the in our exclusive Starship, just made for you. This is where we have the honored guests who hire us for contract operations. They come in and they watch the live operations on the monitors. We film our stuff, okay? And we let the enemy know we're coming because there's nothing they can do to stop us. Thank you so much for coming by here today. We are going to continue on here, try some tutorial stuff, and hopefully help you as well. Let's get started. Woo! All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Beautiful day in this neighborhood. Appreciate it. And do we have some music in here? Let's get some music going, man. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you for coming in. OBS Studios not showing the YouTube chat. What is going on here today? I don't even know what's happening, right? Does it have coffee like that gallery? Important question. Yes! We've got coffee, free food and drinks for you to enjoy yourself, right? It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, and like I said, Katrina, I appreciate you being here. And everyone, please feel free to come in. If you're here for the first time, come in and talk to us, hang out, spend some time. Can I change? Oh, I can change. Let's see here. A 3D work. Let's see. DAZ3D to Blender character rigging. I'm just going to say DAZ3D to Blender character rigging. I just want to change the title so that people know what we're doing. So, hey, if they're interested, they can come in here and we can do some stuff and things like that. Thank you so much again, Katrina, for being here. We have the awesome Steve Howe. I appreciate you stopping by and hanging out with us. And also, longtime friend, James Bond, who I knew during my days of game streaming on Twitch. So thank you so much for coming by, guys. I appreciate being here. But yes, but we got coffee in here. Speaking of, got my own. And Laura likes to come by for a visit. She brings the coffee too. Oh my God, she's here. Who is this? This is Laura, our squad pilot. And you can see her in action in the MRU Chronicles. I know I need to continue that show. She's our squad pilot, right? Beautiful sister. Take care. Have a great day. We also got Battle Kitty on point. Sometimes you see him coming by, checking out the operations. He provides us the tactical intel to win the day. What is going on, Battle Kitty? He's looking around. Swivel arm battlehead. What is going on, Kitty? There we go. My God, he's not giving you dirty looks. He's judging you. You know how cats are. All right. And we have the lovely Sharon. She likes to stop by. Check things out every now and then just to make sure we're running and the stream is secure, right? Woo! There we go. Beautiful. Oh my God. Why don't I have the window up that shows my Twitch chat over here? I don't know. Always a pleasure, man. James Bond, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here, dude. Always an honor having you. So what I'm going to do is basically just run through all the steps that I've set up for doing my tutorial. Want to make sure, kind of check the steps and stuff. Now, if you're watching me on stream like that, and you're like, well, it's hard to follow because there's no chapter markers and stuff. I am going to be creating a formal, dedicated video that's edited where I go through all these steps with chapter markers so you can jump to the areas that help you out the most, right? What is going on? Whoa! Hey! There is a name that I have not seen for quite some time. Anakul, how are you doing, my friend? Yeah, weren't you the one we connected on Twitter? You said, I reached out to you just to make sure everything was okay in your life because I like to connect with people who come in and I get to know. How are you doing? How's everything going in your life? I know you said you were busy. Things got hectic and stuff like that. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you coming in here, spending time with us. Let me give you an amazing whoa. Woo! Beautiful seeing you here. Let me tell you something. Brightened my day having you in here. I certainly did. All right, now, so the first step is I am going to show what version of DAZ Studio I'm using, which I believe this is the latest version. I got 4.20.0.17. So here's my DAZ Studio, okay? And like I said, if you come over here to help about DAZ Studio, it's 4.20.0.17. I believe that's the latest version. And the reason I think it's the latest version is I went down and I said, I think I went edit and then preferences. And where was the updates? Okay. Say check for updates now. It does weekly checks, but I'm doing check for updates now. And it says no updates were found. I don't know if that's accurate or not, because when I open the DAZ Central, it says install DAZ Studio. I'm assuming that's the latest one. Otherwise, it would say, hey, you need a newer version. But so at the time I'm creating the tutorial, this is the absolute latest version of things, okay? And then for Blender, I just yesterday, I think it was, I downloaded the latest version of Blender, and I have multiple versions installed. As you can see here, I go all the way back to 2.93.4. So this is the latest version. So I am going to be using 3.6.0, which at the time of me creating the tutorial, and this is the latest version, right? And I'm doing well, though, Anakil. Thank you so much for coming in. And like I said, I hope you're doing well. It brought a smile to my face and made my week seeing you all come in here. And I know you've been away for a long time. I've missed you, but I'm so happy to see your name back showing up in chat again. Woo! Beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. So Blender 3.6.0, right? And then diffeomorphic. Let me show you what version of that I'm using. I actually need to install it. So we're going to go through the whole installation process, or I'm going to try to. So the only thing I have in here is Omniverse, because I installed NVIDIA Omniverse. I was using its audio-to-face AI lip syncing tool, which I may show later on. That was an involved process that I'm not going to use until they streamline things. Right? I'm pretty good. Yeah, you messaged me on Twitter. Yes, okay, I thought that was you. Things got hectic again with my school closing and other stuff. Okay. But I'm back on Blender. Woo! Absolutely fantastic. Learning animation and geo nodes in my spare time. That's fantastic, because I haven't done much of anything with geometry nodes. I do, of course, shader nodes. Basically making, I love procedural textures, procedural materials, and things like that. But yeah, that's awesome. So your school closed. Are you still in school? I think you were going to school for something. I don't remember what it was. But I don't know if they're going to open it back up. You're going to be able to go back, or what you're studying. But I wish you the best with everything you do. All the best success to everyone out there in chat that's here. Thank you, Anakil, for showing up and making my day. James Bond and Katerina, it's awesome to know you and hang out with you. So I love you guys, and I appreciate you for being part of this community, right? So then the other thing is, I downloaded the latest version of diffeomorphic right here, okay? And it's 1.70. Never touched 1.70 yet. I've been using 1.6. Apparently, that's deprecated based upon newer versions of Blender, I think. So what I'm going to do is show you. Yeah, I just went in here into over here. I go into the diffeomorphic website, okay? And I just said DAZ importer, and I just did this Dropbox thing and went in here and clicked download, and it downloaded 1.7. So we're going to experience this together. I've never used 1.7 before. Didn't even know they had 1.7 out. And it's interesting because they've done some things, it looks like, I shouldn't have closed that window, diffeomorphic, that I don't know if I like the website layout so much anymore. But one thing I can do is I can get to the original layout. I downloaded that through the website. So diffeomorphic. Okay. Oh, did I get that right? Yeah, that's right. Okay, so yeah, and I go over here, click on DAZ importer, and it goes to this wiki where they don't have, I don't see, it says setting up the menus. So you basically have to click on things to get to different points in here. SSH host key rotation? What? Okay. And they've got different areas you basically connect to, but they don't have everything all in one place. Yeah. Okay, so what I did was I was able to download this whole documentation here in, I think, a much more readable, accessible way, because you got to keep clicking different areas to figure out how to install different parts. I'm not fond of this. Before, when you'd go to the diffeomorphic page, it had, click here, getting started. I don't see that anymore. So I'm not sure what's going on with it. It's kind of strange, because now he has this wiki on Bitbucket. But I was able to go in, and the documentation, what you can do is go here, and under here you can say documentation is zip file. I clicked that, and then I got that under diffeomorphic and placed it under here. And so I can get to an HTML file that has the document here the way it used to be. And I clicked setting things up, and this is the original, like, you just scroll down and follow this to set things up. So I like this better than, I guess, the new method. I don't know. But so I still have access to this because this is a great documentation. They did a great job with this. So what I'm going to do is, let me take a look over here. All right, so I showed the version of DAZ Studio, the version of Blender, and the version of diffeomorphic. Now, I also wanted to demonstrate here when I do my tutorial is your interface. If you've installed DAZ Studio for the first time, your interface, I don't think, looks like this. You're in a more basic layout. But if you want to get the layout I'm using, which is the most advanced layout, that I think is, why can't I? Yeah, there we go. Now, can I move that? Yeah, a little bit. Okay, good. So I go to Window, Style, and you guys hear me okay? Make sure you hear me okay. And I believe it's Select Layout. Wait a minute. It's Workspace. Oh, Workspace, Select Layout, okay? And there are different layouts you can select. Now, I've never tried, I don't know what full service beta is. I think that's something new. I don't even know what that is, but basically if you go from Hollywood Boulevard down to city limits, the top is the most basic, and as you go down here, it's more advanced. So the most advanced layout that DAZ Studio provides, self-serve, I guess you can set it up however you want to, and you're ready to do it yourself. So basically it provides a method of like organizing things yourself, which you can do with any of these layouts anyway. I don't know what that is. Avatar Builder. Interesting. I guess it's just a layout for certain things. That surprise. Photoshop Bridge. This is new to me. But I use city limits. Okay. And so if you want it like this, you just city limits and press accept, and you'll be able to get to this. Also, I have the window style is Windows Select Style, and I have dark side set up because I like the darker look of it, and I think that's default anyway. So I have dark side, which is why this is more gray like this. So that's it. And my layout may be a little bit different because I've sort of customized things a little bit the way I have. So I guess the first thing is to show how to install the diffeomorphic scripts, which is now start DAZ Studio in the Content Library tab, open the scripts folder, and then the diffeomorphic subfolder. Okay, that's after they are copy the scripts folder. So what you need to do is, a lot of time with DAZ Studio, you have scripts, and you just copy them into certain locations and certain folders, and they basically provide access. As you can see here, I already have this installed. So I already have the scripts and everything like that, which I'll go through these scripts too. But when you go to a directory called DAZ Studio, which is a single folder called scripts. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to unzip our 1.70. Okay, and let's go here, 1.70. And I'm thinking maybe let's close DAZ Studio temporarily. Now let's close Blender too. We don't need it right now. So what I'm going to do is go in here and look around a little bit. So the what we need is copy the link or link the scripts folder. So I think it's import DAZ and then data, right? But we must make a few preparations. Copy scripts folder to DAZ Studio. I haven't done this in a long time. The plugin contains a directory called to DAZ Studio. Okay, so here it is, to DAZ Studio. Okay, scripts and diffeomorphic. I guess this is basically the symbol that you have and that you see in Blender. That's the PNG that they use. Don't worry about that. So I have to take all of this, okay, and move it to wherever your library is located, which is my library is over here. Okay, let me show you where my library is over here. So I'm going to go to where I have it. Really need to put it in a different location because it's not the best place for this right now. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. And I'm going to go over here, DAZ3D Studio. Let's go to my library. And then I think it just goes in the scripts folder here. And we can just literally copy this diffeomorphic folder. Actually, I think we could just copy everything in scripts. So you say copy or link the scripts folder to one of the DAZ Studio directories, okay? So now, what I'm gonna do is, just for safety, I'm gonna take and make a folder where I save this off, okay? Actually, we're gonna go, let's see here, diffeomorphic. This is going to be 1.6.0, okay? And what we're going to have is 1.6. We're going to take that, move that into there, and move that into there. So what we're doing is going into our, basically what I downloaded, which is this zip file, going in there, going to import DAZ, going to DAZ Studio, which it says in the documentation here. You can see right here it says the plugin directory contains a directory called to DAZ Studio. It probably already has scripts in the folder. Yes. Okay. So copy it to a there. So we're going to take that and just take everything in the scripts folder right here. Okay. Copy. I'm going to copy it out of this zip file. I don't have to uncompress it or extract it to do that. And then I'm going to just put it in here. Put it in that main folder in scripts. That's where it goes. And then I save the old one in case I need to get back to it for any reason. It's already installed, right? I hear you, a 5x5. Woo! I love the what is it called? The military, basically. Oh, they may use that in piloting as well. Beautiful. Lovely, right? So what I'm going to do, that is in here, right? So we have the diffeomorphic in here, and this is the 1.7. So now I think if we go into DAZ Studio, it's pretty straightforward. You should, I think now, let me check the documentation just to be sure. Now start DAZ Studio in the content library tab, open the scripts folder, and then the diffeomorphic subfolder. It contains 5 scripts. Okay. So we're done here. Just need to copy that in there. It contains these, maybe DSA, I don't, DAZ something. DAZ script something. I don't know what it means. They got DAZ script DSF, which is I think DAZ script file, but I think there's some Python in here and things. But so what I'm going to do is I am going to open DAZ Studio. So here they go. Open our latest version of DAZ Studio, and now we should still see those scripts in there. So when you come in here, now in your version of DAZ Studio, you won't have this folder that you saw, but I've got the latest stuff in here. Now mesh statistics, that's new. I don't know what that is. Never dealt with it before. So let's look at the README. And this just brings up a little nice dialog box that tells you about stuff. It doesn't look like he's updated this to include what mesh stats mean. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I don't know what it is. I do know what the rest of it is. Okay. So what I'm going to do is show you here. Now, when you come into DAZ Studio and you look under here under File, you won't see these two menu items, Export to Blender and Export HD to Blender. And I need to make sure when I do the actual tutorial that I delete those. So I'm going to go to Preferences, I think it is. Or what? No. It's... Oh, Customize. Here we go. Customize, go to Menus. I'm going to delete those just to show you what it looks like. I can delete those two menu items. So delete, remove item, delete, remove item, and say Apply and Accept. So what your menu will look like, I don't know if you can see this really well. I need to set up some Stream Deck keys where I can zoom in on certain areas for the actual tutorial. But now you don't see those two menu items that were there. What the setup menus does when you double click it is it creates two file menu items for selecting export to Blender for exporting a character to Blender and export HD to Blender. I'll tell you the differences between the two shortly. Those, I've had some people say, well, export HD to Blender is useless. It's not. 90% of the time you're going to use export to Blender, but there are occasions, and I'll show you some, where you do want to use export HD. It is useful. So, but most of the time export to Blender will work for you, okay? Especially if you're working with base Genesis characters. So what I'm going to do is double click Setup Menus. And now it's saying that it already exists for me. Something in Blender is telling the diffeomorphic script that, hey, this menu item is still there despite the fact that it's not. Even if I close DAZ Studio and bring it back up, those menu items won't be there, but it'll still say they're there. So you won't see this. Okay, I'm just going to say, okay, what you will see is this dialog box that says menus created. Now, when you go up here, you've got these two. It actually has mesh statistics too. Oh, and it's got save root paths. This is new. It used to only put export to Blender and export HD to Blender. Now it puts these other things in here. That's really nice, okay? So there's some other menu items with 1.70. Export to Blender is going to be the one we use. So basically, it just provides you a really fast way of accessing these things instead of having to go to your content library, scrolling down to where this stuff is, okay? And then that adds that. Now, the other thing is, what it's going to do is you save root paths. This is important for the diffeomorphic add-on in Blender because it needs it. Okay, let me follow here. I was going to school for 3D modeling, but I'm not going back. My school screwed students. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Over not even offering transfers to people a month away from graduating. Are you only a month away from graduating? Oh, I'd be so hot under the collar. I would be so hot under the collar. I get pissed off for less. Now I'm learning some pre-made Blender classes I bought. Okay. Which is basically how I was already learning in school. So no complaints here. Saves me from more student debt, and you can go at your own pace. And I guarantee you those courses and you working hard on your own attitude, you're going to wind up learning everything you learned in the class. Guaranteed. And you are awesome. You're smart. So you're going to get this. I have a course from Pierrick Picot. I think I got his name right. It's called Alive. It's an animation course. I need to finish it. It's awesome. I started on it, need to get back into it. I am not doing any of the CG Boost courses. I do follow CG Boost on... you might be asking Anacule, but if you're asking me, no. But I follow CG Boost. I follow CG Dive. Of course, I follow Blender Guru. I mean, that's a requirement. That's like if you open up and install Blender, it automatically installs you to the Blender channel and a Blender Guru. But I do follow Blender because I like putting that on in the morning and listening to their updates while I'm doing stuff. And sometimes Tom gets on there. Tom, who is basically the person who started coding Blender. Okay, now, save root paths, what it does is it saves a JSON file. And I've had people have issues with this, okay? I haven't, but I will go through and see if I run into those same issues now that others seem to have. So what I'm going to do is, okay, there it is. That's where I'm going to put it. I got donut tutorial. Yeah, that's required. I mean, the donut, and I've never done it because I don't do sculpting. So sorry, Blender Guru. I'll just use your donut in my Navy Stories show, okay? But I'm not going to sculpt mode myself. Thank you so much. Woo! I've learned a lot from Blender Guru, though. Just not about sculpting donuts, because I'm not doing that tutorial. I'll let other people sculpt donuts. Now, save paths, what it does is it creates a JSON file. JavaScript Object Notation. That's what it stands for. But anyway, what it does is it creates a JSON file that what it does is it goes in and it finds the paths where all of your stuff for DAZ Studio is stored, like your textures for the base Genesis 8 character that you're going to need, that Blender's going to need access to when you bring the model in. So things in the DAZ libraries, Blender's going to need access to that, diffeomorphic, so that it can put the textures and things on correctly, okay? So you can save these paths, but before I show you that, let me go and look at what I have here. Yes. If I come in here, and if you, let's say, okay, it's going to save paths. The base path of DAZ3D is the same for everyone because that's what DAZ Studio generates. But you can alter the installation path for these libraries, and I have. So my installation libraries are not the same location as yours. And I'll show you what I mean by that. So if we go into, let me just bring up a new window here, and I'll show you what I mean by that, okay? Oops, shit. I'll show you what I mean by that. Okay. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and look at we're going to go to where I have my stuff. It's a bad location. I should have thought about it more when I installed it. I can move it later, but go to MRU Chronicles. So right here, this DAZ3D going forward is going to be the same as yours. So all these libraries in here. So what this save paths does is it sets up the locations of these. If you want to know what the base location, like the drive and the base location where these things are installed, I don't remember the default because it's been forever since I installed DAZ Studio. But if you want to learn where these things go to Preferences, and I believe it's under, where's it at? Startup, Scene, Interface, Content. Oh, right here. It's under Content tab and Content Directory Manager. Then what you can do is you can expand these and you can see, now some of it is on the C drive and I could move that. But like, for example, DAZ formats, which contain the libraries, that's all D:// you see where it's at for me. If you want to know where your libraries go, that's going to be saved as part of this save paths, this is the whole path right here. And you can find that there in Preferences in Content Directory Manager if you're interested. And you can modify that location here in DAZ Studio also. But we're just going to go with what we have. Okay. And I am going to save this to, I'm going to make this original so I don't overwrite my original paths in case I want to use that. They won't change, but okay. So original, there we go. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to collect save paths. Then what it says is, where do you want to put this JSON file that's going to be generated and used in Blender? So I'm just going to put it in here. I'm going to use that name. I save the original in case I need access to it, and just click save. Then it says it saved all your paths. There's a way to read that file, but I'm not going to get into that. Okay, so we say okay. We've looked at the README. Mesh stats, I don't know about that right now, so I'm not going to get into that. You won't need it for exporting to Blender. I'm sure there's a great benefit to it, but I don't know what it is. So now let's look at the next step, shall we? I got to keep up with chat too. I've got a CG Boost class for Grease Pencil. Oh, Grease Pencil stuff is really cool. But my animation class is Alive. Yes, that's what I was going to say. Pierre Picot, Alive. That's the one I have too. Fantastic. Awesome. I have it too, Anikul. And my GeoNodes class is from Udemy. Yes, by Alex Cordebard. I've never heard of him. Called the Ultimate Blender 3D GeoNodes course. That's interesting. I've never heard of that one. I highly recommend this course if you want to get into sculpting and retopology, which is important if you want to animate, especially DAZ characters, which are very high resolution. Some of their stuff is. I cheat, Katerina. I cheat. I actually use the decimate modifier, and I can get away with it. But yes, retopology is probably the best, you know? And they got RetopleFlow for Blender, which is really good. My friend uses it. Actually, Contradiction Design uses it to make clothing and also retopologize his characters that he makes for animation. Even if you don't want to learn sculpting, it's what gave me a huge boost in learning for other things. There's always a benefit to learning everything. Some stuff you learn in sculpting can help you in animation, undoubtedly, and other things too, you know? So yeah, it's all good. I don't hate sculpting. It's just I don't have time to learn it with everything else I'm doing, right? DAZ-based characters are insanely well topoed. Yeah. Well, some of the clothing, I guess, maybe isn't. And has like really high polygon counts. Okay. Not so much the characters, but some of the hair is really high polygon count. Yes, it does work well with them, Katrina, and the clothing too. And I've used it. I've been able to cheat my way into making it work. So I haven't get into retopology too much, even though that would be good to learn also. So we're going to come in here, and so we put the DAD root paths in there. We save the paths, double click the save paths icon. Okay, we did that. Message box comes up. We saved it, installing Blender add-ons. Okay, so now that's it. You've got your menus up here if you want them. You've got these things which you're going to need. I'm going to show you how to use that. The menus are installed. You got the JSON path saved. There's an issue with the JSON paths, and I will show you that for some other things I needed access to. Yeah, so I'm going to show you that. So now installing the Blender add-ons. So our DAZ Studio, as far as installing diffeomorphic, all of that stuff is done. And like I said, I'm creating a tutorial that will go into detail with this if you can't follow along in the, I'm just doing a trial run of my tutorial while having fun hanging out with you guys. So woo! There you go. Woo! Love it. So we're going to close that for now. And let's bring up our latest version of Blender. Okay. Which is, it's, I guess I closed it. So we're going to come over here and go to animation, go to 3.60, and we've got Blender up. And now we're going to say, okay, just click through that. I'll leave the rest of that there. And you go to in, and you don't see, it's called, running through the timeline there. It's called DAZ import. It's a tab that shows up here. That tab's not there because we haven't installed it yet. So we're going to go File, and we're going to go to actually Edit, Preferences, and we're going to go and say Install. Now we have to go to where the diffeomorphic we downloaded is, which is not the JSON file. All right. Where did we put this? 1.7. Okay, diffeomorphic documentation. And I think we can just select that zip file that we downloaded, which is this one right here. That's the one you download directly from the Dropbox. Diffeomorphic website, you go to Dropbox and just say download that we showed. Okay. Now we're going to locate that. I've already got the path here. I'm just going to copy it from my Windows Explorer into here, and it'll take us right to it. And there's the zip right there. Okay. and we're going to say install add-on. And it should show Easy DAZ Importer, okay? There's another one for MHX if you use the MHX rig, which we're not going to be using. So yeah, go ahead and select it here and say Easy DAZ Import, and instantly the tab shows up. And they changed the name of the tab slightly for 1.70. So let's take a look at it. Looks the same, at least this part of the interface, which is great. Now we're done. Except we need that JSON file to tell us where all the DAZ stuff is we're going to need access to. So Decimate works well with them. I'm surprised you don't use the Blender hair nodes generator. I didn't even know that was a thing. Like I said, I don't do much sculpting, so I didn't even know. That's something good for me to learn. Because bringing in DAZ hair, it's not particle based, and they have hair cards now, and I guess they've got generation nodes. Interesting. I didn't know about that. So let's go ahead and delete all this stuff, or you could just press A on the keyboard and say X to delete or delete. I need to put my screen capture key stuff up here, which I will do for the tutorial. I don't have it installed for 3.6, so I'll just tell you what I'm doing. It's something good to learn, Katerina. I'll check into that. Okay, so now we don't have a character set up yet, but everything should be set up and configured in Blender. Okay, so we did that. The add-on is in there. Install. We did the Easy DAZ install to install MHX runtime as well. So why did that not come up? I think it didn't include. Oh, I'm not going to install the MHX runtime because I'm not going to use the MHX rig. I might create some tutorials on how to do that. But we're specifically in this going to be using auto-rigpro. So just as out of curiosity, though, I'm going to preferences, and now we're going to type in MHX. Oh, it does. So yes, MHX is a great rig. Yes, it's nice. Yes, it brings up some great tools. And the Rigify rig is great too. But I'm not familiar with using Rigify. And also, there's some things I like about how I set up the auto-rigpro rig that I like just a bit more than the default Rigify rig that's put on the character. I know I could modify that, but I like the default auto-rigpro rig just a little bit more. So I can turn the MHX on. That just brings in the MHX over here and provides additional tools that will show up once you bring the character in and apply an MHX rig. You can turn on IK, you can switch from FK to IK and things like that. So I'll just turn it on for giggles and maybe some shits. So we'll do that, and now we'll go to Importer. We are 100% ready to rock right now. 2 additional tools are bundled with the stable version content of Morphs is a Blender add-on by Zen to generate rigged HD meshes. Not worried about that. There they are over here, setting up the DAZ root paths. Now we do need to do this. We need to go to global settings. All of this is already in here because I already supplied it previously. I'm surprised 3.6 knows about this. It may have copied some stuff from the other folders, but you won't have these directories in here. Let me take a screenshot of this though, because here's what I want to do. I want to screenshot this because I think some of these things don't show up and I had to enter them manually for certain things. They didn't come with the standard save paths. Okay, so I'm going to take this, delete this. You won't have anything in here. Okay. Cloud, none of this stuff. Okay. Scan database. I can copy that. Okay. If there's anything in here that doesn't come in. So basically, I think most of this is already going to, maybe some of that stuff was already in there. But what you do is you go and say load settings file. Now this is the JSON file that you saved in DAZ Studio. You just tell the Blender add-on where it is so it knows about all these paths. And that path right here for me, where I put mine, is right here. Okay? And I'm going to select the new paths one that I added and say load settings. And I get a wonderful... That's interesting. It added everything, though. Okay, you will have these factory settings in here. That's what you'll have. I think these come in by default, but we load the settings file and it overrides that. Okay, so you come over here to take that, copy, paste, select that. For some reason, we get that. Python errors. I don't know, Python scripts, load. I don't know why it's, I don't know why it's having that issue. But it did not load. That's interesting. Why did it, okay. I don't know why I'm having an error with that. Maybe that's the error that people are having with it. I don't ever remember having an error like that. I don't know why. I'm just using the... And that's what it says, right? Setting up the DAZ root paths. Before we can start import DAZ files, we must make sure that the DAZ root paths are the same as the DAZ in DAZ Studio. To this end, press the Global Settings button to open the Settings dialog. Okay. Okay. Oh. They didn't use load settings file. They used load root paths. Okay. That's different. Maybe that's the confusion. Okay, it's load roots paths. Good God. Okay. That was very thorough. But it worked. Okay, so it's not load... Oh, because I had that expanded. That makes sense. I expanded that. That's my fault. Normally, those aren't expanded. But it's not load settings file. It's probably all these settings that you can save here. And I don't know why it didn't work. Oh, because that JSON file isn't the settings file. That's why. So I'm sorry, my mistake. You load root paths, and that's what you do to load the JSON file right here. Okay, it's not load settings file. That's if you want to set and configure this, save it. That's a different file. That's why it's having an error, because it doesn't read that like that. So here's all of my directories. Everything looks pretty good. Yeah, looks like it did everything fine. So all those paths will be needed. They're there. So now, JSON file, puts all that stuff in there. Now we're ready. So sorry about that, my confusion on the, and like I said, in the full tutorial, that will be taken care of. Right? Let's see here. I'm sorry, I'm not keeping up with you guys. I apologize for that. So I'm surprised you don't use hair. I'll find a good tutorial and post it in the DIS. Yes, please do. That'd be awesome. I'm sure that everyone would benefit from that. You might actually like it. I'm sure I would, you know. Posted in 3. Oh, cool. Can I look at it? From what I've heard, the hair in Blender is now pretty dang good with the GeoNode-based hair. That's cool, because I haven't tried any of that. I was having this problem. Do a normal import from DAZ. I think easy is broken right now. Is it really? Well, let's try it, Katerina. Let's try it and see. I mean, import DAZ would be fine for me because I'm not doing anything with the rig anyway. The difference is import DAZ imports the clothing and the character, but it doesn't attach the rig of the character's clothing to the rig of the character. So when you move the character around, the clothing's not going to move with the character. For our purposes, that doesn't matter because we're going to be removing that rig and rigging ourselves anyway using auto-rigpro, which I do need to install. And I actually need to download the latest version. So this is a good thing to do. I need to add this to my steps. But we'll do this stuff first, okay? Do a normal import from DAZ, okay? So let's try that. If it doesn't work, Katerina, we'll do that. Okay, so yeah, let me look at the GeoNodes thing. So this is my Discord if you'd like to check it out. Wow. Okay. I'm all over that. Thank you. I'm going to check that out. Thank you for being such an awesome person and the super kind words, Katerina. Katerina. You made my week with the really kind words that you said about how I'm helping and I'm positive, supportive, because that's exactly what I'm working on, you know? I don't know why it says you're new when you're over here tearing through the ranks of the Discord. You shouldn't be new anymore. That'll go away pretty soon anyway. So thank you. Thank you for doing that. I am looking forward to checking that out for sure. Beautiful. Okay, so now we're done here. Let's export. Love to you too. There we go. Beautiful. Woo! Gotta love it. Love my community. Love the members in here. Love you guys, right? Beautiful. So shut off the Blender log. And what we're going to do is go back over to DAZ Studio, and I'm going to show you some things that I've learned. Beautiful. We're going to go over there, and let me go through my tutorial here. So we show all of this. Now, I want to show you because I am going to be using the base Genesis 8 character without clothing. And I'm going to be applying clothing that I found on the Blender market. It's not DAZ clothing. And let me show you the clothing that I have, that I'm using. Okay, there's the diffeomorphic. Okay, we're gonna come over here. We're gonna go to tutorial, and here's the flight deck clothing that I'm using. $42, it's great, it's awesome. You've seen this in my Navy story show. I remove the mask and the goggles. No, those aren't separate pieces. I had to edit the geometry and do that. I won't get into that because this is about a rigging tutorial, not about editing geometry. But it's this clothing. Great. It had the rig on there, and I'll show you why the rig was so important for stuff I'm doing. Okay. But that's it. That's it right there. And then I want to show you, basically, this is where I have the, this comes in like this. If you get the rigged version, you can get the unrigged version for like $30. I didn't care for the rig too much on this. Doesn't have IK, FK or anything set up. It's a very basic rig. And yeah, I had to re-rig it. So, but it was useful for something that I'm going to do that I'm going to show you. So I'm going to bring up a window here, and we're going to go in here, and this is what you get right here. So we're going to go into rigged right here. And this is what I just want to show you basically what you get. You get this rig here. All right. And this is the rig. Click on it. You can move it. There's no IK, FK, at least that I've seen or anything like that. It's a very basic rig, very basic armature. Yeah. So maybe there's more to it than I understand. Nah, I think it's a very basic rig. I think it's a very basic rig. Okay. And then what I did is I took this rig, I deleted it. I also went into here, and I rigged this using auto-rigpro. It's a basic rig I applied using auto-rigpro. And I didn't rig the face or anything. If I wanted to use it as background characters, I can use these for background characters. But I did a basic auto-rigpro rig on those. So the one thing I did, let's see here. Open the, okay. So, I think that's a good time to show that though, but we'll follow the tutorial here. So that's the basic rig. I'm going to leave that open because I want to show you something with that. And then I went to, let's go back into DAZ Studio. Okay. And what I did for the character that I'm importing, I think easy is broken right now. Okay, yeah, and we're going to check that, right? It may well be, you know? So I'm going to bring in the character that I'm going to import into Blender, okay? And I've already set her up. It's Sarah. If you've seen Navy Stories, you'll see her in the Navy Stories, voiced by a voice actress who I've gotten to know, who's awesome. So if I come down here, I'm going to go into my content library and I'm going to go into scene subsets. I've already saved off the character that I want to import over. I'll show you how I created her though. So Navy Stories 1, and then characters, and here she is. Okay, I'm going to load that. That's a scene subset. I put some clothes on there for modesty because she doesn't come in with clothes. Ordinarily, I wouldn't put the clothes on there, but I've got to be modest for YouTube. Otherwise, I will be kicked off the platform. So we're going to come over here, there, and now you see her in all her glory. Now, how I did this was I went to Smart Content. If any of those tabs don't appear here in DAZ Studio, what you can do is go to Window, Panes Tabs, and you've got your Smart Content. You can click on that. Those tabs will appear here as you select them. And I've moved some tabs around. So Smart Content is there, and also one we use a lot is, I don't see that one, Content Library, which is already there too, okay? Which is that one right there. So that's how I got to these folder paths and everything like that. You can come down in here, go to DAZ Formats, My DAZ Library, and I think this is actually under, yeah, my library. And then that's where the diffeomorphic scripts are. Or, like I said, over here in the menu, you can select these as well. And that will take you to being able to do the stuff without having to go down in the scripts in the content library tab here. So how I got the character is she is a base Genesis 8 character, not 8.1, 8 for this tutorial. 8.1 would work fine. Some issues with an older version of diffeomorphic with the eyelids not coming in right and not being able to rig them properly when I bring the character into Blender. So I didn't use DAZ Genesis 9, but the new diffeomorphic 1.7 might have resolved that issue. So we'll have to try that at some point. So yeah, we're looking, woo! Sister's going with some animation. There we go. That's animation that comes with Genesis 8. And you could probably export that into Blender too, but you got poses and stuff too. Why doesn't it hide? It did the animation. Why does it not? There you go. Anyway, I went to figures and I selected the base, the Genesis 8 base male. I'm sorry, Genesis 8 base female. That's what I selected. Okay. Now, the Genesis 8 female dev load, from my understanding, it's the Genesis mesh without any of the morphs or anything applied. So if you have the Visemes and you want to make expressions with like your, I think if you select the head, you can go down here. It's been a while since I dealt with this, but you can go expressions. These expressions come in like that. Okay. You don't get that with the dev load. And when you're sculpting, there's a benefit to it that I don't sculpt, so I don't know. But it's a benefit for sculptors and those that work with making content for the DAZ online store, like the DAZ themselves and third-party published artists. But we can keep that in there because we may want to import that stuff. So I'm going to leave that there. And so what I did is I selected her, and then I went down to wardrobe, okay, and selected the basic wear sports bra, and then the shorts. And that's it. Just clicked on the character and supplied those things, which is easy to do. Okay, so there's not much to it. It's very simple. So what I'm going to do is right here, I'm going to change the name of the character. I think I can just say, right click here and say, I thought you could double click this and change the name. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, it's behaving strangely. Okay. Oh, okay, just click it once. Once, twice. There we go. So I'm going to call this Sarah because that's who this character represents. And now, you know, that's the name. I don't worry about any of these things because they're not, I don't need them anyway. I'm just putting them on for modesty on YouTube's. Don't violate the terms of service. So there we go. And I think WP Guru actually made kind of a modesty thing that comes in and is basically updates the textures so that it hides the boobies, and the private parts in the boobies. So yeah, and there you go. It's what she looks like in NVIDIA iRay. NVIDIA iRay is amazing. It's good. She looks very gorgeous. There you go. But we're going to stay in texture shaded, which is equivalent of viewport shading in Blender. Maybe a little more colorful. There we go. And indicate the pose. Okay. Now, there is one thing that I do for myself. What is going up? Hey, I've seen you before. Investimentos. Woo! How are you doing? Welcome into the stream. Up Investimentos. I think the lol is for something I said, or maybe you're laughing at me instead of with me. Either way, it's fine. My feelings aren't easily hurt. How are you doing, my friend? Good to see you. It's been a while since I caught you in here. How's your world been going? How's life been going for you? Hopefully you've been doing well. Let me shush. Let me give you a whoa. Woo! There we go. So there she is. But I wanted to show you something that is important for what I do. I like to take the DAZ Genesis 8 character and put them into the T-pose. Now, if you're familiar with DAZ Studio, Genesis 8 characters are default A-pose. I believe Genesis 3 might be default T-pose. Genesis 8 is default A-pose. So the reason I like to put these characters, them in the T-pose, and have that be the default rest pose in Blender is because of Mixamo. I use Mixamo animations extensively, and Mixamo animations assume that the default pose for Mixamo animation is the T pose. If your character's in the A pose and you apply a Mixamo animation in Blender, it's going to do crazy stuff with the arms and legs. The arms are going to be crossed into the body, and the legs will be crossed, and it just won't look right, okay? You can adjust that by going into Mixamo and kind of changing the separation of the legs and playing around with it a little bit until where the Mixamo animation looks good in Blender. But to avoid having to go through those extra steps, I don't like having to do those extra steps, I just put the character in the T-pose, all right? And there is a tool that I use to do that. A specific tool I use that is available for free on DeviantArt from someone who's familiar with DAZ and I think is also in the DAZ forums quite a bit, called Agent Unawares. So I don't know if they have a YouTube channel. I need to give them a shout out if they do. But what we're going to do is take a look at that. So if we come over here to here, got it here, and there is a version for the males and females. So, and thanks, man. I'm doing good. Hope you are too. Woo! Fantastic to hear, my friend. I love to hear it when the community members are doing well. You know, it makes me happy to know you guys are doing well. And I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking, Up Investmentos. Not doing too bad. It's been an all right week. I've just been busy. So we're going to go over here to tutorial, and I'm going to take you to this link. Now, when I do the official tutorial, I will have a link to this stuff in Blender, or I have a link to this stuff in the video so you can get right to it. Okay, so I will supply that link. If we scroll down, we can click free download. Now you're gonna have to have an account to download. You have to have an account on DeviantArt, but it's free. And so is this add-on. It's a really good add-on. Download for free. And then what I'm gonna do is, I think I put this, where did I put this? So what's the name of it? Let's just go search, copy. You can put that wherever you want to. I put it over here. I take the zip part of it off. No, yeah, no. What is? Okay, come here. Back over here, File Explorer. Let's put this in here. Let's search for that. Why are you trying to go there? I'm doing a search. Oh, never mind. I'm an idiot. I need to do search over here. Search for that. Okay, so it's right there. If I go and right click and say open folder location. So I put it under Studio Plugins Converters. So I have this in here. I guess I've got some older no, I've got it in here twice for some reason. Because I unzipped it, okay? So what you have to do to install this, it's a script that it goes into DAZ Studio. So if you go in and you unzip it, which I did, just go in here and say extract all, it'll bring the folder in here, okay? You don't have to unzip it to move the files though, but you can. So I'm using the female one. There's also a male version as well. Double click that, go to data, DAZ3D, Genesis 8, female, morphs, agent unawares, there. And what we're gonna do is take that location and we're gonna come over here to there, put that in, and we're gonna go to the location of where all these files are, okay? Now, we take all of these files and we go into our DAZ Studio location. And I was showing before how to access where to get to the file paths where your DAZ3D folder is, because you're going to need to go to that to move these files into the right location so that DAZ Studio can see them. And I would recommend shutting down DAZ Studio for this. I don't want to save anything. So we're going to go to my DAZ3D folder, Studio. It's under, I believe, my library, and it is under data, I think. Data, DAZ3D, Genesis 8, female, morphs, agent unawares, and I've already put it in there. So basically what you're going to do is you're going to take the morphs. I would just, for you the first time, you're going to have morphs. Just take this agent unawares folder and then copy and paste it into here. And then that will be all of those files that you'll need. Now, when you do that and you reopen DAZ Studio, what you're going to find where this is located is, I'll show you. So you got that, and come over here to Content Library, and I'm going to bring the character back in. I saved this character, so I'm going to bring her back in, clothed, for modesty's sake. And then she's there. Now what I'm going to do is come over to, go over here. I wish I had my zoom in set for this. I'm so sorry that I don't. I'll have it ready for the tutorial. I do promise that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Actor and Full Body. I think it's right here. Let's see here. I know it's in here. Oh, pose controls. Never mind. I'm sorry. I got it. So you're going to come in here, go to Genesis 8 female pose controls. Under pose controls, you're going to see an entry for Genesis G3F pose. Click on that, and basically you now have a tool that when you click on the mesh of the character, you can instantly convert the character from the DAZ Genesis 8 A pose to the DAZ Genesis 3 T pose. Okay, like I'm saying, you don't necessarily have to do that, but because I use Mixamo animations frequently, I apply this because it's very, very helpful. So easily, boom, we're done. It's a great, and you can actually do individual arms here or legs and bend them out however you want to. It's an awesome add-on. So go show Agent Unaware some love. So we're done at this point. Okay, we've got the character set up. Now, what I did with this particular clothing, I'm not going to get into too many details about it, but if you select a rig bone here, and if I go into pose mode, what I did is I used the existing default rig to basically put this into close to a T pose as I could. So basically I did this, moved this here. Another thing I did was kind of move the fingers out a little bit and basically put some separation in there, because one of the things that you need with auto-rigpro is good enough separation between the fingers. If there isn't enough separation between the fingers, then it's hard for auto-rigpro to properly rig things. So I would recommend, and then kind of like making them flatter a little bit, but leaving some curve in there, because there's a particular feature of auto-rigpro where you can click the base finger there, or base knuckle, and scale to curl the fingers. And if you don't set at least a tiny bit of curve in there, then the fingers might not curve in the right direction. It kind of guides auto-rigpro into putting things in the right, doing things right way. But thank you, Up Investmentos. It's really good to see you, my friend. Glad to hear you're doing well. So I've already done this, and I'll show you where that is. So I've already done this. Kind of just wanted to show you what I did just for reference. I'm not going to get into a huge amount of detail related to that, but I'm going to show you where my character is. If you come over here to, so I'm going to go here to MRU Studios, and I'm going to go to tutorials, and go Blender Rigging, Series, auto-rigpro, 1, Blender, Projects, Main, Flight Deck. This is the clothing that I modified for Sarah, and I modified it for other characters. I just want to kind of show you what it looks like. Which engine do you think is better to make visual novels, Blender or DAZ? You know what? That's an extremely good question, my friend. For straight visual novels that don't require a lot of animation, DAZ Studio is great. Oh, to render in images. If all you need is, Up Investmentos, if all you're going to do is just still images, maybe with some slight movement of the characters, DAZ is fine. DAZ has a much easier learning curve because there's guides to help you through DAZ. The interface is less intimidating, and I think DAZ is fine. If you're making a visual comic book like Parmi Badan, I think is his name, that's great. If you want to animate it more, I would definitely recommend Blender. Were you trying to use diffeomorphic with Blender 3.6? It doesn't work with that yet, huh? Just got here, so not sure how far you've gotten. I'm about to find out. I've heard, Quasi, that there are some issues with it, so we're about to find out. Thank you for letting me know. I am using 3.6, so we're together. We're gonna find our way. Woo! Some silver spoons up in here. You and I, Quasi, together, we're gonna find our way. All right, and everyone else in here. Up Investmentos. Katarina. How are you doing, Quasi? I watched your latest video that you put up there. That was funny. Had comedy in there. It was like a talk show. That was pretty cool. Why'd you fight the vending machines? Because it didn't have Sprite in it. Oh, that was good. That was funny. So this is what I did. I kind of just wanted to show you in Cycles. Let's make sure I'm not an NVIDIA render engine. Now, for render engines, I've heard, NVIDIA is the be-all, end-all. But look, I love Cycles. I used to think, Cycles, no, it's no good. Cycles is good. I don't know what DAZ Studio's like now, but in Blender, you have more fine-tuned control over the light paths and light bounces in Blender on Cycles than you do DAZ NVIDIA. NVIDIA's fine. The render engine looks good, but I'm perfectly fine with Cycles too. Speaking of Cycles, here's what it looks like in Cycles. So what I did is I got the character basically in the T-pose. I deleted the mesh that was the mask around the face that I was showing you. And then I took the goggles, and then I manually moved them up to the helmet. I've started rigging that. I haven't completed the rig yet. I've got one for my character that I moved down to the eyes and up, but I need to put some drivers on that to get it to working right. So basically, I took the goggles, put them up on the helmet, and deleted this so you can see the character's face. The other thing that I did is I added the texture map. I added this real logo, which was from a real squadron that existed in the United States Navy that was decommissioned in 1994, shortly after I left. I was in that squadron. VF-301, Devil's Disciples, and F-14A squadron. I was an aviation ordnanceman. Sarah here was a plane handler. And then I made the rank here. Actual Navy rank. I got this. Yes, I stole it from the U.S. Navy. Sue me, okay? And then what I did is I put the proper rate. This is her actual rate in there, and this is her actual rank. So I put that on there. So that was the modifications I made. No, we did not have these logos on the sleeve when I was in the Navy. We didn't wear clothing like this. This is a stylized, fun show, and I wanted to put some fun in it. So The rank, we did not even put on flight line clothing, but it's fun. All right, and I like to do fun shit. Woo! All right, so that's what it looks like. Okay, so we are going to be using this and appending it to our DAZ model when we bring her in. So why don't we do that? Okay, close this, and we're going to bring DAZ Studio back over. So we have the character in here. What do you say we import Haraeus? Okay. Man, I wish I had mouse controls for this shit. Okay, so here we go. We're going to bring her in. We already seen her in Video Render Engine. We're going to click her. And now, I want to talk to you a little bit about the differences between, before we export, I want to talk to you a little bit about the differences in, let me check something too. I want to check something, see if we need time to celebrate here something with you guys, right? I want to check it. Okay, no, not yet. We're at 699 subscribers. Almost as... Who is going to be the coveted 700, huh? Woo! Hit that subscribe button, damn it. Or I will hold my breath to the end of this stream. Don't you think I won't? Let's go to diffeomorphic. So we've selected the character. Now, there's two versions. There's Export Blender, Mesh Stat. That's something for new for 1.7. I'm going to have to learn that. What? I just made 700. Stop. Did I? Woo! Did you do that? Katerina, was that you? I'm going to call you out for that one. Thank you. You made my day. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you, Katerina. I wasn't forcing you to subscribe, but yeah, I kind of was putting a lot of pressure on you, okay? And I'm not ashamed of it, all right? I have no dignity, no shame, all right? I'm an old man. Shame went out the window when I turned 50 last year, okay? And it's not coming back, all right? It's gone forever. I kicked that to the curb, all right? Shame prevents you from doing the great things you need to do in your life. So yeah, all right? I show my ass all the time, and I'm not afraid of it, all right? People respect that. They respect the ass. Okay, so we're gonna select this. Export to Blender. I've had people tell me export HD to Blender is useless. It's not exactly useless. And I want to show you an example of where it's not useless. 90% of the time, if you're using base Genesis 8 characters and there's no morphs, significant morphs or modifications to them, it's fine. So you do export to Blender. It's faster to export from Blender. It's faster to import. It's faster to export from DAZ Studio. It's faster to import into Blender. So I would highly recommend it. Yeah, finally. Yeah, but woo, hit the 700. Look, I would be doing a lot better if I put more tutorials out more frequently. Okay, that's on me. My tutorials do fantastic. And I would be further along. So I'm going to actively work on that because it's going to be a benefit to me in my future. You know what I mean? And I've met great people doing it, man. There's a lot of people in the I was reading a comment on one video about Blender versus Houdini, and someone was saying the Blender community is toxic. Sorry, I beg to differ. I have never found anyone active in the Blender community that has used Blender extensively that has been anything other than super helpful on my videos. They will basically say, hey, why are you doing that when you could be doing this? I've never experienced that. I'm sorry. Now, maybe there are basically zealots that say Blender over Maya, Blender over Cinema 4D, Blender over Houdini. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with Maya other than the cost. Okay, I'm not paying thousands of dollars a year to rent a piece of software when I have software that I can do stuff for free. That's all I'm saying. That's the reason it holds me back from Maya. That's a studio. It's Disney and Paramount stuff. Actually, I think Paramount uses Blender. I've heard that they do. Woo! So, okay, what are we doing? Okay, so export. Showed you that. So I am going to show you something that where you would want to use export HD. Click tutorial right here. I think I'm still logged in. Well, yes, I am. This character right here has significant morphs to the body. It is a morph to the base Genesis 8 character with textures applied and geoshells, which are a pain in the ass to move over into Blender. But because there's nothing like it in Blender. Nothing wrong with geoshells. They're cool in DAZ Studio, a neat feature, but they just don't translate well to Blender. They're kind of a pain to deal with. So this character, notice the striations in her waist right here. That is, I think that in some cases there is a subdivision level 7 on this morph, on this character. The problem is if I don't export this particular character that I am using into Blender using Export HD, then all of these striations in her stomach are flattened out. So you lose a lot of the detail in the character. So if you have a character that has significant morphs and details on it, you're going to lose those details if you don't use Export HD to Blender. It will take longer to do, but once you get the character into Blender, it will look like it does in DAZ Studio. If you want to use standard export, fine, but you're going to lose some of those fine details. This is an example of a character where you would want to use Export HD. 90% of the time, though, export to Blender is fine, especially with the base character like this. You don't need it. A few dev studios are switching to Blender. If we have a better clothing maker like Marvelous Designer Blender, we'll have a free pipeline to make things easy with things like Quixel and MetaHuman. Yeah, and that's something I'm not familiar with. So Simply Cloth Pro is a similar add-on, but it's nowhere near the levels of Marvelous. It's the only paid add-on that I cannot find a decent free alternative. Ah, okay. But I mean, see, even Maya, do they have something? Well, Marvelous Designer is made by Adobe, not Adobe, Autodesk, right? Marvelous Designer is made by Autodesk, which has a huge price tag on it. The last time I checked, I think it cost more than Maya to rent, if I'm not mistaken. So Autodesk is Maya, and then Cinema 4D. Although, Maya is the gold standard, right? And then Houdini is the gold standard, I think, for visual effects. They use that in, like, House of Dragon. What is that show? I don't know. Game of Thrones. I don't like sword and sorcery and fantasy. I'm going to be condemned in hell by Lord of the Rings fans that love the original movies that came out, but I could not watch them. Fantasy is not my thing. Anyway, nothing against it, though. They were great done movies. All right. So actually, let's do it. Okay. So let's do an actual export. Okay. Here's how we do the export. Go in here, double click export to Blender. And then we have to go to the location of our DUF file because it creates a DBZ file. I think it's DAZ Blender something. I don't know. But I have to go where this character is located. Let me actually find her path. So let's go to the character, scene subsets, Navy stories. We're going to come in here, and I just want to get to the path so I can copy it rather than going and having to find it. Find it. Okay, go here and right-click that and say browse to file location. That'll open up a window here that shows me where it's at. I'm going to take and copy the file path, copy like that, and then we're going to go in and click, under our scripts, we're going to click Export to Blender again, and then just paste that file path in there, and we're going to get to it. So this is the character right here. That's the name that I saved. That's this character right here saved. So we click the DUF file, and then what it does is the script will create a DBZ file. I believe it's some kind of interpreter file that either converts the stuff in the DUF file into a format that the diffeomorphic add-on in Blender can understand and use to import the character, or it's an interpreter file that tells it how to read the DUF file. I'm not sure. I'd have to read more about that. But basically, it creates a DBZ file. So we're going to save that. And then, because we're not doing an export HD to Blender. Oh, sorry, let me back up. This is a trial run. What you can do to simplify this so that it imports as fast as possible you can go into the character. And if we go to actor, let's see here, general, go to the base there. I'm trying to find mesh resolution. What you can do to simplify the mesh, because you see there's some subdivision put on here. We zoom in. We look over here. It looks really smooth. And it's probably okay to bring it in like this if you want to. But we can apply all our subdivision in Blender if we want. So you can turn this from high resolution to base resolution. You can see our ears look jagged and stuff like that. It imports faster, and we can apply the subdivision in Blender, and it will still look good. It just kind of speeds things up. If you want to speed things up, we can do that with the clothing too. The eyelashes, base, and there may be cases where you want to bring this to high resolution. We're just going to bring it as base. Okay. So now we've simplified it. Let's actually run this again. And let's, we're going to delete our DBZ file. We're just going to go with the duff file and save. Okay. It actually was a little bit faster now. That may just be margin of error. It was less than a second before too. So, okay. So now we have our character exported in the DBZ file, and we're going to access that in Blender, right? Up Investmentos. I don't know what you redacted, but I think Marvelous is its own company. Oh, is it really? That was sold through Maya, but I could be wrong. I know Substance Painter is, yes, Substance Painter is definitely Adobe, that's right. When I export models to Blender, the textures look so bad. Well, we're about to do that, Investmentos. I don't know what you redacted. Were you cussing me out? That's fine, go ahead and put the cuss words back in if you want. No, I don't know. You redacted it, which means you took it out. And maybe I answered something in our investigations here. So that's done. We can actually close Blender now. We don't even, or DAZ Studio, we don't even need it anymore, okay? So we've got Blender up, you know, just brought Blender up. I showed the installation of this, you know, and Quasi and the rest of you, we're gonna try Easy DAZ import. You've said that that's broken. Let's check it. It may be broken, I don't know. We'll see if it works on my end. If it doesn't, hey, we've got other ways to bring the character in. So we go easy import DAZ. We're gonna go to the same location where we had the characters over here, and we're going to select our duff file. It doesn't show the DBZ file, but it does access it. So we select the duff file. Okay. One of the things we can do, if you're not trying to put clothing on that is outside of DAZ Studio, it all comes from DAZ Studio. One of the things you can do is you can import the rig type. You've got Rigify, and these are great rigs. These are great rigs. You've got Rigify is a great rig. MHX is great. When you import that, you've got another tab over here to control your IK to FK, you know, switching for arms and legs and certain features of the rig, which is great. All right. You've also got the Rigify rig. You have custom shapes. I learned about this from a viewer who said custom shapes is like MHX and Rigify, but I believe it's like Diffeomorphic's own version of a rig. It's a custom rig with IK and FK, but it's specific to Diffeomorphic. Then you have DAZ. We're going to bring in DAZ because we're going to delete the rig anyway, and it's just easy to delete the rig using DAZ. So let's select that, and let's see if easy import works. Let's find out. There she is. Now, these warnings are to say cycle settings are not quite set right to see the character maybe the way you want them in Blender, okay? Yeah, Clo Virtual Fashion owns Marvel. Oh, okay. It's $40 a month for a personal license, while Maya is... Wow, I was thinking Marvelous Designer was so much more expensive. Okay, well, that's actually not bad. Yeah, you want to look at that? Hey, we've got free time. Let's look at it. Anicule, this is a test run. I'm here for you guys, right? Let's take a look at it. I'm going to delete the character. Okay, and let's bring her back in. Let me show you custom shapes. I've heard it's not quite as good as the Rigify and MHX. I do like both the Rigify and MHX. but I'm not familiar with rigging with them, so I can't put the custom clothing on there. So that's why I use auto-rigpro. Nothing wrong with these rigs. If I wasn't trying to put custom clothing on there, believe me, I would either use Rigify or MHX. With the student account, you can get down... when I try to export model with diffeomorphic, it breaks my textures. When I use default exporter, it goes to Blender with all textures looking perfect. Oh, are you talking about the DAZ import DAZ here? Like you saying import DAZ compared to easy import. Is that what you're talking about, Investmentos? With the student account, you can get down to 20, but yeah, it's a bit of a commitment. Well, if you can get a month and you can like cancel it, that's not too bad, especially if you need it, you know? I don't, but I know there's people that sculpt that love it, and yeah, cheap is good. I like free because I'm cheap. Okay, so let's try it again. You want this? You want this, Anikil? I got this, man. I'm here for you guys, right? Okay, so we're gonna do that and go DAZ. Let's do custom shapes. Let's take a look at it. All right. Easy import. Now you're saying break textures. Let's see what our textures looks like. Okay. One of the things I can suggest, Investmentos, let me take a look, see what she looks like in cycles. Actually, this is Eevee because defaults to Eevee. Well, let's see what she looks like in Eevee. For our Eevee friends out there like Quasi, he makes some amazing stuff with Eevee. So I got you, Quasi. I got you, brother. Let's bring in some lighting. It's custom lighting. Yeah, she looks pretty good. Now we could change the color of her skin or whatever, but she doesn't look too bad. Let me hide the rig here. Yeah, textures look pretty good. Now this is Eevee, so yeah. Feet, hands, arms, legs, all look pretty good. But yeah, custom shapes is here. Now I think with custom shapes, Anikul, if I turn this rig back on, you get another tab here that allows you to access layers, turn on IKFK with custom shapes. Try it out, you may like it. I think it's a diffeomorphic custom rigging system. So I haven't played with it too much, but yeah. You know? Yeah, with diffeomorphic, my textures looks very bad, and I just can't fix it. Here's one thing I would suggest, Investmentos. Is this IK? No, it's FK right now. And IK arm. IK. Doot. So how do I get that? We got IK. Which one do we have to select for IK movement? See, I'm just not familiar enough with this rig. No, that's... So I don't know how to get the IK working. What do I select to make the hand move? There's got to be a bone around here somewhere. That's carpal bone. No, you lose everything. I don't know. What is that all about? I think that you would want that to be there for IK. Yeah, I'm just not familiar with enough. It's got FK on. Seems strange. Okay, but anyway, there is the custom shapes. I haven't played around with it enough to really know what's going on with it. But let's, Vismentos, let's go here and don't give up on me, man. Let's go delete hierarchy. All right, now, probably still got a buttload of shit in the DAZ file here, or Blender file. I gotta, yeah, loaded. They're clean. Yeah, there we go. Much, much better. Okay, so just got rid of all that extra stuff that was still hanging around the file I don't need. One of the things up in Vestmentos, did you go into global settings and did you do this process where you generated in Blender or in DAZ Studio, you used the script to generate this your JSON file that contains all the paths to your textures in Blender or in DAZ Studio? Right here. Right there. Okay. What you got to do is select that file right there, click load paths, and then that will bring up all of your paths here to everything you need, including textures. The other thing is, I want to ask you, up in Vestmentos, what version of diffeomorphic are you using? If I'm not mistaken, I saw information that says 1.6 is deprecated and may not work with later versions of Blender. I'm using the latest 1.70. I think there may be some issues with older 1.6 versions with the very newest version of Blender. So let's do our easy DAZ import. And let's go to DAZ. When I import to Blender, the hair looks like no textures. That's interesting. What I would do, and here's what I would recommend. If you have global settings here, one of the things is these cloud directories, a new cloud, okay, is what you are trying, is that hair that you're trying to, up in Vestmentos, is the hair that you're trying to bring in, is it a DAZ smart content? And what I mean by that is if you go down here to DAZ, did you install it through the smart content tab? Or through DAZ Central? So you come over here and go to DAZ Connect, or go to Smart Content, All Products, and basically you click this and said download or install. Or you might have done it through DAZ Central. It was in last year. Might try see if they're got the latest version. May not be the latest version they have now. I don't know. But if it's smart content, every time you download smart content, what it does is it creates a new named folder in the cloud directory. Okay. And so you probably have to update your cloud directories. And how you can do that is in DAZ Studio, rerun the this save path script, rerun that, save the JSON file again, and then reload it. So it will have the latest cloud directory in here for the hair you purchased. Then that may fix it. Maybe. It just may not be able to. Is the hair pink in Cycles? Or white in Eevee, I guess? So yeah, let's bring the character back in. Try that though, a suggestion. So custom shapes and go DAZ. Okay. I'm bringing in the DAZ rig, easy DAZ import. Okay. We're there. Ah, it didn't even give the complaint. Hold on. Let me twist her waist. Right about there. Yeah, looks good. Looks like everything's okay. Her clothing's following. Let's lift her leg. Yeah, clothing's following. Everything's good. Easy DAZ import works for me. Now, maybe certain clothing, it didn't work for you, I guess? I don't know. These have constraints. So this is the DAZ rig. Now, what I want to show you is, let's do something here. I need to install auto-rigpro now. So let's get the latest version of auto-rigpro, which I do not have. So we're going to go to the Blender market, because together we're going to find a way. All right, so let's log in. Okay, let's log in real quick. All right, there. Okay, there. Hold on a second. And thank you for making my week, Katerina. 700 subscribers. Woo! Beautiful. 300 away. I have enough subscribers to open super chats and super stickers, but I need more view time, and I'm going to fix that with tutorials. So don't you worry, don't you dare. So we're going to go over here and look at my orders, and let's go to auto-rigpro and quick rig. Oh, let's download quick rig too. Why are you saying I have to pay for this? Oh, go to downloads. Yeah. I'm going to install quick rig too. Let me get... All I need is this. Rig tools I don't need. The proxy picker, I don't really ever use it. So let's go into here, and we going to download this. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That could change. People unsubscribe too, so... but thank you so much, man. I need to work harder to make that, reach the 1,000 so I unlock a partnership, right? That's the goal. So let's go. We're under Blender add-ons. We got here quick. How do I get to there? Okay, so we're gonna go to auto-rigpro, and we have 3.68. Okay, that is the newest version. By the way, the guy who wrote, I have contacted the guy who wrote auto-rigpro. Very responsive, very cool person. 68.33. Okay, there we go. I will slap that right there. And then I'm also going to, because I want to show you something. I want to show you something related to quick rig. This exists. Special thanks to Markham 3D, who basically donated the funds for me to purchase these things. I'm eternally thankful to him. 1.26.16. I guess he believes in me. That's here. Okay, so I'm going to put that there. So what we're going to do now is go back over here, file, or actually, yeah, okay, preferences, and then we're going to come over here. We're going to go to install. And not diffeomorphic. We're going to go to, first I'm going to install auto-rigpro, the latest version. Don't worry about rig tools. Rig tools is what you give to somebody else who doesn't have access to main auto-rigpro. You don't want to install it on the same system where you're actually using auto-rigpro, from what I understand. So this is it right here. We're going to do a install. There we go. Auto-rigpro. And this is new to me because I've not used this version of auto-rigpro. My English sucks sometimes. Sorry. No, your English is fine. I would never investmentos. I can't even tell. I can't tell that you don't know English. Are you using ChatGPT? I don't know. Your English looks fine to me. I don't see any problems with it. As good as anything I would do. But some textures change color. Hey, up investmentos. I was born speaking English, and my English sucks too, so don't feel bad. Woo! Okay, so we're going to install this. We installed it, and now we're going to go, and I want to show you something with quick rig, because you might have a tendency with quick rig, hey, it's got a DAZ converter. It doesn't work that well. But we're going to see. Well, let's try the new version, because this is experimentation for my tutorial that I'm working on. So we're going to go to install, come over here to quick rig there, and we're going to come over to there, click that, install add-on. There we go. And we're going to do quick rig and think it shows up right here. Yes, ma'am. The thing about English is it's all made up, and getting close enough is the name of the game. That is an absolute... Truer words have never been spoken. There is no real rules, so never worry about mistranslations. Where you put commas, it's kind of arbitrary. So, yeah, it's just about... any language is just about getting your point across, expressing yourself, right? That's it. So we installed that. I want to show you something particular quick rig. Now you may want to go in here if you have quick rig. It's only $10 more, and it's a component that you pay extra for quick rig, auto-rigpro. So ooh, look at that! Woo! It's got the icon right there. Oh my god! So we go import, and then we want to import, and we select. Oh, look at this! He's got some new stuff in here. DAZ there. So what it does is it brings in basically information about the DAZ rig. And I think I had to change some of these axes or something. And this is definitions of... She is in the negative Y, so everything should be fine there. Connect the head of a bone with its parent tail. Not always. And quick rig. Let's just do it. Arms, IK. Legs, IK. Neck twist, sure. Preserve volume, sure. Sphere. Retarget, shape key drivers. Preserve, no animation. No, there's no animation on there. Here's the issue with it. Yeah, it does put some stuff on there and get some stuff done for you, okay? And it's cool. Yeah, oh, look, we've got IK on the arms. But here's the issue. The face did not get imported to what is a auto-rigpro rig for the face. You've got individual, like, controls that do get imported, which is nice, but it's not the same. Trying to find the eye bone that's all linked in with controls for the eyelid there, it's just, it couldn't convert it properly. Maybe it's the way I'm doing it, but it's just did not get converted properly. The fingers did. For some reason, the toes did not. So I haven't really used this because I find it just doesn't convert the face right, and doing it basically from scratch works much better for me. So I don't do this. Okay, let's go back. All right. So I do a basically auto-rigpro from scratch. And what I do is I go in and I say, delete hierarchy. Well, I need to delete the Genesis 8 female rig. And it's been a little while since I've done this. I thought I just went in. I thought I just went in and did it like that and said X. There we go. Rig's gone. We just have her clothing, which is fine. Okay. So there's no rig on her at all, and that's fine. Now, what we want to do is I'm going to append the flight line clothing because we're going to rig this with the character, right? So I'm going to go into the flight line clothing I have. So yeah, I don't have any problems. I don't know what the issue is. Easy DAZ import worked for me. I don't know if maybe there's some... I would recommend trying to update to the latest version of diffeomorphic if you don't have it, and maybe that might fix some of your problems. So yeah, other than that, I don't know. This is what she looks like in the cycles, GPU compute. That's fine samples. Not that many samples. 250 is fine. Denoise, optics. Well, it didn't look like you denoised it. Why not? Oh, because this is the viewport. 250 is good. Oh, because I don't have denoising turned on. There we go. Much better. Automatic. Optics. Albedo and normal. There she go. Woo! Beautiful. Face might be a little bit pale, but we can modify that in the geometry nodes. Or not geometry. Shader editor. For her skin. There it is. And we can kind of mess around with some of these colors. Subsurface shading. We can, whoa. We can modify that, darken some parts of her skin. So that's torso, lightened it up. So we can mess around with these to kind of get her skin whatever color we want. But this is a rigging tutorial, so we're going to follow along with that. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's get out of cycles. And you can change the color of these things when you do an import. I think there's a way to select that when you do an import. So like here, easy DAZ import, the skin color and clothes, you can adjust this to whatever you want. Now, I don't know what does the lips, but oh, I wonder if easy DAZ import didn't work because you didn't merge toes. No. I don't think so. I don't think so. Merge rigs is what merge the rigs between the clothing and everything else you import. But it looks like it's working fine for me, so I don't know. Okay, now what we're going to do is go File, Append, and I want to bring in the flight line clothing, which we have right here. And we may need to scale her up. We're going to have to do some modifications to her and all that stuff. So append. Dude, what are you doing? Okay. Oh. Yeah, let's bring the collection in. Sarah. There we go. There's the flight line clothing. She's pretty much almost there. As far as like, I think I've already scaled this properly, that's why. Yeah, I did. I already scaled the clothing properly. Now, there's poke through. And I have been cheating with my poke through by deleting geometry or deforming it. There's a couple ways to go about this. One is to just go in and say, you know what? We're going to obliterate anything that is not, and this is what it looks like in cycles. We'll eliminate anything is, yeah, she's a little bit pasty. Torso, where's head? Face, and I think you can actually import to where you can modify this too. Face. Gamma might adjust it. No. Hello. Play around and adjust. I'll install Blender and DAZ to try again. This error's happened 4 or 5 months ago. Yeah, that's what I would try to do. Make sure you have the latest version of DAZ Studio, which my version I was talking about earlier is help. I'm using this version, which is 4.20.0.17. That's the version I have. Blender is 3.6.0. I don't know how you check it. I think there's a way you can put it out to a file. I don't know how you look at the splash screen. That should show it. But it's 3.6.0. And diffeomorphic is 1.7.0.1540. So try to just get the latest version of everything. Now remember modifying this. This is the base underlying color bump. You know, let me do this. I don't know if we're worried about the color too much right now. Not the bump, the gamma. Let's try something. Shift A, color ramp. There. And try this. Now that was odd. What happened to the clothing? Why did the clothing suddenly do that? I'm not messing with the... That's really weird. So we can use a color ramp to kind of modify this. I'm not going to worry about it right now. Let's leave it like that. It's a little bit white, like pale. What the hell happened to my clothing? That's odd. It looked fine. Blender is under the Blender sign. Oh! Next to the file menu. Ah, thank you, Quasi. Yes, 3.60. Thank you. Woo! Quasi's got all the tactical data, let me tell you. Yeah, the Blender logo here. Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, and even an About Blender. Nice, okay. I didn't even know that was there. Usually you find it under Help. Blender just wants to be different. So, why did that do that? I mean, I wasn't even messing with the... It's just hosed, man. What the hell happened here? I've got the right textures. Why is it so dark? That is bizarre. What made it dark like that? I didn't change anything in the render engine. Okay, I don't know why that did that. I didn't do anything but selected the face of the character. That is bizarre. I mean, what the hell happened? Well, I added lighting over here. I added like scene lighting. So this should work, you know? It's just dark. I mean, it's like something happened to the texture. You know, I selected my scene lighting over here. Yeah, it's just like the texture got massively jacked. I don't understand what happened. That is weird. Yeah, that's bizarre. I can't even... And it's completely jacked now. It's like I didn't do anything to it. Okay, I have to figure that one out. Yeah, I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss on that one. I am at a loss. This one doesn't matter. It's displacement, but it's not connected. I don't even begin to know. What the hell just happened? I had the character selected, and I was selecting the character's texture on the face, and everything just went to crap. I mean, this is the character. This has nothing to do with the clothing, you know? Oh man, okay, let's try it again. I don't understand why that just went haywire. Okay, I'll delete. Fortunately, this stuff is in Omniverse, Mixamo, ARP. Okay, so DAZ importer. Okay. File. We're gonna come over here. Easy DAZ import. We're gonna go to the character. Do we still have that in there? I don't think so. Yeah, got it. Okay, so we're gonna go to characters. Oh, there we go. There, click, there, paste. Easy DAZ import. auto-rigpro, tutorial, rigging, auto-rigpro. Okay, get that warning. It's about cycles. It says your lighting may not be good enough. But we used yeah, okay. Yeah, that's really weird. Okay, so I'm gonna bring collection, file, append. Come over here. We're gonna go to Kevin's files. No. Tutorials. Rigging. There. Pro 1. Blender. Projects. Flight deck. Clothing. Collection. Sarah. I don't know. That's bizarre. It's like something just happened to the texture, you know? Let's see what it looks like now. Woo! What is going on, Alto Eager? Kaz, how are you doing? It's good to see you. I'm sorry having to reach down and talk to you in a little bit. I hope you're doing well, having a good week. Thank you for being in here and hanging out. Hope work's going well for you this week, and you're doing well. How's your eye and stuff doing? I selected Eevee, so we just got to let this go. It's loading the textures. So, beautiful! Reached the milestone 700 subscribers. It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood. I think it's still jacked. I mean, I don't understand this. What did I do wrong? Why did it get jacked all of a sudden? I don't know. I've never seen this happen. I have no idea what's going on. I'll have to figure that out. Maybe I'll just... something I need to look into when I... Doing good. Eye is doing great. Healing well, awesome. Looking forward to getting the other one updated. Awesome. I'm glad it's healing well and everything's improved too, you know? That's good. I'm glad you got it done. Let me look at these files here real quick, I guess. Oh! That's a little better, I guess. Did it get it? No. Let me do this. New. Or open. The difference in white point from one eye to the other is shocking. Wow. Okay. Well, I'm glad you got that done for sure. That's amazing. Where is my flight deck? This is here. Textures. Where are you going to get these textures? Now, Sarah's based. I don't know why I'm having this wild ass issue. Just anything to slow me down from what I'm trying to do. It just doesn't make any sense why I'm having this fucking problem, you know? Just randomized bullshit. So characters, okay, I have to discombobulate, go over here. Isn't that somewhere I need? Okay, here's that bullshit over here. Let's open this fucking file here. Jeez, good God, man. What is it with this shit? Let's get out of cycles here. Close that. There. Come over here. Cycles. It's not jacked there. Let's take a look and see what's happening. I think I may know what the issue is. And I have no clue why it happened. Linear repeat. That's interesting. Maybe it's the way it's using UDM or something. Man, I just have no clue why this is doing this. Okay, let me come over here. Let's close this and we'll try to bring it in again. Blender, and we'll just compare to the file that's working right and see what we need to do. I don't know why that got jacked. That's just, that doesn't make any sense at all. So we're gonna do there, and we're gonna come over here to, I've never had that problem before. Just something with the latest version of the DAZ to Blender bridge, or I mean, I'm just Blender, diffeomorphic, I don't know. Let's see here, we're gonna bring that character back in. Okay, characters, come over here, go there, copy, put it here, there, enter, and there, there, easy DAZ import. That'll bring that character back in again, and we're gonna say, okay, go, and we're gonna do this. I am going to just delete the rig, X delete, okay, it's off there. Okay, so file, append. Now we're going to append. Oh, I gotta chase this shit down again. Tutorials. Okay, yeah, series, auto-rigpro, Blender, projects, and it's flight deck, clothing, there, and the entire collection. And yeah, we got the right collection selected. So. That not, did we cancel or something? End. Jeez, good God. Characters. No, oh, man. Oh. Ah. There we go. MRU Studios. Come on. There we go. Series, auto-rigpro there, Blender, projects, flight deck, clothing. There we go. Append, collection, append. Sarah, append. There we go. Yeah, so there we go. And external data, find missing files that should, oh yeah, well that's a good point too, Quasi. If I have it again, I'm gonna do that. I mean, you do have to navigate to find that folder where the textures are. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see what it looks like. It's gotta wait. I had it on Eevee, so this is fine. It's loading the textures. It'll be just a second. But yeah, that's a good point too, Quasi. I think it's the way it's the UDIM, UDMI files are brought in, it just decided to jack itself sideways. I don't know why. It just mysteriously kind of like... All right, now I just want to compare to what I have in Blender. So we're going to come up here, and thank you so much for being here, Alto Eager, aka Kaz, in here joining us today. Quasi, thank you, and also Katerina is in here. Woo! Shader editor. Let me take a look at these and see. This is definitely not looking like it should. Let's bring this over here. So this looks like that, and this looks like that. Color space, there's nothing in there. Try this. I don't know how it has nothing in there. This should be sRGB for base color, but these need to be non-color though, because they aren't color. They don't have color information in them. Non-color. Non-color. Not fixing it though, at least from what I can see. This does not matter. The other one doesn't have any color information on there. It's very, very strange. It's linear, linear, linear. It's all linear. Flat, repeat, 2DIM tiles. Oh man, I just don't. It's bizarre. I don't know why I just suddenly had a problem with it. See, none of these things are selected. There's no color space in here. I don't know. I don't know. I'm at a loss on this one. I mean, it just... There's no sense in it because... it's... I mean, modifying the character skin has absolutely nothing to do with the clothing, but the clothing just decided to jack itself. There's no logical reason for that to happen. It should not have happened at all, you know? Wow. This is just messed the fuck up. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know what's going on. I'm lost. Lost in the bullshit of this shouldn't be happening at all. Tool. Isn't there a way to bring up... There. No, I don't. I can't see that over there. That's great. Okay. Goddamn. Texture. Texture node editor, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'm at a loss. This does not make sense. None of it. Absolutely nothing. I'm sure when I figured it out, I'll get really pissed off because it'll be something that shouldn't be happening that gets in my way. I get so aggravated by that dumb shit. Because I know it's not nothing. It's absolutely nothing I did. Let's see here. I don't know. Don't know. All of that's straight though. So non-color. All that should be non-color, linear, whatever. It's none of it's working anyway. Um, what if I do this and I say open? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Open. Of course, I got to navigate to this horse shit again. Why not? Characters. I just hate when dumb shit like this wastes my time, you know? Spend so much time on dumb shit. Let's see here. Animation, studio. Apparently I just moved far away from this thing that I need. Textures. God. There we go. Let's see here. Assets. There we go. Characters, flight deck. Let's see here. Base. Now it's not base color. Base color is per texture map. Rank. Sarah. Okay, so let's do that. Open image. That's the RGB. I don't know. I'm at a loss. Complete loss. This should have fixed it. Ah, come on. Shit. Okay, gotta go back through this garbage again. This is getting obnoxious. Okay, assets, 3D, characters, come on. Flight deck. Wasting my damn time. Textures, come on, damn it. It's green base that has that, okay. Copy. So now this is going to be metallic. Roughness. There, I got you now, bastard. Okay, roughness. Roughness. Okay. There, normal. There, and normal. Still looks like jack shit. Just don't know. Height. Don't need the height because that's... Wow. What a pile of shit. Maybe the clothes isn't fitting well in the character. I don't think it's a character. It's the way this is coming in, the UDIM shit, garbage, whatever. Because even if I hide the character... Well, let's see. No, I want to hide the character. Yeah, see, it's still jack shit. Okay, let's do this. Okay, and then there, sleeves. Yeah, so I don't think what this could be though. Strength. Even if I put it all the way up, it's not. What is the strength of lighting here? It is that strength 2. That lighting That's the lighting. Strength 2. Everything's the same. It just looks like jack shit. Did anything over here get messed up because Blender just randomly decided to change things? Vector, UV. Wow. Man, this is garbage. Shift A. Search. Texture. Image. Open. The base color is right here. Okay. I'm just going to try to redo it. I don't know what else to do. There. This is so jacked. I don't know. Let me see if I take off. See, that's still light colored. I don't know what's happening. Base color. This is, oh God. Soldier, flight deck crew, base color, you know, okay. Wait a minute. What version is this? It's 3.6. I don't know. It's linear. I think I have to come out of here and do that again. Well, I switched it back. Why did it get screwed? Oh, because that's not what I'm using, though. What the hell? I don't even have that one plugged in. Tiles. And now it's like just completely jacked. There's something with the way these UDMI files are working. I don't get it. I don't know why they have to be that damn difficult to work with. Base color. I mean, how did that get jacked? And I move it back, and it's still screwed. I mean, how is that? I've updated this. I don't know how else to update it. Is there a refresh here or something? It almost seems like there should be a I don't know, man. That is just absolutely asinine nuts. Just fucking beyond stupid. But it happened to me one day. Maybe the clothes isn't fitting well on the character. It happened to me one day, and the textures changed its colors. Yeah, and I've turned off the character, so that can't be it. Blender is just deciding to do weird, dumb shit for random reasons, you know? I don't know what else to say. I mean, it's in another file here, and I'm using the same thing. Everything's set up the same way. I mean, how can you jack this so hard? I don't understand why this is doing this. And it'll probably piss me off massively when I find out what it is, because it'll be something incredibly stupid that wasted my time. I hate shit that wastes my time like this. It's like a massive pet peeve of mine. Okay, so of course I don't have that up. Why would I? Let's see here. Let's see. Okay, let's go in here. Wow, this is jacked bullshit. File. Let's just go. It's already there, so easy does import. Yeah, come there, copy. There you go. Enter. Come here. Enter. Okay. Come here. Go over here. Shader editor. File. Append. I can't link. Well, I could link, but okay, so grab this. Clothing. There it is. Over there. Move over there. Why when I grab it the first time does it always not want to do what I want it to do? Let's see here. Okay, so we'll go to that piece of crap right there. Wasting my afternoon on this shit. Let's see here. File, we'll select that collection and go File, Scene Collection. File, Unrigged. No. Yeah, Clothing. Collection. Sarah. And it will undoubtedly be jacked. Now, it doesn't have the names in there like it did. The color space isn't set in the original file. It's not set here. I think it's still massively jacked. Yeah, it's still fucked sideways. God, that's damn aggravating. Wow, this is ass. Here's for review. I actually just have this on default over here, and I think I'm using open image denoise. Not that that matters, but yeah. And I have import. Yeah. Don't need to do that. That doesn't matter though. Yeah, I don't know. This is just being a piece of shit right now. No idea why that's not working. And then this changed. Why did the color space change over here? It was not in there, and then it jacked it up. Because over here, the color space, it isn't even set in the original file. So why does this thing keep wanting to jack it up? I don't understand. Garbage ass shit, man, I tell you. Try import to close separately. That ain't gonna do anything. I'll try it, but it's just not gonna do anything useful. Because I don't know why it's all separate, so I don't know why that would matter. Well, append, but thank you for the suggestion, yeah. Jesus. we go. And I'm going to do that. Say there. Often go bananas at my PC. I go bananas at my Blender when it just like wants to jack around. What's going on, Ricky Roma? How are you doing today? Welcome into the stream. Yeah, it's still jacked. Yeah, it's crap. See, I don't understand why it's doing that. It doesn't make any sense at all, you know? Yeah, I can import the character there, but there's no guarantee that it's randomly not going to jack itself up, you know what I mean? That's a good suggestion, Vesmentos. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's deciding to do that. And it's not so much my PC, it's just Blender being douchey right now. And then it sets all these values. What is it that's doing that? I'm good. How is live trading? So I'm good, but I'm annoyed at Blender right now doing dumb shit. Random dumb shit. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what I'll do, but I don't like that idea of not being able to import the... And maybe I'll have to do that for this tutorial and figure out this other, you know, absolute bullshit nonsense later. Yeah, it just doesn't make any kind of sense, whatever. And I do non-color, it doesn't give a shit. Non-color. The vest. I mean, that's what those things are supposed to be. These shouldn't be RGB anyway. They should be non-color. You know? And I've got the lighting strength up. So, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to figure that out later, I guess. Materials. It's a blend mode or something that randomly just shit itself. There we go. Is Blender wasting your time? Yes, it is. It's wasting my time massively right now. Just dumb shit is happening that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Select that, select it, select it, select it, select it. There we go. I don't understand it. Oh, that's such a waste of my time. Yeah, I guess what I could do is make a duplicate. Right now, I will make a duplicate of this, and we'll figure out that absolute dumb shit later. I swear it's going to piss me off when I figure it out, too, because wasting my time just makes me angry. Like, just hours on end doing stupid shit like that. So we're going to make one like this, and I'm going to make a copy of it. There we go. Copy. I put a node layout in 3D chat. Sorry for spamming. No, that's fine. Let me take a look at it. Open browser. I need to be able to see that better. There we go. So a mission. Oh, you're adding a mission into it? Is that what it is? Well, that's okay. Well, maybe there's a mission on it. I didn't see any mission on the original though. There's a mission strength is 1. Did that get set to 0 for some reason? Maybe that got to set to 0 for some reason. Okay, we have that. Hold on. We're going to bring this back in. I'm not going to bring the character. I'm just going to bring the clothing in. So let's go all delete. Okay, file, append. Maybe the emission strength got turned down. Because it is 1 over here, but it's black, so that shouldn't matter. Oh, dear God. Okay, all right, copy. Okay, so this is that append. Just append the collection, right? And then select the collection there, bring that in over here. Let's look at the materials, okay? So there, shader node, home. Oh, select one of these, home. So, yeah, that's already one. So I don't, everything is identical. It's like, but when I go into cycles or something, you see how the color space, that's not even set there. It's not set in the original either, okay? There's no color space selection there, which is exactly like the original. But the problem is when I start going into cycles, then it changes that. No, it's not changed now. Scene lights. Okay. What the hell's going on? Is it because I did Eevee first or something? I mean, what the hell is this? What this shit is going on, man? I guess you have to hold your head just right in order for this to work. Dumb shit. Random dumb shit. Let me try this. Blender. We'll import the character again and do what we just did. Don't go into Eevee, go into cycles. Okay. So let's change it from Eevee. I don't know. I can't see why putting it in Eevee would have anything to do with it. But let's leave that. File, and we're going to import the character. Boom. Import the character. We're going to come down here to DAZ importer. There we go. Easy import DAZ. Go to the character location. Copy. There. Come on. There we go. There we go. And now, there. Okay. Bring her in. Cycle settings have been updated. Oh. There are different light path settings for the character. One thing Diffeomorphic does is it changes the light paths for cycles and makes them really, really high. It's not right now, though. What do I have it set to over here? The light paths for cycles. I don't think it's cycles, though, because it happens in Eevee also. So if we come over here, go here. Light paths. Yeah, that's the same. Leave it. Might have fixed the light path things because this, whenever you'd import a character, all of these would be changed to 32, and now they're not, and the character looks good. File. We're gonna, okay, go to collection. File. Append. Okay. Then we're gonna go to clothing. Clothing. Clothing unrigged. Okay, so now we're going to append, collection, Sarah. There we go. We're just going to go right to cycles. All right. And take that. Why is it okay now? See, there's no reasoning and rationale for that. That's irritating. Blender just, I don't know, something's just randomly deciding to do dumb shit. There is no rational explanation for that. Now, I do know, like, over here, the color space and things aren't selected. I think that's handled through the UDIM tiles, and when they get set, it screws things up. I don't know why they were getting set, though. That's the thing. Anyway, random shit. I don't know. But, hey, Soren, what's going on? Sorry, I was a little late. I was doing some stuff. You don't have any scene lights, so enable scene lights makes it darker. Yeah, well, no, I don't need scene lights on because I'm using environmental lights. I'm using the viewport lighting, which is fine. I'm doing the same thing over here, Anacule. I'm doing the same thing over here. I'm not using scene lights. I'm using viewport lights, which is the default. You select an HDRI. There's a set of standard HDRIs, and then you can adjust the strength like this. Now, if I render it, this viewport lighting won't be on. It'll be really dark. This is just for the viewport, so this works. It has to do with how they were imported. For some reason, the color spaces were selected here. I don't know why. It happened when well, let's save this first. Save as. Okay, so we're going to save this as... my bad. A scene world seems to... Oh, well, you may be right. Let me check that, Anacule. Thank you. Now, you said scene world. Yes, scene world does. Because you are using the lights in the scene. There aren't any lights in the scene right now, and there are no scene lights. So if you turn these off, you're saying use viewport lighting, which only works for the viewport. So if I render it, it's going to look like that. Scene lighting allows you to turn on just lights for the viewport. But, you know, that's what I have set over here too. So the viewport shading is the same. I'm using the same HDRI and the strength of 2. Now this one says something different here. It has compositor here. And I don't know if that's because over here I have compositing turned on. And over there I don't. No, I do. That's weird. I don't know why I don't have that on over there. Okay, so it's all that looks the same. Let's do this. Turn this on. We'll say tools. Where is it? Timing, right? Mode. Delay. 5 seconds. Say new. Where's my... Okay, new. Over here. And grab that. Minimize that, and then we can compare the two. There. And let's look at it side by... Oh, shit. Okay, I can't. I'll look at it side by side here. That's interesting. I don't have some of the selections that I have over there. This has render pass on it, but it's not over here. Strange. I don't have options in the viewport shading that I do have in the original file, which is strange. I have render pass combined on there, but then after that I have compositor, disabled, camera, always. I don't know. But one of the things I do notice is that this down here, these color space items aren't filled in. It's when they get filled in that I think maybe you're overriding what the UDIM tiles have set, and that caused a problem. Soren, how are you doing today, by the way, my friend? How are you doing today? Well, it seems to be fixed, Ricky. Like Investmotos was... I don't know. Sometimes when I import this Ricky Roma. I import this. And by the way, Soren, it's good to see you. Woo! Glad to have you in here today. Welcome into the stream, my friend. Longtime friend of Twitch over here. Scene World seems to be making it darker. Yeah, because it's Scene World. What's bothering you in Blender? Because I bring these, the clothing in, and it comes in very dark. I was messing with the character's skin, and all of a sudden, when I did that, it changed the look of the clothing. And that has the textures of the skin has nothing to do with the textures of the clothing. Something, somehow, some way, change these color space values. And I think when you select these color space values, it's overwriting the default setting in the UDIM file setup, maybe. UDIM is, isn't that like a multiple file system where if like you select one file, it sets it for everything? Like all the your other textures, like the metallic, the normal, and the roughness, all that automatically gets brought in. So you only have to select one file. But for some reason, when I was bringing it in, this color space was getting set in the image texture node. And you see right here, there's no selection for that. Because I think it's automatically using what comes in the UDIM file, and it's overwriting it here. It's fixed, but I'd like to know why it's happening so that if it happens again, I know what to do, because I don't know what to do now. You know, I was messing around with it. I didn't change anything, and all of a sudden it's working. But anyway, let's move along. But that's it, Ricky Roma. It's just shit, you know. But anyway, I have the character size to the right size there. But there is some poke through. Now, I will admit, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to delete the rig. I hope deleting the rig doesn't reset these textures for some stupid reason. We'll see. No, thank God. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mess around. You see here how her arms poke through? Now, there's a couple of ways to do this, to fix it. You can select this and go into edit mode, tab into edit mode, and just delete that geometry. That's what I did. It prevents the poke through. It gets rid of it. Some of the geometry I want to keep, like the wrist, because there's certain ways that the arm will bend when it's rigged where you'll see the wrist. So I like to have that showing. The rest of it really don't need that much. You're going to need part of the head and stuff like that. Another thing you could do is while you're in edit mode, you can go and add a modifier that is a mask. So what you do in the mask modifier is you can basically create vertex groups and say hide these vertex groups. So you basically go into, where's the mask modifier? I could create new vertex groups and assign them to the modifier. And sorry for getting salty, Ricky Roma, but everyone gets that way sometimes. Or maybe you enjoyed my salt rage. I know I enjoy a good salt rage every now and then. I mean, look at my hair. It's salt and pepper, mostly salty. Tells you a little bit about me, right? Physical appearance. Woo! Okay, where's the damn, is it deform, modify? Oh, mask modifier. So what we can do with the mask modifier is basically we could say, okay, I want to set up like hide this geometry right here. And let's just say I want to make that geometry. I go into vertex groups and I create a new group and I say add, let's say, arm right. Okay. What's going on? Soren! Woo! You like my salt rages, man? Oh, believe me, I got some salt rages over on Twitch when I was over there too. Let's not do this. Let's take this. Take that off there. Frosty the hair? Yeah, it's mostly frosty now. There's a lot more white than there used to be, and it's increasing every day. Oh my God. So what we're going to do is assign those vertex groups and say assign those. So now we have a vertex group that has that name. And then what we could do with the mask modifier is we could go in and say, okay, let's take and say, it'd be A, right? So I think these are alphabetized. Can you search here? Why? Okay, why is this? Is there no search feature over here? Oh, I can type it in though. ARM, right there. Okay. And we can basically enable that in edit mode also. Now it's by default, it's showing those vertices and hiding everything else. So what you have to do is invert this. Now it's hiding those vertices and showing the character. So you're able to hide and mask the parts of the character. Half Century Club for the win. Absolutely. Woo! And what do they call those? What is a 50-year-old centenarian? No. There's names for like when you get 50, even 40s. I think there's a names for each. It's not generation like Gen Z, Gen X, boomers or whatever. It's there every 10 years there's a name for your like that age, that decade age group you're in. I think centenarian is 70 or something like that. I don't remember shit, man. I'm too old for that shit. But what you could do is go in and mask them. And I could do that, you know. We could just go in. I can show you how to mask that. What we could do is basically take all of the vertices we see are poking through here. And in some cases, I think deform works a little better because you're going to hide or just... I actually deform the head a little bit. The centenarian. Yes, centenarian or something like that. There's things like that. There's things and shit. Okay, so what we could do is we could just say like change the name of this and make it hide poke through. So that way, if you wanted to put different clothes on there, you wanted to have like more area of the skin exposed, you can always just remove the mask modifier. Or like, yeah, like disable it, I should say. So to hide poke through. So we could do that. And then over here in the mask modifier, we can say hide poke through, select that one, and that will hide it. Then what we can do is just add additional vertices to that vertex group. So we can come in here, select the vertex group, and then take additional vertices, and then say assign those there also. And because we have the mask modifier turned on, it's just going to hide everything that pokes through. But we still have the original vertices. Now what I did is just deleted them. But you can do this as well. The other thing you can do is I can actually modify the geometry of the existing clothing and kind of move it out and bend it and use some base sculpting tools to kind of modify the geometry of the clothing to better wrap around and fit the character. Is there modifiers that automatically do that? Is there some kind of... I wonder if I rig it. There's a setting in auto-rigpro where you could... Let me try something. A person between 50 and 59 is called a quin... Yeah, I can't say that. I don't even know what it means. A quinquagenarian. Okay, so that's what I am. A modifier. Well, maybe I misspoke. Katerina. Let's do this, and let's do this, and let's go F3, and I think it's. I don't know this'll. I don't think this will work. No, I don't. No, that's not. Yeah, that's not gonna. That doesn't help. That just transfers basically. That would transfer weight mapping and stuff like that. But basically, you know, and I don't want to mess with trying to modify the clothing. I think it's just easier to go in there and you know, hide. Wait a minute. Did I delete that? Shouldn't have deleted. Did I delete it? I didn't mean to delete it. That was dumb. Okay. There we go. That was my fault, though. We can always add it back. So mask, and we'll do that. Hide. What? Did I delete the... What did I do wrong? Oh, I must have undone. Shrink wrap, it'd probably deform a lot. Yeah, you could also make a lattice and edit that way, but that's a lot of work. Well, let's try shrink wrap just to see what it does. I mean, we're playing around here. We're just hanging out, right? So if I do and put a shrink wrap modifier around, yeah, I think that'll deform maybe not so good. There we go. Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, that didn't work too well. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe we could, hold on. Nah. Yeah, that didn't help too much. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go ahead and do what I did because it's the quickest way. But it's good to try that out, right? You could also make a lattice mess with the offset. Oh, yeah, I could do that too, right? I think it's not going to look good, though. What was it? It was on surface? Wow. Oh, that went down to the... Oh, because I took... target. I think I did... Now what happened to it? Yeah, Grease Edition, exactly. Oh, yeah, it's worth a shot. Yeah, certainly. Certainly. No, not the limit. You're talking about adjust offset. I don't see... Oh, yeah, offset right here. Yeah. Woo! Look at that, man. Perfect. Nailed it. This is exactly what I'm going to use. This is... yeah, we're done. We don't need a rig or anything. This is fine. Actually, that worked out pretty good. No. It didn't do too bad. But, you know, her arm, yeah. Actually worked pretty good. Katerina. It worked pretty good. But I don't... It makes it look kind of weird because now this part over here should be kind of in more. You know what I mean? And I'm just cool with... it's worth a try, though, you know? Yeah, that's definitely a way to do it. You wanted to play around with it. I think it's going to deform to the point where it's not going to look good. Curious why you keep the base mesh underneath to save the poly count. I don't, Katrina. I delete the base mesh underneath. I only keep parts of the base mesh underneath that I know are going to poke through clothing. So most of it I delete. You're right. Most of it I do delete. I don't keep it. The reason that I was doing I was using the mask modifier is because in case I wanted to change the clothing later on, or I wanted to have some skin show through, then I could just bring it all back. And now if I delete it, then I gotta bring the character back in, re-rig it, and all that kind of stuff. But I don't need to. Yeah, like I said, I mostly went through and I just deleted it. For the most part. Mm-hmm. And I haven't had an episode where I've changed the clothing, but I think maybe sometime I might just have like her wearing a sweatshirt, you know, without like this heavy clothing on the characters. And then if that's the case, yeah, some of their, like, they might have the gloves off, the hands show through. So, yeah. So I was just showing how to use the mask modifier here to kind of hide the stuff, you know? So there, and we are going to go hiding. Let's see. Hiding. Yeah, I use the mask all the time. It makes it easier to add clothing. Deleting it means you may have to add the, yes. And Quasi, that I've deleted all the original and the stuff I have. So, you know, if I want to actually do different clothing, I'm probably going to have to go back and re-rig everything. We need a new product instead of figures you dress, clothing you add to anatomy onto. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know what I mean? But, you know, I haven't had an episode where I didn't have them wearing this clothing, so it's not really been an issue yet, you know? Absolutely. The only issue might be is if you apply the mask modifier, then you can't turn it off, you know? So what I was going to do is go back here, go bit of vertex group hiding, but that's why I do what I do. So add hiding, hide. I may grab something to eat here real quick. I'll stay on the stream, just grab a little, maybe some bread and cheese or something like that. Some Ezekiel bread. It's good shit, man. Woo! Okay, so that's what we're going to do. And we're going to go into edit mode. And then we can assign these vertices. And I don't have to be in cycles. There's no reason to be in cycles. Let's see here. There. And I'm not going to go through this level of detail in the tutorial. I'm just going to kind of show it and have it set up so that I'll have it already ready and then I can apply the rig. Yeah, I won't go through all this in cycles or in the tutorial. I'll skip over it. So, but I agree. We need that product. Alter Ego, Kaz. What is your favorite horror movie? My favorite horror movie? Wow. Okay. Used to be Halloween with Michael Myers, but I think now the Saw movies are my favorite. Absolutely, by far. Saw movies. That's really got a lot of gore, but it's got a interesting story to it because, you know, it's like Jigsaw is a very, very warped vigilante, you know? He thinks he's doing the right thing to people. And I'm not saying that some people he captured and did that to, man, they were assholes. But I think he got some that just didn't really do stuff that was that bad, but he was a vigilante trying to teach lessons, you know? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Nightmare on Elm Street is a good one. Like, that's a classic one. Out of the classic ones, probably Halloween. But I like me some Jason Voorhees, though, you know? He's always my go-to. He's a protagonist, man. He was saving Camp Crystal Lake. Every other person in there was an antagonist. Where the actual Elm Street is? Oh, that's pretty cool. Where they filmed it. Did you see the remake? Did you see the remake of it? I heard it wasn't as good. I haven't seen it, actually. Otherwise, and it wasn't successful. Otherwise, if it was, they would have wound up making a series out of it. It just didn't go anywhere. Didn't have Robert Englund in there, you know? So I'm going to assign this. Assign that to there and go there. Now, what I may do is I'm not going to go through all of this for you guys. I mean, I could show you basically once I go over here and then I select that vertex group over here and I go to hiding poke through or hide poke through, then all of that stuff, actually I got to reverse it. Object mode. So it hides that stuff, but we want to reverse that so we hide the things that are poking through. So basically that's what I do. I either use a mask modifier or just delete the geometry that I don't need. So Nowhere, the idea was born. It's in Potsdam, New York, where Wes Craven, right, was professoring. Wow, that's crazy. He was a professor? I didn't know that. That's wild. I think, isn't Peter Weller a professor too? RoboCop? I think he teaches at like universities and stuff. So let's do this. I want to show you the auto-rigpro part. I'm going to go grab a little snack real quick because I'm hungry, but I'm going to show you this. So basically what I do is I bring in the character like this. You saw me delete the DAZ Genesis 8's rig, okay? Probably what I'll do for the tutorial is I'll show a little bit of doing this, but I'm not gonna go over the whole thing, you know? And then the next step, I will show it like this with everything hidden, looking good, and then apply the rig. So the huge houses are frat houses on Elm Street. Oh, they are? Huh, that's crazy. That's wild. Yeah, I would say, what's your, Ricky Roma, what's your favorite horror movie? I would say I went recently and saw the Saw movies. So, Saw. I think the weakest one of them was the one that, the last one. I think it came out in 2019. It was, what was it called? Circles or Spiral. And it was created by Chris Rock. I appreciate and respect the fact that Chris Rock wanted to continue the series. And I don't know, it just wasn't as good. It didn't have the guy who plays Jigsaw. What's his name? The actor's name. I can't remember the actor's name. He wasn't in it other than like images and referring to him in the past because there was a copycat killer. I just didn't like it. It wasn't like as much. I don't know. I didn't like it as much. It was okay. I respect the fact that Chris Rock wanted to continue it, but they're going to come out with another movie in October of this year. It's Saw. They're coming out with a new Saw movie this year. Bruce Campbell. I like Bruce Campbell. He's good. He's good. I like Bruce Campbell. He's awesome. He's in Spider-Man. Not the No Way Home or the new stuff. The old stuff. The original Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire. And wasn't he in the second one where he's that theater usher where he's standing there and looking at Peter trying to get in, and he keeps telling him to fix his tie, to fix his clothing and stuff like that, and he thinks, oh, it's okay to go in, and then he starts to try to run. He goes, what is it that you want? So Bruce Campbell's character wouldn't even acknowledge and talk to like Tobey Maguire's character, like Peter Parker's character, until he made his presentable. Until he made himself presentable, and then he said, okay, now you are worthy to talk to me. That was funny. That was really funny. I haven't seen Burn Notice. Yeah. I haven't watched a lot of Bruce Campbell stuff except for the one where he had the chainsaw on his arm. That's like a later Army of Darkness. They remade Army of Darkness, though. But I heard it's not so much horror. It's more horror than it is comedy now, right? So let's do this. Sure, we can show that. I really don't want to save it. it was irritating not knowing why that was happening. So thank you guys for helping me try to figure that out. I do massively appreciate it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in and we're going to add another one here. We're gonna go in clothing over here. We're gonna delete this because I kind of figured out what was the deal with that, and we're gonna do that. And what I want to do is go with the rigged character and delete her geometry and everything, and we're gonna rig it from that point. Just kind of show what it looks like and say, okay, this is what I'm gonna do, and then this is how you can handle poke through. It's how I handle poke through, you know. And I mentioned that, and thanks to Katerina, I'll mention that in the video, that she recommended the shrink wrap modifier. If you like, you can play around with that, and it could also be a possibility as well. So yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in okay. Oh, right here. I'm going to bring in our character. She's fully rigged, ready to go, and I'm going to bring in a version of her that I'm going to save where I delete the auto-rigpro rig because I'm going to do this. Okay, this way. So we're going to come over here and okay, we're going to do that. Tutorials. There we go. And we're going to go rigging series, auto-rigpro. Yeah, what's your favorite horror movie, Ricky Roma? Are you into horror movies? I have a friend, his name is Cinema Critics. He reviews movies and shows. He's a partnered YouTube channel. He streams sometimes, games, but he does movie reviews and reviews of shows. He is massively into horror movies. He loves horror movies. And like zombie movies, like gore movies, and he likes a lot of things, okay? But he's also into horror, too. Introduction, me. So we're gonna take this file, save as, and we're gonna go into here in my tutorial information, enter that, and we're gonna say set. So we get our backup, okay? And yeah, so all of these I bought from the store. And Investmentos, if you're interested in this flight deck clothing, I bought that from here, CG Trader. Everything I buy. Now, I may have to modify it for my own purposes. I can retexture. I can modify geometry the way I want to. But no, I have other people do this. This is from Albin. I've talked to him. Really cool dude. I haven't just bought his... I also bought his... he has basically a pilot suit for an F-35, and they have that really super advanced helmet. I took this gear and made a Navy pilot's uniform out of it and modified the helmet to look like a more conventional helmet from the 1990s when I was in the Navy. So if you look at him, I have him. He's a DAZ Genesis. No, he's a DAZ Michael III. And he is right here. I'll show him to you. I will show him off. I will show you my skills. I will do it. No, that's not what I wanted. And I got so many damn windows open here. All over the place. Jeez. Textures. Here we go. Let's start from here. Pilots are right here, and I've got them ready too. We're going to see one in the next episode. But this commanding officer. Let's bring in the decimated one because it's really high polygon. In Brazil, it's not possible. $28 is like $100. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, that's huge. Yeah, there. And he's fully rigged. I took the F-35 pilot's clothing, put it on him. So if I hide the rig, here, I can show you. This is a Genesis. No, this is a Michael III. Very, very old character. I do have some hair for him. I'm not sure why it's not. Oh, right here. No. There we go. He feels the need for speed. So, and I took the F-35 helmet, took some of the extra components off of it, and modified it to make it look like a more conventional helmet. And then I edited the face shield. But that's the F-35 clothing. Then what I did is I modified the textures, put the squadron logo on it, on one side, like that I was in, right there. And then I put, because he's an F-14 pilot, I put Tomcat there. And then I put the commander's rank on the shoulder, because he was a commander. And that was all modification I did. And then I edited him. He's fully rigged, so you can basically turn the rig on and yeah, move his hand and stuff like that. You know, he's ready to rock and roll. He's all rigged up. Now there's some poke through and stuff. I got to work on him a little bit. You know, generally if you don't see it, doesn't matter. But yeah, I got to work on this a little bit. I haven't refined him yet, but he is rigged, so looks good. There we go. And his eyes, everything is all locked into place, you know. I don't know why his skin comes in like that. It does it with a Michael 3. I have no idea why. So if I come over here and move his eyes around, his eyes will follow like that. We got him set up. The mouth is messed up. I do have to fix it because I'm going to have to lip sync him in my new show. But I mean, he's a Michael 3. He looks really good. You know, this character is 15 years old. He came out. He's pre-DAZ Studio. He's back when DAZ3D was making characters and models specifically for Poser that they eventually competed with by making DAZ Studio. But yeah, he's like 2002, 2005, something like that. Very old. But I like his looks. He looks like a pilot. So I don't care how old he is. He looks good, you know? That's what matters to me. So let's bring in Sarah. So wait a minute. We were gonna. Oh yeah, we were gonna take her rig and X, delete the rig. Just get rid of it. We don't need it. But I'm gonna say this is set. Okay. X. I should have done. Hold on. Delete hierarchy. And then what we can do is go into the clean up recursive data blocks. Why did it go away? Hold on. Clean up. There. So that should take care of all the rig and everything like that. Then what I'll do is save that as there. So I have the rigged version already saved and set up. Art of Art! Woo! What is going on today, my friend? Welcome into the stream. Good to see you. Glad to have you back in here with us. Hello to you, my friend. I'm glad you could join us for today's lovely adventure. Lovely stream, right? Oh, you love to see it. Love to see faces come by. Hey, if you're new to the show, come on in here and say hello. And believe me, I can give you a woo. Woo! Oh my God, and guess what? Oh my goodness, look at DAZ3D liked my my live stream. Are you out there lurking in the shadows? Get in here, Daz. If you're watching, get in here and talk to the people. We're listening, all right? Yeah, look at Daz liked my, they've been liking my stuff lately. That's pretty cool. I just think that's cool that being acknowledged by a studio that makes some of the stuff that I use, you know? It's just cool, you know? It's like, hey, if the Blender Foundation liked my stuff, it's the equivalent of if the Blender Foundation come in and said, hey, I like what you're doing. It's just cool. It's a cool feeling to know that you're recognized like that, right? Woo! That's boss level shit right there, man. It certainly is. So Twitter. Oh, what else? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there we go. There it is. All right. DAZ3D is lurking. Wonderful being here. Thank you. Hey, she looks fantastic. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. The character? Are you Daz? Are you the one that liked my stuff, Art of Art? Are you the mole in my chat? Woo! Love it. No comment. Sorry, no comment. No comment. All right. I'm going to turn off denoising because I just don't need it right now, you know? It's messing with my chi. So we're going to turn that off. Yeah, just bring it in. I don't need denoising right now. So what I did basically is I deleted, and I'm going to use this as the setup because they'll say, okay, you can hide or delete the geometry, or as I'm going to do that as another suggestion. Thanks to Katerina, I am going to add that as another. I plead the fifth. So we know the truth. Okay, it's an admission of guilt. Okay, all right. I accept because I run a channel here where the community recognizes that you're guilty until proven innocent. All right, just like in that the Next Generation episode where they were looking like the very first episode. Remember, Encounter at Farpoint, where they meet the Q and they get judged, and basically the world's courts changed from innocent until proven guilty. It's guilty until proven innocent. Okay, that's how I run my show. All right, all right. Okay, thank you. All right, so here we go. We're going to come in here, and Art of Art, it's an honor to have you. Thank you so much for coming in here. I appreciate that. Eager, I appreciate you being in here too. All of you guys, man, you make my day. This is the reason I do the live streams. If I didn't want to hang out with people, I wouldn't do the live streams. Most important thing is talking to hanging out with you guys. Whatever you want to talk about. I mean, our brother Ricky Roma was talking about what my favorite horror movie. You still owe me an answer to yours, Ricky Roma. Okay, don't forget, because I am going to press you on that, even if you come in the next stream. All right, I need to know your favorite horror movie. So we're going to do this. All right, we're not going to use Quick Rig because I demonstrated that doesn't work really well. Okay, it just does not work well for taking the DAZ rig and converting it into auto-rigpro. I haven't had good experience with it, so what I do is I delete the DAZ rig and then I just apply auto-rigpro. As you can see, she's fully fit in her clothing here. This is a DAZ Genesis 8 character inside of, nicely fitted to this clothing here. From the amazing Albin, who I've had a chance to talk with, as I was showing before, tutorial, and I do have this too, I was just showing this, but right there. So I have this is Blender clothing linked to her. And she's in the T-pose because, like I said, I use Mixamo animations, and being in the T-pose is better. So I use that add-on as I was showing you, getting her changed from Agent Unawares. Thank you, Agent Unawares, if you're watching in the shadows ever at all. Thank you for making a great script for DAZ Studio that allowed me to do this, okay? Woo! All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go into, I forgot how to use auto-rigpro. Okay, let's go to rig, and we're going to go to take, I think what we do is we take the skin first, where the mesh, I'm going to do mesh of Sarah. Now, one thing you'll notice, and I'm not really going to discuss it right here, but I've separated a lot of her parts, her tongue, teeth, upper gums, lower gums, left eye, right eye, eyelashes. That wasn't separated before. I am going to show you why I do that when I get to the second tutorial where I rig the face. This is just going to be for the body. When you rig the face, it's important to make these separate meshes because auto-rigpro does a much better job at handling. Woo! What is going on today? And emotions is in here. Got some tomfoolery going on. You know there's going to be tomfoolery when you come in here, my friend. And emotions, let me go ahead and check your channel out. All right, man, you got to go check each other's channel out. And emotion, why does your channel not come up whenever I look for it? Why are you buried deep within the algorithm? I don't understand that. Animotion's channel. I don't understand why you don't come up, my friend. Go click on Animotion and go follow his channel because he makes some really cool AI-generated shorts that I have enjoyed watching. So he's been diving deep into anim and embracing AI and its involvement within the 3D community. So he's been talking about that. Yeah, that really aggravates me that they don't have your channel come up right here. It's buried. I don't know why. Anyway, check him out. Follow his channel, please. I'm looking forward to the face rigging. That's always quite it is intimidating, and I promise you, I'm gonna get this tutorial. I'm gonna do my best to get this tutorial out on Monday for the body, and then the face is going to be the next one, no more than a week later. Okay. How to make good stories for my games? That's a good question, my friend. What ideas do you have? Do you have a basic idea of, like a general idea of whatever you want to do? What manner, is what Animotion says. Please go follow Animotions. He does some good stuff. I mean, you'll enjoy it, you know? Follow each other, you know, subscribe. Sorry, Twitch days. Yes, I like your stuff, Animotions. Thank you for being here. Always an honor to have you in here with me. We are tomfoolering around, let me tell you. So I am going to grab mesh, tongue, teeth, fine, gums, eyelashes, and then get the rest. Boots, do. Probably could just do this all at once, but you know, whatever. Okay. And then I want to say, get selected objects. Right now, we are going to do full body. Okay. And we'll do facial later. So I don't know why her face looks like charcoal right now. Got no idea. Got no explanation, man. It's above me. So it doesn't really matter too much. But this is where we add the markers, okay? Is to look for some YouTube channels that deal with... That is a good idea. It's a good idea. If you follow a channel called C. Bailey Film, C. Bailey Film. He actually did a full, huge tutorial show on going from, and you know, Animotions makes some good shows too. He makes some really good storytelling stuff too. So you might want to watch his stuff. And you can watch my Navy stories and stuff that I do too. But what I would recommend is checking out C. Bailey Film, because he goes from like the basics of storytelling all the way up until making models in Blender. He made an entire short film all the way from the beginning of storyboarding and thinking of his idea all the way to the final film and making everything in Blender. Tail Foundry? Oh, that's cool. I don't know about them. I'll have to check them out. So let's put the markers on there. So what you do is you basically take the markers, and that tells you where to go to put the stuff. Basically, you supply the markers for where you want things to go. Add chin. Okay, why is the character's face black? That's not helping me. I need to be able to have some better guides than that. What was the point of that? I mean, why did you... Oh, because I'm in cycles. Let's go over here. That's it. So let's go get selected objects. Full body. That's better. Much better. Can you provide a link? On Chrome. If you want Anacurl, I can make you a mod and you can put the link in there. Would you like that? You've been here. You've been awesome. Love you to death. You're not going to be... You're awesome. So, yeah. I can make you a mod and you can put it in here if you want to. Okay. So, let's go and add the neck. So, we can actually grab that again. Neck right about there. Chin there. Let me zoom in on that. Grab chin there. And then shoulders. Yeah. Oh, it's got lines in there now. I don't remember that. That's interesting. Wrists. That's kind of cool. I like that. That's neat. You know, you can use ARP rig for the body and keep the DAZ face rig and use DAZ mimic. Oh! What? Really? And emotions? I did not know that. Interesting. So, do you have a tutorial on that? Okay. That is interesting. That, dude, you just may change my whole world there, Animotions. Because I'm looking for a good lip syncing tool. I use Rhubarb, but Rhubarb is stuck at version 3.3 because it can't handle Asset Browser. You have to use Pose Library, and Pose Library has gone away. So if I can do that, that may be pretty good. I may have to do that because it could definitely speed up everything in my workflow. I tried using, what is it here? Omniverse. Audio to face sync. I got it working. I had to do backflips. There was lots of crazy stuff I had to do, but I got it in there and got it working. It was cool. Okay. Tutorial. I'm going to check that out. Oh, man. I wish I could find your... I'll make you a mod too, Animotions. Then you can post your link, okay? Let me go do this. 700! Made it to 700 subscribers. Thank you so much. Let me do something. We're going to go to... Where's that at? It's in settings, right? Settings, community. Okay, so here it is. It's Emotions. Why does your channel not come up, bro? Animotions. I don't understand why your channel doesn't come up, man. Hold on. I got it. Animotions. Oh my God, I can't believe your channel doesn't come up, man. It's Animotions. Why? Let me look at this. What is the tag of your channel here? Why can't I get to your channel, man? Oh, he's not going to do that, man. Look, I don't ban anyone. I've had people come in insulting me. And, yeah. I don't get it easily offended. I don't know how to get it. Okay, let's go Anicule. Let's see if I can find Anicule. Why? Why in God's name can I not find you guys? I'll have to do it after the stream. Auto dialect and emotions. Okay, let's look for that. Oh. Come on, man! I copied that over there. What? Copy. Let me copy your name. Okay, at. Ah, there we go. All right, go ahead and post your link then. Then, what's yours, Anicule? Is there a Anicule? What is your? So I got you. Go ahead and post the link if you want to, Animotions, and then Anicule. See, that the name is not always the same, though. You know what I mean? It's not. Anicule. The at part of it could be different, which is why I'm having trouble with it. Anicule channel. Yeah, you're not showing up. I wish there was a way that you could just right-click and say, make this person a mod. There it is. There's the tutorials. Thank you, Animotions, for posting those. Because auto dialect Animotions. Okay, so go check them out and subscribe too. There is a, but I can't find Yannicule. I don't know. You is that, if that's your, you know, your name kind of thing? What your name is? It's at Annicule. Let's do at Annicule. Channel. Yeah, what is your full, your at name? And then I can add you, Annicule. Yeah. So if I get your full at name, because I know that Animotions was different too, then yeah. We can do that. But thank you for coming by, Animotion. Always awesome to see you, my friend. Glad that you were able to stop by, and I'm looking forward to checking out that, because that could be very beneficial to me. Another possible way to get out of not using rhubarb. And I'm not knocking rhubarb. It's good, but it's just they haven't updated it to be able to use it with later versions of Blender. And NVIDIA Audio to Face, I might do a tutorial on that, but it's extremely complex right now, and I think they're working to streamline it and make it even better. Okay, ARP body with DAZ face. Yeah, that's the one I wanted to. That's the one I wanted to check out too. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. Woo! Awesome, my friend. That's the one I really want to check out. Right. Oh. Yes, infamous. Yes, you were infamous art. I forgot. Yes. See, that at thing throws me off. That's YouTube's kind of changed the game with that, you know? Okay, I can get you now. There you go. Settings. And then, I don't think I have to make someone a mod to allow them to post links. It's just the fastest way to do it right now. I think that you can do I think you can make you can create a approved user that allows that too. But oh, okay. That's not okay. I need to go and make you a, hold on a second. I screwed this up. Okay, it's auto dialect. Let's grab that. Okay, we're gonna do that. And channel, we're going to put you here. Save now. There. Got you as a moderator, and then yours is there. Why did it go back to that? Oh, okay, community. And we'll put you, Aussie, save, B. There we go, Annicule, I found you. Yeah, the names can be at different, yeah. There we go. So you can post up things too, Annicule, if you want to. Beautiful. Woo! All right, so we got the tail there, and then ankles. We'll go here. We're going to put the ankles down here. Grab those. There. I like to check these a little bit and move them back here too. Kind of fit them in there a little bit better. I don't know if this is absolutely necessary, but ankles are right about there, right? Yeah. Then that's, yeah, that looks good. That looks good. The rest of it looks pretty good. I would say the rest of it looks pretty good. I like how it glows, and so you can see where they're connected and stuff like that. So yeah, Annika, if you had something, you can post it too. So, and your channel if you want to. So what I'm going to do is that I think is it. Override existing rig, add facial, not now. Override existing rig, sure. There's no rig though. So restore last session. Just going to go. So this is going to set up the rig, but we still have to skin it. This takes a little bit, but it puts all the basically the controls and everything there. And then we just have to skin that to the rig, right? Which we're going to do. Trust me, we're gonna do it, right? Okay, now that's an edit mode. So the nice thing about being as edit mode, we can kind of adjust some of this stuff, which I like to do. I don't like to have that way up there, although it's probably fine. You know, I just like to put it down in here. Okay, this looks good. Fingers, well done. Yeah, I'm not going to mess with the fingers. They look pretty good. They look good. It looks off a little bit, and we could adjust it if we wanted to, like this, and get them more over towards the where the actual finger is if we wanted to, like that. You know, make adjustments. Grab that there. You know, but I think it's probably going to do pretty good with it. Grab that, and there we go. That way we can align them a little bit better, so the bones, when we mess with it, the bones will be up there. Good. I think it's actually still going to be okay, and I'll mess with detailing that in the final tutorial. You know, I like to move this back a little bit into the leg. Good. And then that looks pretty good. There. I don't know if this matters, but I like to put it up in the shoe right there. And then what we could do is match to rig. When you select match to rig, then you get the final controls. Now it's hiding some of the rig controls, and the reason is whenever you match to rig, it doesn't adjust the setting down here. Under in your rig down here, viewport display, you can just put in front, and then you'll see all the shapes and stuff showing in front of the mesh of the character and everything. So like I said, this isn't, we've got IK on the arms and legs and stuff. This is not attached yet because we have to go to skin. We're going to use heat maps. That's fine. And I like to bind. That's good. I like to set preserve volume. That's good. Optimize high resolution. That says that if the polygon count of the character is above 70,000 polygons, then it will do an optimization to increase the performance of binding the character. I don't really find much of a difference with that. I'll just leave it on there like that. Grab all this and then go to this, shift, okay, and then select, I get out of pose mode. No, we can be in pose mode, can't we? There, rig, or do we need to be in object mode? I don't know that it matters if you're in pose or rig. So I select the rig last, and then I say bind. Because there's meshes already contain armature modifiers. Clear them before binding. That's interesting. This is new to the new latest version. Remove armature modifiers. Sure, yes, because they're for the old armature. Meshes already contain vertex groups. Remove them before binding. Sure, because it's going to replace them anyway. Locked groups or groups used by other modifiers won't be removed. These settings will be saved as default. Can be changed later in the add-on preferences. Interesting. Okay, sure. Let's do that. That's fine. Here's a tutorial. Okay, yeah, I got that one. And thank you for sharing that too, Animotions. Here's Tail Foundry. Okay. And you can post your link there too if you want to, Anikul. I've always done my facial expressions by using the morphs. You can import to your, yes, you can. You can import those. That's absolutely true. And I've done it before too. Plus a little manual tweaking. Yes. And the cool thing about using audio to face is you get some facial morphs that the shape keys that you can add. That's one of the coolest thing about it is I've got a character with shape keys that were created by audio to face. We're gonna do that. That's gonna take a look. While that does that, I'm gonna go grab a little something, a snack, and I'll be right back. I shall return. Woo! See you soon. Huh. This may crash. This may crash. Abdullah, how are you doing? Good to see you, my friend. Woo! How are you doing, Abdullah? It's really good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Having a good week so far. Before I rigged the character, I may have wanted to decimate. I may have wanted to decimate. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know, making shape keys for making facial expressions are really good too. So basically this takes a while. It does take a while, but I will say that it does a pretty good job rigging. There's a few things you'll have to correct, modifications you'll have to make. Hey, Abdul, I'm glad to hear you're doing well, my friend. Thank you for coming in and hanging out. Celebrating 700 subscribers on the YouTubes. And so what I've been doing this stream is just kind of like trying out my tutorial. It's like a test run for my tutorial, getting things set up. So I figured a few more things out, how I'm basically going to structure it, and going to do my first tutorial on bringing a character over from DAZ Studio, fully installing diffeomorphic, getting all that working. It'll be a tutorial, but when I do it, I'm going to have a section where it says, okay, in this part, I'm going to show you how to use diffeomorphic to install it, get it working. And then once I do that, I'm going to say, now, if you have a character that you got from somewhere else that isn't DAZ Studio, it's just some other different character, then what you can do is skip ahead past all the DAZ Studio stuff and go to the place where I'm actually rigging the character, because that will apply to any mesh that you bring into Blender, you know? That's good. Life is treating me pretty well. Investmentos. Woo! I'm just afraid I did something that's gonna... If it takes too long, it'll just crash. That's not a huge number of triangles and faces, though. Under user perspective there. That's not too bad. When it gets really bad is when you start bringing in hair sometimes from DAZ Studio. Then it gets nuts. I've had some that are several million. Like 3 million. Faces and triangles. Yeah. Crazy. So this is actually pretty mild. This isn't too bad. I don't have hair on the character, which helps out a lot. Because they're wearing a helmet, you know. You wouldn't see the hair anyway. So. It'll also be taking longer because I'm streaming too. Huh. But, so what I'm going to do is this ever rigs? Huh. Oh, you know what? This might have been a bad idea. And I go, this was dumb. The way I did this was not smart. What I should have done is not included the clothing. And think about that. Let me write that down. What I should have done is just selected the character and maybe their other mesh parts, then selected the rig, and then did the skinning process. Then after that's done, what you can do is you can select the character's mesh, and then you can select the clothing item and use transfer mesh data, which will transfer that mesh data to the clothing, so the clothing will follow the mesh. It basically transfers the weight painting to from the character to the mesh. This wasn't a good way to do it. Maybe it'll finish someday. Huh. But my favorite part of 3D art is the waiting. Waiting for simulations and everything else, you know? I was doing an ocean simulation last night based upon a tutorial from a really cool guy that's a professional VFX artist. It was a very advanced tutorial. And I need to get back to playing around with it some more because it is a really awesome looking ocean. It looks realistic. It has several layers to it. It's a really neat way to apply an ocean and like extend it and make it really huge, but not have it take up a massive amount of processing power. It's really cool. Yeah. I think I might close this or kill it and go back to it the way I was going to do it. Let's kill it. It's this one. Well, boom. Okay. I already had it saved before I This is good because this is a test run, right? Okay. I need to come in. Set. There we go. Beautiful. How do I get the character working on Eevee? You could just switch to Eevee. Is that what you mean? I didn't have to do anything special for mine. Now if this doesn't turns to black for the arms. Ugh. Okay. Okay, we're set up. We're gonna do something completely different. Let's turn off denoising. That just, we don't need that. For this. I mean, I can make this work in Eevee now. Last time I did this in Eevee, it screwed. No, it wasn't Eevee though. Like making things look really good in Eevee, is that what you mean? Sometimes you have to mess with lighting and things like that to get things to look even better in Eevee. You have to play around with things. Things that look good in Eevee don't always look good in Cycles, and things that look good in Cycles don't always look good in Eevee, you know? But she doesn't look too bad in Eevee. You know, who uses Eevee a lot is Quasi Media Network. He uses Eevee for all of his shows and stuff like that, so he has a lot of experience with it. But it doesn't look too bad. Looks pretty good. So the textures are already set up. Do you mean like, you know, your, I mean, she looks really good in Eevee, you know? Are you talking about like the textures look good in for the character in Eevee, but they don't look good in Cycles? Is that what it is, or the other way around? Because both of mine are looking pretty good. Things perform a little faster in Eevee. As a matter of fact, I could probably stay in here if I want to see character. This might be a good idea to stay in here, though. Okay, here's what I wanted to do, okay? I want to go and select we'll just select the mesh. Mesh, and I might take her tongue, teeth, just so when I turn the head, all that stuff follows. Eyelashes. Okay. Just her mesh parts, okay? None of the clothing. I don't care about the clothing right now. Let's do this in, because she's going to show up without her clothes on. There. Let me show this off screen first, because I might get in trouble. Let's do, and then I want to say, get selected objects, full body. Okay. Oh, but you can't see her. You know what I may have to do, because I have so much of her geometry deleted. See, you can see so much of her geometry is deleted. So it's going to be hard to see where her. You know what I could do is bring the character in and use that as a reference just for. Let's use this as a reference. We're going to bring in, let's see, DAZ importer, easy DAZ import. And I'm going to bring her in. Let's go back over to characters. There. Copy. There. Enter. We're going to go over here and go to... I'm just going to use her as a reference. Let's delete that. What sucks is yeah, but her feet are not in the right position though. See, I can't use it as a reference. Because I don't have all of her geometry there. And this might have been a better way to mask the geometry I didn't want to include rather than deleting it, because the problem is her legs don't exist outside of the clothing. So I can't figure out where to put the markers, you know what I mean? So I kind of have to include the clothing because I've deleted everything else. What I may be able to do is this. Let's put her back in. Put her feet over here. So we're gonna do like that. Grab that. Yeah, just get it fit right there. Yeah, that would work really well. That works really well. But we're gonna do, they don't have the name, the bones named right, to where I could do the mirror posing and have her like feet and stuff be in here. Yeah, that looks really good. So, oh, that's not gonna work though, is it? I don't think this is gonna work. Because a lot of her I think I have to do it the way I did it. It's just gonna take a while. I think I'm importing it wrong. Then everything just goes wrong when I try to import. Yeah, I don't know what, because it's just, are you, which, so for which, like when you're doing the DAZ, are you using DAZ export or export to Blender or export high definition to Blender? Which one of those are you using? I think I'm just going to have to do it with clothing on. They're going to have to. And just say, you know, okay, I did everything. It's not the ultimate best way, though. I think I'm going to use the mask modifier. No. Yeah, I don't know. Paul Ross, how are you doing? What's going on? Do I know you? I'm trying to think. Paul Ross. What is going on, Paul Ross? How are you doing? Welcome into the stream today. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, how's everything going, my friend? Welcome into the stream. Haven't I seen you in here before? I don't remember. I don't know. But thank you for stopping by and joining us here for the show. It is awesome having you here, right? So let's do. I used HD Blender. Try using, I'm very high. Bob Ross Kinfolk. Yeah, is that true? Yeah. And no problem. I'm glad to have you in here, my friend. X. So, glad to have you here, my friend. Thanks for coming in and joining us on today's show. You know, is there a reason, Up Investmentos, is there a reason you're using the HD Blender export? And the reason I'm asking that is that I don't use the HD export unless I know I'm bringing in some really, really significantly like subdivided mesh or something like that, or there's a really high resolution modifier, like there's a really high resolution change to maybe the Genesis 8 mesh. I don't use HD. 90% of the time I use the regular export to Blender. I only use HD if I absolutely need it. And the thing is, if you use the HD export when you don't need it, it just takes a long time to it takes more time to export it and more time to import it, and it doesn't improve or change anything. So you only really need to use that in certain cases, and after that, no, you don't need to. So I think for what I'm doing, I'm sorry guys, this is not the way to do it. The ultimate best way to do it would have been, and I think for the tutorial, what I'm going to do, I don't know. I'm just going to bring everything in. It may take longer. The ultimate best way to do this, and I may describe this in the video, because of the way I did this, I kind of have to put the markers in there and include everything together because I have to see all of this stuff as a reference. Is there a way to include things as a reference that you aren't necessarily? I don't think there is. No, I think there is. You can. Okay. I can do this. I can do this, ladies and gentlemen. I can do this, right? I'll try to export it again today. In the next stream, I'll give you more detail. Yes, okay. Yeah, when I tried to export with diffeomorphic, the armature just broke. Oh. HD import is not useful, to be honest. It's only useful in certain conditions. And I was describing that earlier. Like if you have this character right here, if you've got 90% of the time you don't need to use it, and using it when you don't need to, it just takes up extra time. But for example, this character here, this character is extremely high, it's a high definition morph of the base Genesis 8 character, and you've got those really detailed striations on her stomach. That's a really high subdivision level in DAZ Studio. And if you don't use HD export on this, you lose all of that resolution around the stomach. It just becomes like flat. There's none of those kind of like wire striations in it, and you'll lose all that detail. Now, if you don't care to lose all that detail, that's fine. But around her head there, it looks like there's an insert, it's glowing. You're gonna lose all of that detail, and around the face, you know, with the lines around the face, it'll look much more kind of blended. You won't get this detailed, really good looking look. The way to get it to look this good in Blender is you have to use the HD export. But if you don't have a morph like this, 90% of the time if you're using the base Genesis characters, just use the export to Blender. But if you're using something like this, that's this detailed, you kind of have to use the HD. So there we go. So if I do this and I include these things, I found that the textures also don't come over either. The textures aren't on an object, but on the model. Are you talking about like when you export, use export to Blender, Quasi, and then you import in Blender? There is a plugin to bake those details. Oh, okay. So you're saying Animotions, you're saying that you could bake those high definition morphs into the character so that you can just export. You don't have to use export HD. You can use the standard export. Is that what you're saying? I don't know if you're talking to me. If that's the case, that's not. I didn't know about that. So I've just always used export to HD, but I don't have a lot of stuff that's like that. So normally I just use export. Talking about the models in like the model with, oh, okay. Well, the thing about like that particular character, there is an issue with this particular character. It uses geoshells in Blender, which is kind of like layers of, it's a copy of part of the mesh of the model. and they lay on top of each other, and there's nothing like that in Blender. So dealing with these geoshells is kind of a pain in the ass in Blender. And diffeomorphic, and there might be, in the latest version of diffeomorphic, there might be something that actually makes it easier. Yeah, there might be something that makes it easier and makes it better. Because when I was using 1.60, dealing with geomorphs was a pain. And I'm sorry, geoshells and geographs. They were a pain. And diffeomorphic did the best it could to kind of set up nodes that allowed you to deal with it. But yeah, they're painful. They're just not, there's not an easy translation for it, you know. 1.7 may have some better stuff. So yes, okay. And emotions, that's cool, because I didn't know that, dude. I didn't know that. That's cool. Do you have a video on that? Or do you have a tutorial on that? I would like to check that out. I didn't know you could do that, because that would be great. I always just did the HD export. So, but yeah, if you don't have to use it, the standard export is much faster. So, yeah, there's a plugin. Bake those. Oh, a plugin for DAZ Studio, right? Yeah, geoshells are a pain in the ass to deal with. If you're not using geoshells, it's much more straightforward. So what I was going to do is actually, I figured out a way, put her eyelashes in there. So we're going to use those, and we are going to skin those, not the clothing, because what we'll do is transfer the data from the skin to the clothing. Now, if part of the mesh is missing, that's going to be a good idea. Maybe a bad idea. Because parts of the mesh will be missing, so it won't deform right. I think I actually have to do it like this, unless I had the whole mesh in there, but then it pokes through. Okay, abort mission. Yeah, we're just gonna do it this way. Okay, so no, but the creator of the plugin hangs out in the DAZ forums. That is really cool. I will have to check that out. I found you can manually bump up the subdivision in DAZ and export to Blender normally. You get all of the detail without the long wait times. Okay. Usually what I do with this character, I've used base resolution, I've turned off high resolution, and then I add subdivision in Blender. Now, I guess maybe in some cases, now it's true, like with the character I was using, I was showing the aura character. You know, if those striations and that detail is lost when you bring it into Blender, doesn't matter how much subdivision I apply there, it's not going to come back because I've lost the detail in the DBZ file. But if you do what Animotions is saying, then what you can do is you can use the standard export and it doesn't matter. So, so you're saying that in what you do is up the subdivision and then just use the standard export, a standard export, and then bring the character in. Okay. There might be some cases where you don't want to lose the detail when you bring the character in from Blender by going base resolution. But for what I've done and the things I'm doing, I just put base resolution, bring the character in, and add the subdivision in Blender. So. There's an update. This is 1.7. Which one are you using, Quasi? Maybe not since you've been using it, Quasi. It's an update to me because I was using 1.6 and 1.7 is the latest version. And it was saying something on the diffeomorphic forums about this being a, like, that's the tutorial. This being like deprecated or something. 1.6 may not work with the latest versions of Blender. I don't know. 1.7. I thought I saw something about that. Okay, yeah, there's 1.7, Quasi. It's right here. And you can download it from Dropbox. Just go to here and click download, and you'll get the latest 1.7. So yes, there is an update since then. I was using 1.62 also. but there's a 1.7. Yes. Oh, the MHX runtime system in 1.6x is obsolete. So if you're going to use the MHX rigging, you could have some issues. Kimber! Woo! How are you doing today? Paul Ross is in here, cousin of Bob Ross, joining us today. Wait a minute. Who's Bob Ross's son? What's his name? It's not Paul, is it? So maybe that could be part of your issues too. I know some people are complaining about some things with textures and stuff like that. It may be, update diffeomorphic. So that could be. Anikul, Kimber is a longtime friend of mine. She is an amazing person who I have known for quite some time, since my days of streaming on Twitch, and longtime sister. I've known her for quite a while, since when I used to stream over on Twitch, that kind of thing. So, and thank you guys for getting me to 700 subscribers. It's good stuff. Okay, content, and we're gonna do this. You guys haven't checked out my Navy story show. All these characters are here. You'll see them come to life, and you'll see them voiced. That's the first. That's the second episode. The first episode is right here. Yeah, I had somebody coming in last stream trashing my ability to do everything. It says, sucks. Don't do Navy stories. It sucks. Don't like it. I could do everything you're doing in like 5 minutes. I said, that's cool, no problem. And this is the same guy. Remember him, Quasi? It's the same guy that like 6 months ago said he was going to make an animated show with jiggle physics and jiggle boobies. We were promised boobies that would jiggle, okay, in his show, okay. And I am disappointed because 6 months later there are no jiggle boobies. All right. And I am extremely, now I'm irate at him, okay? I'm not mad because he said I'm shit, and you can say whatever you want to about me. But if you promise me jiggle boobies and you don't bring them in, then, flame on, okay? Visual novels of which stories? I have a visual novel of the MRU Chronicles. Oh, which character has my voice? You're talking about the main character? Because Navy Stories is based on my past life in the Navy. And I bet your jiggle boobies look a lot better than dude's jiggle boobies, Quasi. I'm willing to put money down that your jiggle boobies look better than his. I'd put cash money down on a cage match between the boobies that yours is better. Okay. It has my voice because that's me as 21 years old. Art of Art, that's me at 21 years old. So I'm portraying myself in the show. Self-insert. Selfless self-insert. That's me. Me at 21 years old. You see that my name in the credits is me, Kevin Cody, because I portray myself. The other characters are based on real life people, but I don't use their actual names. So everyone you see in the show are real people. Hold on. Wait. Oh. Yeah, hold on. Be right back, guys. All right. Okay, got some food delivery. My wife orders something called Manna Basket, which is kind of like HelloFresh, but it's Korean. And I gotta let her know I got the food so she doesn't freak out about this stuff. Hold on a second. We're gonna get this. So let me just send her a message. So she knows that everything's A-okay, right? Come on, damn it. All right. Sorry about this. I think I got a way to rig this and... This is here. Yes. It's... They were late on the food, and the guy's like, oh, I'm so sorry I delivered it late. And I'm like, dude, it got here, you know, so it's fine. So, you know, can't at people while on mobile. Yeah, I can't do it on desktop sometimes, Anakil. I don't know. It's kind of shit. Okay, and wonderful storyline. Thank you so much, Artavot. I appreciate that. That means so much to me that you said that you like Navy stories. I work hard on those animated adventures. I know I'm not a Disney-level animator. I'm okay with that. For me, I do want to get better. I do want to improve my skill. I love the technical challenges of animating and Blender and all that kind of stuff. For me, it's more about the stories and people enjoying themselves and putting a smile on people's face when they watch my content. That's all that matters. Like Quasi says, I'm not making animated films to necessarily be critiqued by animators. Although I don't mind being critiqued by people with more skill or that know things I don't, because that can be very helpful to me. But I'm not trying to have somebody watch the show. It's like, well, let me see this and analyze the technical aspect. I want people to look at it and laugh and have fun and enjoy it, and just like someone going into a Star Wars movie, okay? They're not looking to analyze the VFX. Although, if it's shit VFX, they're going to get called out on it. But you don't analyze, well, they must have used Houdini here, and they must have used this modifier to do this. It's made for everyone, and that's what my animated shows are. They're just made for everyone. They're made for everyone, and just people to enjoy, to bring a smile to their face. And that's why I do it. And that's why I will continue to do it. And that's fine if animators watch it and they critique things and say, hey, you might try this. Here's a new thing. Just like Animotion comes in here and say, why don't you try this? Here's another. That helps out tremendously. But my shows aren't geared towards necessarily, I guess they're not geared towards impressing animators. They're geared towards a general audience, I guess you could say, you know? Although I don't mind critiques from animators at all. I had to switch mobile while I outside, and now I can't at people. Oh, that's what okay. I'm not on mobile, and I can't get shit to work either. And thank you, Up Investmentos, Art of Art. Thank you so much. Kind words, man. You just made my week. Let me tell you. If you're still here, you just made my week. Thank you. Thank you for saying that, because I put a lot of heart and soul into my stories. I want to make them fun. I want to have people laugh. They're just fun, humorous adventures and little kind of jokes I had with friends in the Navy and officers and enlisted. So I had a fun time, and I want to share that with people, you know? So yeah. I wanted to do like a longer Navy stories where I remember I was serving aboard the Carl Vinson. It's a big aircraft carrier, Nimitz class aircraft carrier. And I had this dream, because my friend and I, we were talking about aliens and how they would come to the planet and their technology. And we were talking about it all the time. And we would drive some of my fellow enlisted nuts. And so I had this dream when I fell asleep on the ship that we were being attacked by an alien armada. And I was actually living through it. And what I want to do is like have a venture like on the Carl Vinson, but actually make the dream sequence real, where we're like fighter aircraft are coming up, kind of like Independence Day, but you've got an aircraft carrier and ships behind launching missiles and stuff like that. That would take a lot of work, but I think it would be a tremendous amount of fun. And I think people would really enjoy that, right? So I've watched Navy Stories Part 1. It's good. It just needs more background diversity. What do you mean, like Oh, do you mean like the scene? Is that what you mean? Up Investmentos? I think I understand what you mean. Yeah, there isn't a lot of background on there. You know, the advantage of that is it just takes a lot less time to render. What you're going to discover is in Navy Stories Part 2, there's more background because we're on an aircraft carrier. So you'll see stuff, you'll see ships. I know what you mean, like background activity, alternate characters walking across the flight line and stuff like that. I think that's what you're talking about. Yeah. Well, the goal behind Navy Stories is to put these out rapidly, you know? As my skill improves, I'll be able to do more. I hope to add some like fighters coming into getting ready to launch off of the carrier in Navy Stories 3. And you see some characters walk around in the background. Yeah. I know what you mean. You want to see more background activity. You want to make it like more realistic kind of thing. I get it. That's what you're talking about. So, now what I'm going to do is go ARP. I'm going to select these meshes and I'm going to say get selected objects. What that's going to do is make her naked. Hold on. And full body and say okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to unhide parts. It doesn't seem to work though. Why isn't that showing up? Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay. Not the meshes. Let me get her vest on so I can bring her back in. And her pants. Okay. You see what I'm doing here is I'm just unhiding the parts that aren't going to be rigged with it. And then I can hide them again later. Oh, not mesh Sarah, not mesh tongue. They're already in there. Upper, lower, gums, right eye, left eye. That can stay, and then sleeves. I need to have that on there as a visual marker. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You know, and I want to make a Pixar level thing, you know? Oh, I think I screwed up. Hold on. Now, okay. Hold on. Let me go back. Okay, so I'm going to select eyelashes, mesh, okay, all of that stuff, including her eyeballs, left and right eyeballs. Then what I'm going to do is say, get selected objects, full body, okay. And then I'm going to bring in those things that I need. Gums. There we go. So I've included her body. This ain't gonna work because her full body's not under there. I just remembered that. No, she has to be in there. Never mind. I have to rig it this way because of the deleted geometry. I think in the future that, I think for the final tutorial, I'll just do mesh hide. Using mask, because that way I could bring it back in and I could, yeah, that would work better. Then I could delete the geometry after it's rigged. I don't think deleting geometry before then, it could, I think I could make things a lot easier on myself. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Select her and just do the whole thing. It's just gonna take a little while. Plain current scene by removing objects stored accidentally in the blend file that are not used by any. Oh, isn't that the same as cleanup recursive? Probably, I would say. Like more diversity on the airplanes and details, like small objects. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, bringing in, yeah, little details. The thing about that is that requires more time and more effort, and it could significantly increase the render time too. I mean, I could render in layers to help with that. And then you know, if it's different if you're doing a visual novel where things aren't moving as much, but when you're doing animation, that's a lot of extra animation you have to. Why did you delete that? You didn't have to delete that. Up Investmentos. Whoa, this is wild. Where's my 21 bits, man? Hey, when I unlock super chats, I want 21 cents on a super chat, man. I expect 21. I expect a 21 cent, because that's 21 bits. I expect my first super chat, okay, to be 21 cents from you when I unlock that. Woo! This is wild. How are you doing, man? Good to see you, brother. Glad you're doing well. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to do things like this. I think I could do this better in the future, and I probably will for this upcoming tutorial. You know. Cheer 21, you got me? There we go, man. They have super chats, and I'm getting close to unlocking the ability to get that, you know? Great to, man, it's really good to see you. I've seen some of your stuff on Instagram, man. You still a game on Twitch? I know Twitch has been getting people salty here lately because of their rules and regulation. Now they have Partner Plus. I'm honestly surprised it took them this long to create a Partner Plus program. I thought for sure it's like they're going to distinguish the larger partners from the people who just made the, you know, the 75 average viewers and all that. At some point they're going to distinguish that. So it doesn't surprise me they did that. Now whether or not it's right or whatever, you know, it's just I'm not surprised they did it. I'm surprised it took them that long to do it. Awesome, man. Well, cool. I would say post your Twitch chat thing up in here, but I mean, I think, you know, YouTube gets salty about that. Whoa. Oh, because it's on that one. Yeah, that's fine. I kind of like the new look of the auto-rigpro. Yeah, Quasi, let me know if you update to the latest version of, diffeomorphic, if that helps out. You know, it could be a good thing, you know. Maybe one day they'll get their head straight. Yeah, that's what a lot of people are saying, man. I know some friends. One Raptor Cross, she comes in here. She's switched over to Kick. You know, you have thought about going over to Kick? And people are mad because they funded the website off of gambling proceeds, I think, and something like that. Twitch has gambling on their website, so. Speaking of that, my wife and I are going to be going to a casino. Deuce is wild. July 3rd, we're meeting some friends over there, man. We're gonna gamble that shit up. Woo! Parks Casino in Salem, Pennsylvania. Do you know about Parks Casino? Deuce is wild. Still going? I have to dip for bit. Hey, no problem. Thank you so much. I'm trying to get this part done. I don't have anything else to do. But I got some other things to do, but I'm okay today, you know. I've got some work done. It doesn't work with a 3.41. Likely doesn't with... Oh, what doesn't? I'm okay. Starving, though. Got my wisdom teeth. Oh, a couple days ago. Oh, mashed potatoes and pudding for me. Oh, okay. Yeah, casino. We're going to... Casino's gonna rob. No, they don't. I limit myself. They can't get me because I just do it for fun. I don't go in there thinking I'm gonna become rich or you know, make $1 million. Sometimes my wife seems to be a lucky charm though. Every time she goes in there, she wins money. Me, I push my luck and I regret it. Oh man. So what we're gonna do. All right, I'm not gonna add facial right now. Is that a kitty cat? Oh my God, it looks like a kitty cat face right there next to add facial. Woo! Love me some good. Love me some quesadilla. Okay, so like that, and yeah, I think that's it's pretty good. Set up, and then we're gonna go, and then that'll just put the it's a pretty big casino. It's about less than an hour away from us. It used to be about like 15 or 20 minutes away. But it's about an hour away, less than an hour away, I think, and it's fun. You know, I just go there and I spend like $20, $30, $40, $50, whatever. And it's like, once that's spent, it's done. Yeah, I'm done. Let me go get some drinks, man. Because casinos have good drinks. So I try to get some of their mixed drinks. They usually have some good drinks. I don't drink a lot, though. I don't like I try to avoid sugar. But I may enjoy myself this time, right? So let me just kind of adjust these right here. I think that's good. Time casinos. Yes, it's the casino's best friend. Exactly. They get you hooked, man. Mom developed a new casino plan. Hand $20 to the first person you see. You still lose your money. Someone wins some, and the house gets none of it. That's true. That's true. But you're guaranteed that if you give it to someone else, you won't win anything. Maybe you'll get a thank you from the person who... Oh, thanks, man. And then they'll go spend it. Wouldn't that suck, though? If you gave somebody who was just walking around $20 and then they went and put it in the slot machine and won like $10,000, tell me you wouldn't be pissed off. I would be salty. I'm saying I would be salty. I can tell you that. I'd be like, okay, I want my cut. Yeah, I gave you the 20, so and that's $20 20. That's like a 50% interest. Okay, 150%, 200% interest. Okay, because I'm a loan shark, you know. And yeah, I'm gonna need my cut. Oh man, I find it fun playing the games. I thoroughly one of my favorite games is electronic blackjack. I love that. I just have so much fun doing it, right? I don't always lose, but sometimes I push my luck, and that's when I get in trouble because I lose, and then I go get some mixed drinks. Either way, hey, you get a drink to celebrate your losses, to soothe the soul. You get a drink if you win to celebrate. It's a win-win, right? Okay, just don't come crying later with $5 in pocket. I don't know. What are you talking about, dude? I don't even have $5 in my pocket. My wife keeps all my money, man. What are you talking about? Investmentos? I don't have any money to begin with. It's all loaned from my wife anyway. I don't know what you're talking about. It's her money. So I'm not spending my money anyway. So there you go. Ha, ha. Oh, man. No, I just go in and I spend a certain amount and I'm done, you know? I don't spend thousands of dollars thinking that I'm gonna okay, it's just my luck's coming in. All I need to do is another $20. No, I spend it, I lose it. Man, time to go get a drink. Get one of them fancy mixed drinks from the casino lobby, right? The casino bar. Beautiful. I'm kind of lining these up a little bit better. It doesn't really affect things for them to be kind of a little bit off alignment, Matt, because I've had them off alignment and they still work okay. It'll put the controls in a better spot, so it looks better for when you do your thing. Drink sometimes with the commander. Future. There we go. Yeah, man. Come on. I'll get some drinks with you. I don't drink that much though, because carbs. Sugar is not my friend. Oh man. And you know, the thing is, I don't like just hard liquor. I like mixed drinks that have the fruit and stuff in it, so they have that added sugar. One of my favorite drinks was back when we went to go see Black Panther. There was a bar, because my friend bought these really fancy tickets in a really fancy part of the theater, and they had like this big VIP area, and it was like themed with Wakanda stuff all over it. And they had this Wakanda drink, and it was black, kind of purple. Oh my God, it was good, man. It was like one of the best mixed drinks I ever had. I was like, oh my God, dude. It was amazing. The whole VIP lounge or area was themed like Wakanda. It was like decorated like Wakandan, you know? Perfect, me too. Yeah, absolutely, man. Like some mixed drinks. So I'm doing it like that to kind of line them up a little bit. I should be doing this on the other side too. I should be using mirror, but maybe it'll do it on the other side too. Let's see. Yeah, it did actually. Okay, cool. Yeah, sort of. That's it. Is no one's friends. I just splurged with a cup of blueberries. Most I'll go, yeah. Especially if you're watching carbs, you know, blueberries you can get away with. Strawberries, raspberries are really good. Blackberries. That's most of what I eat too, is berries, because they've got that extra fiber that helps really counteract the fructose, you know. But you know, I'm not on a direct strict keto diet either, so. I'm okay. I just don't want to eat too much sugar. Sugar will, messes me up, man. It's just the worst thing. And it's good. You get sugar and fat together, man. That's just, wow, tastes amazing, you know? Not great for you, but tastes amazing, right? There we go. I'm going to kind of adjust this right here and then just be done with it. And then we'll let it go and rig it, you know? But drink sometimes at the Commander. Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. I get like strawberries and I'll put it in heavy whipping cream. So it's like strawberries and cream. Oh, woo! Love that. Not enough fiber, but better than none. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, blueberries aren't keto friendly. Some strawberries are, I think. I think like raspberries are the best. That's okay. I think raspberries are the best. Blackberries are pretty good. Strawberries are pretty good. But yeah, I think generally blueberries are not too keto friendly because they don't have enough fiber. But I eat them because I'm not strict keto. And I eat Ezekiel bread, which is amazing. And I don't think, I've heard some people say that's keto, but other people's like, no, it has too many carbohydrates in it. But I don't try to restrict my carbohydrates as low as a direct keto diet. I just try to stay away from sugar and make sure that the carbohydrates I do eat are complex. They're not heavily, you know, freaking processed. Because that is the danger. That is a worse thing. That is, yeah, it's not good. Processed carbohydrates are evil. So there we go. And me and the lady are in the process of buying our first house. Oh, nice, man. Congratulations on that. Remember my first house. Yeah, that was wild, you know? It's like, man, I'm a homeowner now. I got to fix all this shit myself. Damn, what was I thinking? Just kidding as well. It's awesome. It's awesome to have your own home, you know, get the keys and stuff like that. I wish you the best, man. That's awesome. I've had two houses. One we had built from the ground. Both of them were new, but one of them we had built up from the ground up before we moved. So yeah, it's really cool, man. Save as. I'm going to go like set 2 here. That's probably as good as I want to go right there. Set 2 and save that. Now, yeah, just go match to rig. So we got all of our controls there. That looks pretty good, you know? Then what we're going to do is, for whatever reason, when you go match to rig, it turns off this in front. So you can't see like the rig controls all the way through the character. So you can just turn, go to the rig, okay, here. and then click the rig data properties, and click in front, and then that will show everything through, right? Currently in my first house. How long have you had your first house? Save. And now we're just gonna tab there, and then rig. Okay. And then yeah, I'm just gonna have to do it this way. Save as, just save it as another one. I like to save multiple versions there. Save a backup in case that gets screwed up. And then, because I have one backup. And now what I'm gonna do is rig this. We're gonna, skin, heat maps, split parts, optimize, that's fine. Bind. Yeah, remove the armature modifiers and existing vertex groups. Perfectly fine. Actually, I like that. This is going to take forever. Bought 2014. I moved in 2015. Mom and I bought together. Oh, that's cool. All right. Well, congratulations on your house. Yeah. Owning your own home is cool, man. You can set it up, do whatever you want to. You don't have a landlord telling you what you can and cannot do. Currently, we had a bad storm when they like Pennsylvania had a really bad storm come through, and it was like super heavy rain. And there's an area where they fixed some stuff in the basement. The sewer pipe was busted, and they had to dig up the front yard and do a bunch of stuff. And they got the new pipe put in. And then they put concrete because they had to break out a hole around the cinder blocks in the basement at the back, like front of the house where it was in the basement. And they put concrete around it, but it didn't seal it up really well. And their leak kept getting worse. And then the plumber come out and said, oh, it must be the sump pump overflowing, blah, 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 blah. It wasn't. It was coming from the wall. They had to replace the sump pump because it wasn't working right. So they got a new sump pump in there. And then they came back out and reinforced the area with more concrete, but it's still leaking. So, but it doesn't leak terribly unless there's just a ridiculous, like the other day, the rain was just insane. It just dumped down like crazy. So that's why it kind of did that. But still, you know, I had to, because we, like at the beginning of the year, this property management company took over. And I'm going, boys. Thank you for the stream, MRU. It is one of your best live. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Up Investmentos. I do appreciate that very kindly. This will become a tutorial, so if you're watching this later or now, YouTube, just don't tell me when you're live. Do you have your notifications for the channel turned on? That is one issue with YouTube. I know that I've watched other streamers that say people get unsubscribed for some reason. And that bell notification, turn that on and say all notifications. And then you should always get notifications from me. Yeah, and I do also, if you're in the Discord, I tag everyone in the Discord when I go live. I don't use at everyone that frequently because I know how annoying it can be. But whenever I go live, I tag at everyone. What I need to do is something like what Markham3D does. And basically, he has certain roles. If you're in that role and you select that role, like you say YouTube, then whenever he uploads a new video, I get a notification from his Discord that says, "Hey, got a new video for you to come and watch," like a tutorial. And so he does that with the YouTube tag. So I need to do that too. Yeah, the best. And if you want to check out the Discord, lots of cool people in there, what I forgot her name. Katarina. She's in there posting stuff. Quasi's in there. We got other friends in there. Lost Tales, he's in there, who I have found out is part of a bigger community that I didn't know he was a part of. So yeah, let me post that up in here if you want Discord, because I do tag people in Discord too, and I need an @ YouTube role where people can like volunteer to get tagged for that. I've lost a number of members of the Discord, but it's not because of anything I necessarily did. It's because I've switched the Discord from a game streamer community to a 3D art community, so a lot of those game streamers aren't interested in it and they leave, and that's fine. because it's just not a Discord for them anymore. It's not what I geared the Discord to. Gamers are fine. I've got a gaming channel in there, but I don't like support promoting gaming related content. It's all 3D animation, so I understand why they'd want to leave. So let me go ahead and get a link in here. Let's see, invite people. We're going to go to I want to invite them. Use, okay, edit, yeah, 7 days. It always defaults to expiring, the link expiring in 7 days. So I have to change it and use copy. This should be the invite link right here. If I put it like in not the emoji slot, but actually where the text goes, it would be great. I'm there, but no, you're fine. You've been talking in the Discord. You're great. Nothing wrong with what you do. No one has to talk in the Discord. You know, I don't kick people out. And when you get in there, up Investmentos, go in here. Oh, I have it up. Okay, Squad News, and actually go to Squad Orientation. You'll see information. Most of it doesn't apply anymore, because I don't do streamer related stuff. Well, I do for like 3D art streamers. But just come down here, click this emoji. You can read through the rules, which I need to massively update. Click the emoji, and then that will unlock the rest of the channels, and you'll see them appear. Then there's a 3D lounge where you can talk about 3D stuff, ask questions. Katerina was in there asking questions. I try to answer them as the best I can. Hopefully we get a lot more people in the community and we're there to help each other out, you know? So yeah, awesome. And this is going to take a lifetime. In a lifetime, woo! Take these broken wings. As a matter of fact, while we're waiting on that, you guys have any questions or anything like that I can help you out with? Or yeah, you can save me. You can help me. Oh, man. I can show you some of the stuff I've been creating for Navy stories. Some of my new scenes. Would you guys like to see the carrier landing of the F-14 Tomcat? I can show that to you. What is the name of that? Okay. Hey, driver, just writing some important messaging here. My wife is wondering if we got the Mana Basket, which is basically the Korean Hello Fresh we get. Oh, it's good stuff too. Man, it's homemade. I never had anything bad there. Oh man, they have Mexican salad, I think, which is the Korean version of Mexican salad, whatever that is. It doesn't come in a tortilla shell, so it's not a taco salad. Speaking of that, man, there's a really good Mexican restaurant that we go to. It's called I found one recently, man. I love any good Mexican restaurant, don't you? There we go. Beautiful. All righty then. Oh yeah, you want to see the yeah, so this thing is going to take forever and a day and the rest of my life to rig. I'm going to fix this so that I mask the vertices of the character. I don't know what I'm going to do, man. I need some Jesus. Okay, let's look at some opening scenes. You guys are getting exclusive access behind the scenes to this noise. Navy Stories. Okay. We're going to go, and thank you guys. I'm glad you enjoy Navy stories. I had someone come in and hate on me about it. And I think he hated it because he liked the MRU Chronicles, which is a story about a multiverse mercenary squad, Commander Cody, and that's why I portray Commander Cody sometimes. He's the title character. Self-insert. I know. Okay, all right, deal with it. But he is the title character, and I've got all these stories that I wrote during a really rough time that got me through some times that I didn't want to continue going on. But these stories got me through it. It wasn't Navy stories. It was the MRU Chronicles, and I want to get back to that, but I want to make it amazing. And I want people to. I want to reach just a huge audience with that, to touch the lives of so many. And I don't feel like I can do that right now. I need to find other. It's not just my skill, you know. It's about finding others who. And I know Quasi offered because he's got really awesome animation skill too. But yeah. Okay. Let me try this. No, that's one of them. I've actually put the title credits in that. That's one of them. The ocean actually moves in my. That's actually moving there too. But I'm changing the ocean out. Let me show you. There's one where there's a flyby next to, and I think I just finished this one with the titles the other day. Yeah, the dude hated Navy stories. That's okay. I put my heart and soul into it, but it does, you know, if I was afraid of what other people thought of my stuff and their opinions, then I just wouldn't put my stuff, I wouldn't make it public, you know? The thing is that, the other thing is, I can't, like, feel bad when someone who I barely know says nasty things to me. It's like, I don't even know who you are, dude. Can't help you, sorry. Now, if it's someone who was close to me that means a lot, that would have more of an effect on me. But if it's someone I met 15 seconds ago, I've always asked the question, like someone says something mean to you, you don't know who they are, but you let it impact the rest of your day. And then you surround yourself by friends you've known for years, and they tell you, look, everything's all right, but you still feel bad. What you're doing is weighing the opinion of a stranger you just met for 15 seconds over someone you've known for years, which is really, really weird if you logically think about it. This is only part of it. See, you see the title come over where it says, this is only part of it that I did in cycles. I think I've got a full cycles one of that, but it's not quite right. I've edited it since then. And the cool thing is that that same person dislikes everything I put out now. I got a hater. I'm making it, aren't I? I'm headed in the right direction. Yeah, here it is. Now, see, right here, you see where these doors are? I had subdivision there. Also, the pilot's heads. That's now fixed. I moved these basically ejection handles. They were down too low, so I modified the geometry and fixed that. This is what they look like now. No, that's not it. That's not it either. I thought I had like... Yeah, see, I fixed that. I think I'm going to wind up using that f-stop value because it gives a little blurriness to the background, but you're going to see the ocean. So you see I moved the ejection handles up there. I added subdivision to the canopy, so this is smoothed out right here. The ejection handles are on their head, so they aren't stuck in their head. And then I fixed the doors here. I removed the subdivision off of that. So that's nice and smooth. But I have a good video of this. I think it was that one. It's this one right here. So other than that, okay. Yeah, so it's basically going to go along here. You're going to say Squadron VF301, and then that will fly, and then it'll slowly dissipate and disappear as the camera moves back. And then the F-14 is flying towards the ship. Now you see here that the water's not moving. It will be moving, and there will be a wake on the ships that my friend Contradiction Design is working on. So you see this ship, this white water flowing from the ships coming out. That's based upon flip fluids, which is a dynamic fluid simulation. He has flip fluids. I don't. It's a lot more involved to do if you don't have flip fluids. So, and he's offered to help. So, and then this is one of my favorites right here. Let's see. Let's see here. Is the thing stuck? Yeah, I think it's just gonna take a long time, Quasi. It's just gonna take a long time. I've abandoned my project because of other people's opinions. See that? So, you know, the thing is, never do that. You know what I mean? Investmentos. Don't worry about what other people think. Well, you know, I do care about what other people think. To a degree. Obviously, I want to grow my YouTube channel, and I want people to find my content either useful or enjoyable. And what matters is if I get a video and I put it out and the response is overwhelmingly positive, which for the most part, all my videos have been really good. I've got lots of subscribers. I got thank yous and stuff like that. You know, and I got people, you know, saying my show is fun. It's interesting. I am now more probed than Quasi. Nah, I wouldn't go there, man. I wouldn't go there, man. He's the animation king. Quasi knows what he's doing. Quasi is very good at what he does. So I just try to make, I want to make stuff that's visually stunning and also be fun, you know? I think he's taking jabs, Quasi. It's got to be a cage match between us. I think they're going to call for a cage match, just like that cage match with Elon and Mark Zuckerberg. That's hilarious, man. Personally, I'm in Elon's camp, but you know, it's funny. But the thing is that, like, when I put something out, you know, yeah, I don't like getting dislikes on stuff. But if I don't get ratioed and an overwhelming number of people like my stuff, they subscribe, they like my content, they comment that they like my content, I know I'm headed in the right direction. So I shouldn't worry about those few voices that say things that are negative or just there to be mean. But if that negative voice says, hey, this isn't good, you should try things this way, and maybe they don't say it in a way that is kind, you know? Maybe they're mean about it. Even if they're nasty about it, is there some truth to what they're saying? Like, yeah, I could have done this differently in Blender, they're right. So I can take that aspect of it and just completely ignore and throw away the negative nastiness. That doesn't mean this doesn't serve any purpose. But now, if I put something out and I get ratioed on it, and there's an overwhelming response like this is bad, this is, you know, then I would think about it. I would go like, okay, why didn't this work? What didn't I do? Am I offending people by doing this? It's okay to offend people to a certain degree, but you don't want to piss off your audience to where they're gone. You know? Balboa versus Creed? Oh, man. Those were good movies, man. Even the Creed ones are amazing. I haven't seen Creed 3 yet, but I heard it's really good. I love Sylvester Stallone, though. I love Carl Weathers, too. Carl Weathers is awesome, who played Creed, you know? He's one of my favorites. My two favorite action heroes are Tom Cruise and Sylvester Stallone. Probably tied. But, yeah, Quasi, I don't know. Shit. This may just take a while. Anyway, after this is done, I will be doing this for the show. I will be making a formalized tutorial that I think is going to do, I'm hoping is going to do really well, because a lot of people have been requesting it, and I've been putting it off, and people have been like bugging me about it. When is this tutorial going to come out? We really want to see it. So I'm hoping it does really well after I release it, you know? So what we're waiting for is just, I'm basically skinning this character. Yeah. Once the character's skinned, we're going to test to make sure it's rigged. It's a DAZ Genesis 8 female, rigged with flight deck clothing I bought from CG Trader. As I was saying before, that is right here. Tutorial. Aquazi remembers the guy that was coming in and trashing me about Navy stories. He actually liked MRU Chronicles. He hated MRU. I think he hated U.S. military stuff. It's like, I hate the U.S. government. Well, feelings mutual. I don't like them either, but I like the military to a certain degree because I was in it, you know? Yeah, I got no love for the U.S. government either, but, you know. Yeah, this is it right here. Albin, really awesome. Does really detailed stuff. So he had this flight deck stuff. I was like, dude, it doesn't look exactly like what I wore when I was in the military, but it's cool looking, you know? This is a fun, stylistic story, and I want it to be entertaining and enjoyable for people to watch. But you're right, you know, Up Investmentos, you're right about the background stuff. And I, you know, part of the problem is I don't have an extremely powerful PC, but I have friends in high places that have, oh, he was here a little while ago? I didn't even see him. I didn't even see him. I know he rage hates everything I put out now. Whenever I get a dislike instantly on my videos, like, yep, there he is. Oh man, that's funny stuff. No, I just don't worry about a few people saying things, you know? As long as the audience is generally happy with what I'm doing, that's what I care about, you know? Pleasing the customer sort of thing, you know? Trying to make people happy with what they're buying. Everyone has to have an anti-fan. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Everyone has to have an anti-fan. They came in here and I was like, you know, I don't care. You know, the thing is, the overwhelming people like it, and that's what matters, you know? If they hated it, I'd be like, okay, what can I do different to, like, for people to like this thing? Because generally people don't just come and hate stuff for no reason on YouTube. You know, if there's that much hate, there's usually a reason for it. If there's generally, you know, and I know YouTube said, oh, they turned off the dislike to protect channels. No, they weren't protecting small channels. You know, usually if trolls want to be mean, they want a big audience for that, so they go to the bigger channels. But yeah, I don't worry about stuff like that. I just, you know, do my best, and if generally people like it, that's all that matters. If the people that matter to me like it too, that's what matters too. Also, that's a big thing also. Because like I said, you shouldn't let, even if somebody says something really mean to you, and they have a point, take the point and realize, oh yeah, well, they're not wrong about this. They were kind of a dickhead for saying things the way they did, but they're not wrong about this, so I'll take that at heart and then just ignore all the emotional stuff, because that doesn't serve me at all. Now, you think that's like, okay, you have to be like Spock. In a way, you have to be Spock-like, you know? You have to stay in your logic centers more. And think about things logically. And that's hard as a human being, because we have this weird thing where we're weird creatures, because we're extremely aware of our mortality, and we're extremely aware of our you know, our short lifetime. And it's frightening because we are self-aware in a way that many other creatures aren't. And we have the same instincts as any other animal on the planet. And we have the same emotional, raw, like emotional reactive responses as any other animal on the planet. But we also have logic centers that are more powerful than any other creature on the planet. And those conflict with one another like this. And so you have to, like, when, you know, athletes train their body to become machines, and do amazing things, you have to train your mind too. And like learning at least some base level psychology and psychiatry really helps out to understand and help you. Why am I acting like this? Why am I thinking like this? Oh, it's because that's my genetics. Okay. All right. I understand it. I can calm myself down now. Remember, I'd animate the models for you. Yeah, I know, Quasi, and I can't thank you enough for that, dude. I really can't. And I'm going to take you up on that offer. If you want to do, you can do the facial animations. I just need the dialogue to paste the animations, but that's up to you, man. No, I am honored. I would be honored to have you do that. I mean, I could do it with the Mixamo rig, and you can retarget them to the stories models. But hey, something we can... Yes, absolutely. Alas, some of us don't have a switch for that. Yeah. And, acquiring that switch is not something that happens overnight. Acquiring that switch... Look, I'm not saying that I have that switch either. I emotionally react to things too. And then after I do it, I'm like, why the fuck did I do that? The reason I did that is because my mind, this part of my mind, the logic centers weren't engaged. I tapped into my emotional, animalistic, Neanderthal, primal state. And sometimes you can't control it. Once you get in that state, you stay there and you do wild, crazy, dumb shit that any other human being would go, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then when you get out of that state and you start engaging your logic centers, then you go and you look and it's like, what the fuck is wrong with me? It's this tenuous balance between knowing our frailty. Yes, I heard Ricky Roma. I heard about that. As a matter of fact, Quasi was coming in with that tactical intel during one of the streams, one of our last streams. It's called Eevee Next, right? Isn't it? New and improved Eevee. Lots of cool things you can do with Eevee, man. And Quasi is the Eevee king. He does really good with it. He does really good with it. So we're animals that have an unbelievable... The thing is, there's no reason for human beings to be as intelligent as we are. And I wonder what happened to us to cause that. I mean, you say it's God, had a hand in it. Something wild had to happen to put us in this state. Because human beings do not need to be as intelligent as we are. We are so intelligent, we can create things that are unbelievable. Like the military machines, the houses, the structures that we create, the things, we're destructive too. But, when we put our mind to it, we go to the moon, for God's sakes. We're talking about going to Mars, understanding quantum physics and black holes. There is absolutely no reason for us to need to be able to understand that to survive as a species. We don't have to be any more intelligent than Neanderthals or apes or anyone else. We don't. But for some reason, we are. And there's this conflict in our bodies sometimes where our logic and emotional centers are in conflict. I think being human beings, we have this tenuous emotional state that we can easily be mentally damaged because of that tenuous state. It's very strange. The more I think about it and the older I get, I'm like, damn, human beings are freaking weird. There's no reason for us to be as capable and as intelligent as we are. It's bizarre. It's like an anomaly on this planet. Nothing else is more intelligent. Logically. Now, I would argue that gorillas, apes. I love gorillas. That's my favorite people. Gorillas are my people. I love them. And then I think gorillas are more emotionally intelligent than human beings. I think they I don't know what it is about them. They're just more emotionally intelligent. But we're logically and problem solving. There's nothing else on Earth like a human being. Hope will support. Okay, but Eevee Next is, I'm over here talking about freaking psychology, and you guys are talking about 3D animation. I got to catch up. Hold on a second. Loco, do you agree? Yeah, Eevee Next, only thing added is displacement. but it's sort of fickle. But hey, they will keep adding stuff as we all, yes, they will. And they're doing it at an alarmingly increasing rate. It's crazy how much they're doing, you know? I think this is going to crash. But EVNext is a 4.0 and above objective from what I've seen on, oh, the developer, okay. Hope it will support my old GPU. What GPU do you have, Ricky Roma? Yeah, there is a missing link in our evolution from the nature because we don't see it today in the same way. It just happened maybe because all the right factors were in place. Something's there. Something's there that drove the insane intelligence that we have. You can call it God. You can call him God, him or her. You can call him God. But there's something that intervened. Something happened to make human beings just insanely intelligent. There's no reason we have to be this intelligent. Unless we were modified for the, to reach for the stars and then meet someone we're supposed to. I don't know. But, well, I think it's frozen. It might get around it. It could be because I'm streaming too. Is it really? A GTX 1070, that's a decent graphics card, right? It is older for sure. It doesn't have the tensor cores that and the CUDA cores that my 2070 does, but yeah, maybe you could find a cheap, I got to worry about that though. Cheap 3 series or 2 series card, I have a, if I didn't need my 2070, I've got a 1050 and a 2070. I don't have my 1050 in, my 2070. But the, and Contradiction Design, who is a friend of mine who's working on that fluid simulation for Navy stories. Yeah, you guys, and I tell you, you made my day telling me that you like Navy stories. That was awesome. Thank you for making my day. For those that came in and said that, that means a lot. I have a GT 710. Oh, no. What is that, man? That's too old for me to even know what that is. I used to have a NVIDIA 970, 1.25 megabytes of RAM, gigabytes. Launched January 26, 2016. That's just like a really low-end graphics card, isn't it? Oh, it's a laptop graphics card, right? Is it? Man, does that thing have a serial port on it? It's got dial-up. Oh, man. It's wood-fired. It's made of wood. This is what George Washington used to plan the Revolutionary War against the British Empire. Oh, man. 980 sitting in my drawer. I think I had a 970 in my old PC, and then I upgraded it to a 10. Yeah, I think this blender is just going to take a long time or it's going to crash. I'm going to have to figure it out. Maybe doing this on stream is probably not the best idea. Although I have Intel i9-9900K should be able to handle it. A 9900K is a serious processor, man. It's not the newest thing on the block, but it's a hoss. I haven't even tried to like update it yet. I haven't even tried to like overclock it yet. I think my lady friend came home. Let's see here. Check the front monitors. Yep, I believe she did. I'm gonna go have to talk for a second. Yeah, she did go home. Beautiful. A 980. Yeah. The yeah, I don't know how old and I don't know how well. I can tell you that my 1050 Ti, my i9-9900K CPU could outrender my 1050 Ti. Now that tells you that too. One thing is it's just a really old graphics card. The second thing it tells you is that the CPU is impressive because CPUs don't handle rendering nearly as well as a GPU. But hey, I'm not going to knock the 1050. It can do things. So yeah, I mean, you know, one of the advantages of Eevee is that you won't have to have as Haas of a you don't have to have as Haas of a graphics card with Eevee. Cycles is what really pushes things, you know. You do a lot with Eevee with without needing the massive horsepower, you know. Pentium, I don't even know what that is. We got away from Pentium descriptions. Oh, there we did. Binding failed because of low scale. Bind again with scale fix enabled. Sure, I'll wait another 5 hours. Go right ahead, bro. That's interesting. It actually tried to fix itself. I remember, that's impressive because auto-rigpro used to crash at that point. So that tells me that auto-rigpro, they've significantly updated it. And like I said, the guy who made it is really cool. That I can render some simple scenes. Are you trying to use Cycles or Eevee? You can do a lot of cool stuff with Eevee. You know, and you know, like I said, Quasi is the Eevee master. He knows a ton about Eevee, and yeah, he's got some great tutorials on his channel. That's what she said. Woo! There we go, man. I've been waiting for that. I have been waiting for that statement all stream, Alto Eager. I've been waiting my entire life to hear that in a stream. My life is complete. I can end the stream now and die happy. Oh, man. Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely. It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, let me tell you. It is. And if you're here for the first time, why don't you slide up into my chat and say hello? That's what I'm telling you. It looks like they've done some nice updates to auto-rigpro, you know? So I was using DAZ renderer. Works better than Blender in my PC. What do you mean by DAZ renderer? Are you talking about NVIDIA iRay? There's also 3Delight, which is a an old render engine that's available in DAZ3D. I don't know if you've ever heard of it before, but it's called 3Delight. I would say it's sort of the equivalent to Eevee, but I don't think, unlike Eevee, Eevee is a closer to real-time render engine. Now, I don't think it's an exact real-time render engine like Cycles, but ray traced. But 3Delight's the thing is that they still have 3Delight available in DAZ Studio. But 3Delight is not really supported too much anymore because a lot of the stuff you see coming out for sale, it's is the Eevee of DAZ, but worse. Yeah, because it's not 3Delight hasn't been updated. Eevee has been continuously updated and improved by Blender. DAZ3. The problem with 3Delight is that they don't hardly have anything for sale on the DAZ store right now. Everything is like the textures and everything is made for NVIDIA iRay. And it doesn't look good in 3Delight. But there is a someone who made, you have also, what is that other one? There's another one. It's a viewport version. It's made by Google. What is it called? Filament. there's somebody who actually did a thing that would that would make NVIDIA iRay materials look good in filament. The only problem is you can't render in filament, or can you? I don't think you can render in filament. Where's it at? I forgot how to do all this shit. Render settings. No, you can't. I got 3 to light, scripted 3 to light, and then OpenGL, which is pretty much your viewport shading. Oh, Octane, yeah, Octane. There's a plugin for Octane plug. There's an Octane plugin for DAZ Studio and an Octane plugin for Blender also. You know. Yes, man. iRay is faster than Cycles. Oh, I don't know about that. Now, okay, I don't know about current iRay. I don't know anything about current iRay, but I'll tell you back when I was using iRay in DAZ Studio, which is a little while ago, I don't use it that much anymore. It wasn't nearly as fast as Cycles, but I know they've improved it quite a bit. So in filament, but some objects such as hair look opaque. Now, how do you render in filament? Because I don't see an option here to select the filament render. Is it viewport? And then you just change this to filament? Okay, you're probably right then. Okay. Okay, viewport is whatever's in the viewport. And then multipass OpenGL is bring the character in, content library. Bring one of my characters in. Let's bring Captain Sadea, shall we? Captain of the Multiverse Response Unit. Where's she at? Yeah, you changed it over here. I did put it in filament, so we'll see in a second here. Where are you? Why is only she in there? That's weird. I had all the characters in there. It's been a while since I looked at any of this stuff. There's some of my old Michael 3 characters that I used. There's my attempted face transfer. Let me show you. I try to transfer my face onto this character. Not bad, but it's kind of looks like it's not quite right either. It looks worse than in iRay. Oh shit, I shouldn't be doing iRay. It looks like it's kind of like the texture map is not quite right. You know, I got to be careful. I don't want to go on iRay right now. Oh, there they are. There's Kim. You want to see Kim? This is the one that can get you with, yeah, all these characters. iRay looks amazing. It does. Looks like PS2. Yeah, it does a little bit, doesn't it? I mean, you know, iRay looks good. It does, no doubt. It does. iRay, it looks amazing. It's a great render engine. So come here. It's Ming Xiaohui, and second in command of the Multiverse Response Unit. So if we come over here and we go to texture shaded, if you come over here and you put it in filament, right? And then you, which looks really weird, but there is a tool you can get from the DAZ store that will take and make iRay materials look much better in filament. So it'd be like the equivalent of rendering maybe like Eevee. But I think filament is a full-time like an actual PBR, physically based rendering engine. It's made by Google, isn't it? So if I say, and I don't know if I want to do this right now while I'm trying to skin. When I tried to use Eevee with DAZ models, it just crashed, but Cycles can do it well. Ah, that's weird. Because I mean, on the stream here, I was doing everything. It's fine. You know? I don't know why it was like that. So if I went and I said render in viewport, you're saying that I would get... Let's try it. If it kills it, I don't care. Yeah, that's right here. Boy. Voiced by my friend that you sometimes see in here, Ilura. Well, can I get the snapshot? Was it that fast? Damn. Well, shit, man. Look at that. You're absolutely right. Damn, that rendered fast. Have you tried Octane free? No, I haven't. Octane is also available for a Blender also. There's a Blender plugin. There's a Blender add-on for it. Damn, that's quick, isn't it? Yeah, you can do this. I remember I used to do it now. But there's a tool, if you wanted to use filament like that. I remember there's a tool that is... there is a plugin or an add-on, a script that someone made for this. Also, I have a gallery, ladies and gentlemen. The gallery's really cool on DAZ. Whoa. Nice job. Let me like that. I like that. No, I don't remove my light. Cancel. That is cool. Did that in DAZ. DAZ Studio, iRay, Photoshop. Did a little Photoshop too, but that's okay. My gallery. Yeah, you can see lots of cool artwork from people in here. It's cool. So I did put my stuff out there. I get likes and comments and things like that. Put all my like trading card style things that I made. I did like a trading card style thing for, and this is all in iRay too, in NVIDIA iRay. This is, you know, each of the characters has their own kind of setup. I want to eventually, I'm going to make them trading cards and have the back of it have this information right here that you see here. Maybe kind of like shrink down. Yeah, so I did one for everyone. I of course use GIMP, but and I did like the hallway. Look at all these soldiers laying down, like she went through and stole his hat. It says security on it. I thought it was kind of cool. So that's Captain Sadea. You guys got a chance to see the MRU Chronicles. The first episode is right here. It's longer. It's not, and it's not animated like late Navy stories. It's more visual novel style. So if you'd like to check it out, it's right here. So DLSS add-on for DAZ would be good. Will be heaven for animations. What is that? Oh, is that the accessing that feature of the graphics cards? Need to intro, is she like, basically her attitude was more formed by the people. I had an idea in head. I didn't necessarily have these characters' behaviors in mind, and their behaviors have developed more from the voice actors and actresses who portray them. So Commander Cody is me, but Laura is more like snarky and kind of funny and jabby, and she's not afraid to speak her mind. But that was more from the voice actors, the actresses that play them, that developed their personalities. Their personalities kind of developed around the voice actors and actors who made them. So, if any new render engines will affect subsurface scattering more. Oh yeah, that'd be interesting. I don't know. I feel DAZ models need more subsurface scat. Yeah. Too long, Ricky Roma. I was in the process of learning 3D. I knew nothing about 3D art and animation, and I never intended to get into it. I just wanted to get kind of like visual novels where you would see like panes of animation kind of move over one another. And then I started to get into 3D because someone introduced me to DAZ Studio. And I'm like, oh, I can do that. I can get in there and do it. And then I started working with animation. And then I'm like, oh, you know, the animation tools are limited in DAZ Studio. And then that's why I switched over to Blender. And the whole world is opened up now. But I won't knock DAZ Studio because my stories are being told through DAZ Studio models. And I greatly appreciate that, right? All of these DAZ, these characters, all of this was done in DAZ Studio. So, these characters, I had an animation of her that's really cool where she's twirling her gun and putting it back into her. And I did that in DAZ Studio too. So, I worked on the MRU Chronicles over the course of about a year, Ricky Roma. Now, I wasn't constantly on it all the time, but I did spend a good amount of time on it. So it was my big learning experience with 3D. But now I know that I could do even more. With Quasi's help, it could be fully animated. And the characters will be lip synced because, in Navy Stories is much more fully lip synced. Navy Stories is more fully animated. And I just want to progress to get to the point where everything's fully animated, It took quite a while because I was learning 3D from the ground up. Didn't know anything about it, absolutely nothing about it. So learned a tremendous amount. And yeah, so, and then made my trading cards and stuff like that. So yeah. But there's Kim. This is the one that has the all of that stuff. If I don't do it, those geoshells are a pain. And they look amazing in DAZ Studio and NVIDIA iRay, but they are a pain in Blender because they don't have geoshells. So I did this like trading card style thing. I did this I rendered in Blender, I rendered in DAZ Studio, and then of course did some Photoshop or gimping, and I modified it in GIMP and added some features and things. Yes, when are we getting on this one? Yeah, we need to, man, Quasi. I know we've been talking about it forever, and Quasi has been offered generously offered to help on this. I got to get on that. I guess my first thing is I want to get Navy Stories episode 3 out, but then I seriously need, because it's been way too long since the first episode, and it just left off on a cliffhanger kind of thing. And I already have the script for the second episode done. It's finished, and the voice actors and actresses have already done their lines, and everybody's returning, and they've already done their lines. There's a lot of funny. There's humor in it too. There's more humor in it than the first one. I've been blendering for 4 years straight. Yeah, I haven't been. That's a long time. That's good, but your skill definitely it shows it, man. You're awesome. I've been doing that long. I don't know how long I've been. A year, I guess, maybe. 3D art animation, maybe a few years. But a lot of that was also spent in DAZ Studio, not really dealing too much with Blender. Then that's when I said I'm transitioning over to Blender. So that's cool. You can, oh yeah, I was going to show you this. Come a long way. Oh, you have? Yes, definitely you have, man. Well, I don't know what you were like from the beginning, but definitely your skills and knowledge are very impressive, my friend. Yes, you have. So the DAZ3D, what I was going to show you is there's this cool feature. Let's say iRay to filament. Here it is. This one is kind of cool. What it does is sickle yield. Now, she has a channel on YouTube, and I see her selling a lot of stuff on the DAZ market. What this does, I think, is what it does is it... Oh, 3D and iRay to filament. So what it does is it takes textures and stuff in iRay and makes them look a lot better in filament. It really improves the look of them in filament. So you can get something that looks like really good in filament, because if you render in filament, it's like boom, 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 boom. Those frames will just spit out like crazy. Oh, you're asking Ricky Roma how long is... Oh, what's your favorite horror movie, Ricky Roma? You ask me, I'm asking you now. What's your favorite horror movie? So yeah, this is kind of cool. If you want to render in filament and improve your render looks, I think this is a really cool script. Oh, it's on sale too. I would get it, but I just don't do much with DAZ Studio anymore. There was a car in here I really wanted, though. I'll tell you, this thing looks awesome. Car. There's the Back to the Future car. Sort of. Great. It can be the solution for my wood-fired... That's hilarious. Yeah, that's you should check it out. It's here, I'll put the link in the chat if you want to check that out, because I think it makes filament look really good, and filament can spit frames out. The other thing is 3D. A lot of 3D hard to use because not a lot of things are made for 3D. It's on sale now for $12.49, 50% off. You can't beat that. There you go. I always put that in the emoji slot. Hold on. There. Check it out. That'd be worth looking into. Yeah, this definitely, at least on my graphics card, it spits out filament renders like nothing. A wrong turn. I know the hills have eyes. Wrong turn. Oh, they had two of those. I don't... Wrong Turn 6? Man, that's like the Saw series. Now I gotta watch these, man. That's gonna be on my list now. Wrong Turn. I ought to check those out. I know about the Hills Have Eyes. Those are... Oof. It's messed up. Hey, no problem, Alto Eager. I'm probably not long from getting off here either, but there was a car on here I thought was so badass. I'd love to have it as the MRU car. It's so cool. Sort of Mad Max-like. But I can't find it anymore. It's like this black, like flat black tactical car. It was just so cool. I see it on sale. Oh, I might have it in my wish list. There's a Bugatti. Yeah, I like DAZ models, man. I really do. And I like the artists that sell on there and stuff like that. See, there's just nothing like it on the Blender market. I guess the closest thing would be like Character Creator. You know? You get stylized characters in the Blender market, but nothing like the Genesis characters, you know? Of course you have... No, I take that back. There's also Human Generator that Quasi uses too, that I gotta look into. Because I think that would be a nice addition to what I'm doing. Man, I do not see it. Let me go check my wish list. I use Site 3D Load to download most of my DAZ stuff for free. Oh, really? Human Generator, yes. I got to check that one out. And I know it's on the Blender market. Okay, I'll check that one out. Good God. I don't even know if that's safe for Blender. Or safer. Oh, look at that. So they have... The hair and stuff is cool. Okay, I'll have to check that out. I have the DAZ cat. I have the DAZ kitty. Speaking of, Where are you, Battle Kitty? Can you make your presence known? Oh my god, he's here. Check him out. Swivel arm battlehead. Woo! What's going on, kitty? Hey, Nose! That's the DAZ kitty right there. Animated. DAZ. Oh, here it is, here it is. Woo! This is it, this is it, this is it, this is it. Show it, damn it! Metahuman. You might like character. Do you use character creator, a character creator at all, Katerina? Is Metahuman? Oh my God, that's one of the coolest people alive right there. Keanu Reeves. That is one awesome dude. You know what? That's you want a dictionary picture of the most decent human being on one of the most decent human beings that ever lived. There would be a picture of Keanu Reeves there. So, oh, Metahuman is Unreal. So yeah, you're talking about bringing characters from Unreal into Blender. So I was looking at that. Yes, that's why you said QRC. You mean QR. This. Oh my God, it's $11. Oh my God. That is my car right there. That's my car. My God, I want that. Should I buy it? Holy cow. I've been wanting this. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. This is so Mad Max. Oh my God, look at that lighting. Oh, that's it. I'm buying this shit. I don't care what anybody says. Put your own textures on there. But look at this damn thing, man. Got some texture map. I can do whatever I want to in Blender, right? Epic is trying to make a suite of tools for free. Doesn't Epic have Unity? I have an art, I think it's on my ArtStation. I'll have to check that out. I'm gonna buy it. I don't care. I intended to use this at some point in the MRU Chronicles as the commander's personal vehicle. Gambling fun? Yeah, take $11. I'll just take out a loan from my wife. Man, I gotta have this thing. Let me check the finances. Let me check upper management, which is my wife. You think I'm kidding, though, don't you? Let's see. There. And by the way, thank you for everybody who subscribed to the Patreon. That allows me to continue to do what I'm doing. It's allowed me to continue to make Navy stories and do some fun stuff. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for everything. Oh yeah, I'm getting this shit. Yeah, I'm getting this. I'm getting this. Yeah, I'm getting this. I don't care. I'm getting it. This is my car. I'm gonna bring this shit into Blender. I'm gonna do donuts with this thing on the flight deck of the aircraft carrier at the end of the episode. I'm gonna make an episode. This thing's gonna be doing donuts on the aircraft carrier. So the mega scans, also mega scans. Oh, Metahuman, and I have brought into. Oh, have you? I need to look more into Unreal. Is there any tools that you have to buy that cost money that you have to spend to get stuff from UE into Blender? I keep having people ask me, well, how do I get Unreal stuff? How do I get Blender stuff in Unreal? And I'm like, dude, I have no idea. I've looked at Unity. I've opened it one time. I've never downloaded Unreal. I don't know anything about it. And they're like, hey, can you show me that? I'm like, dude, I'm Blender. I don't do games. Although you don't need to do games. I'll think about it. Keep it in there. Keep it in there. What else we got? This is kind of cool. But I could do that in Blender. Eventually, I want to get that. That's really cool. I like that. I've got a bridge that goes along with my ship too. This is for one of my characters. She's kind of like she's a Native American, but not from. She's like from another planet. This is a cool one too, you know. If you want something like substance painted, Quixel is almost as good. I'll have to check that out. Also, which is a plugin for Blender. Okay, so nope, none. Also, if you want something like, yeah, I have to substance painter. Yeah, okay, I got you. This is a cool Android I saw in there. This is another one I was looking at. This is sort of like it's not quite like it, but this is a lot like the APC they had in Aliens. Remember from 1986? They had a carrier that looked very much like this. Not quite the same, but it's very similar to this. What I liked about this is it's got you've got all of this stuff inside there too. Everything's lit up. You've got backlit, emissive screens. Man, I saw a tutorial from Markham 3D recently about animating a texture. I think he did it in NVIDIA Omniverse. I know he works with them on stuff. But for like LCD screens, animating them, I'm like, oh, that's perfect for MRU Chronicles, you know? It's crazy. This Solaris station is nice too. Look at that, man. That's the Determinator right there. I actually talked to the person who made this ship on the DAZ, on DAZ's, the DAZ3D Discord. I talked to this person, and yeah, Kara Pate. I talked to her, and she does custom. She does freelancing stuff too. Maybe she knows Blender and could like just make it in Blender. I don't know. I can transport it though. That's fine. Looking at stuff I had in my collection. This one's nice here. It's got the bullets and the gun. I like that gun. I have this right here. No, that's weapons number 1. The airplane, the airplane pushback car. Which one is that? I have this batch renderer, which is really nice. That allow you to render batches of scenes and sections of a scene. It allows you to render multiple DAZ project files and determine which frames you want to render out of it. It's really nice. Although now that I'm in Blender, I render everything from the command line with batch files, and it's awesome. Doesn't even bring up the user interface. Just renders everything from the command line. You just can't stop watching my stream? Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Oh, yes. Yeah, the Aliens APC. Man, I watched that in the theater when it came out. It's the first movie I saw more than once. I saw that when it came out in the theater, man. I was there. It wasn't opening day, but it was close to it. That was so cool seeing that in the theater back in the 1986, man. Armored personal carrier. Yeah, it's based on that. It looks similar to that. It looks very similar to that. It's got the turret that comes down and yeah. Yeah. Aliens was awesome. Alien is my favorite, but Aliens is awesome. Suspicious activity. Very, very old armor for Victoria 3, which is like Michael 3. The problem is these Victoria 3s and Michael 3s, and especially Victoria 4 and Michael 4, are very expensive. They have not come down in price. And I never see this on sale. Lol, me too. Yeah, I saw it in the movie theater back in... Dude, man, I love that movie in the theater. Oh, man, it's so cool to watch in the theater, man. I never got to see Alien because I almost did, but, you know, I was going to go see it. My dad's like, sure, we'll go watch it. And then my cousin had to open his damn mouth about the alien bursting out of the guy's chest and blood going everywhere and guts flying on the ceiling. And then my dad's like, oh, yeah, we're not going to see that. And I almost slapped the shit out of my cousin. I say, you cost me this movie. Right? And I did not get to go see it in the theater. I was, what was that, 1979? I was 7 years old. He's like, oh yeah, it's just, he sat over the table and his guts went all over the place, and man, it was all over everybody, and he just had to open it because he loved that scene and he couldn't shut his damn mouth about it. I'll never forgive him for that. Never. Oh man, that's good shit. Anyway, guys, I think this is going to take a while if it hasn't finished already. Yeah, I'm going to be lucky. I don't know why this takes... I don't remember it taking this long. I'm going to have to go through and figure out what's going on with it. So, but anyway, you know what? Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. It was a great stream. Lots of viewers, lots of faces in here. We achieved 701 subscribers. By the way, let me go thank the subscriber who joined. Let me figure out who that was. Go to Streamlabs. Man, I'm a fail streamer. I never have any of this stuff up. I had like bots and everything going on Twitch, and I just don't do anything over here. It's streamlabs.com. So, log in. Log in with YouTube. There it is. And we just did this, man. Now it's not working again. I'm gonna have to figure this is. It used to bind just fine. Now I'm having problems now. I'm gonna have to work on it and figure out why this binding is not working. I never had problems like this before. The only time I had problems is when I included hair. There was just so many polygons. I just can't understand, unless it's because I'm streaming at the same time. So, okay, so let's go to alerts. Analytics. Where is that? I go to recent events. Here we go. Oh, yes. Okay, so it's okay, I can set this. Let's give thanks before we do anything else, right? And I have a ton of stuff open. I might try to do this. Woo! Look at this, man. Take these broken wings. Let's go into the main. Let's go into the starship. We're headed on in. Woo! It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if I have my alerts on in here. The alerts aren't working. That's just beautiful. They're not working. But Katarina, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I've got M/Tech, Anuj 3D artist. They subscribed a little while ago, but I just wanted to acknowledge and thank them. Oz Sat subscribe to the channel. It's Marcelo Mantozos dos Santos subscribe to the channel. Katarina, thank you so much. I appreciate it, my friend, subscribing to the channel. And Codenoia. Thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate it. Woo! Reached over 700 subscribers. I appreciate it. I'm going to be putting out this tutorial. I'll be working on it the rest of this week and this weekend. I'll also be working on Navy stories too. I got to figure out what's going on with the skinning, because that's going to be important for the rigging tutorial. But we're going to get that out. Going to try to get it out this Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday. And thank you so much for being here, guys. I appreciate it. Always awesome having you here. I don't know why my dialogue box isn't showing up in chat over there in OBS Studio like it's supposed to. Pain in the ass, man. Let's see here. Whoa. Oh, live stream, okay. Yeah, but thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it. Always awesome, man. Very good backgrounds. I liked it. And, I have to show you. Did I show you the, before I go, let me show you the bridge of our very starship. It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood. Yes, I'm telling you. Yes, it is. Like I've said, it's a beautiful day in this neighborhood. We got the captain in here joining us for some operations right here. Checking out, following through. This is the heart, the center of our world here and operations for the MRU Multiverse Response Unit. You can see Sharon back over there. She is taking a break from her navigation duties because you can see we're on point to our destination right there. Like I said, thank you so much for coming on in and being with us here today. It is an amazing day always, and I appreciate you guys stopping by and joining us for the show. And of course, we have the wonderful conference room in here, as you can see. This is where we hang out, do our stuff. This is where we have all the high-end delegates come in. We sit and talk about those high-end, high-paying, exclusive contract operations for world governments and authorities throughout the multiverse. Sometimes we have Laura comes in, likes to make an appearance, as you can see over there. What's going on, Laura? Our squad pilot joining us wants to say hello, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful day. And we've got all kinds of stuff going on over here, man. It's beautiful. Don't often take you around to give you the grand tour like I'm doing right now. So, yeah. But glad to have you guys in today, joining us for the fun adventure, right? And we do appreciate it. So thank you for being here, right? Got lots of stuff. I've worked on that. Thank you for being here, seriously. And we also have... No, I have to do that. I'll stream. We also have the VIP lounge. My God, the VIP lounge where we hold our exclusive, okay, negotiations. We wine and dine our clients that come in and call us for exclusive contract operations. As you can see, the captain's in here hanging out with our AI squad member. We got some exclusive honored guests, including the honored guest out there in chat. What are you waiting for? Come on in for your free food and drink. Richard, we like to call him Dick. He is in here to take your drink and food orders. Like I said, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here today. Woo! beautiful day, like I said. I appreciate you all being here. And we're going to be doing another show next week. You are invited to the VIP club. You are offered exclusive access up Investmentos. Like I said, thank you guys. It's been a long stream today, and I need to get off here, get something to eat, and do some stuff this evening. But thank you so much for being here. I don't know that I'll have another stream this week, but I do plan to have one next week. And I'm going to be working on this tutorial. Thank you for being here as I was kind of going through the tutorial, not just through the tutorial, but hanging out with you guys as well as we continue the adventure here. Got sidetracked, talked a lot, but hey, that's what hanging out and having a hanging out. Did I lose everything? That's what hanging out with you guys and spending time on the adventure, hanging out with the community, just talking about whatever. So I will get that tutorial out, and we'll be streaming again probably Thursday of next week. That seems to be the day that I do everything. But sometimes I'll have more streams than I'm sure. But thank you again for being here. I do appreciate it, and I hope you guys have an awesome rest of your pre-Friday, awesome Friday, and an amazing weekend, sliding on into the weekend. And I guess next week is a holiday in the U.S. So I hope you all have the 4th of July holiday weekend. Hope you all have an awesome holiday weekend. And we'll see you again soon. Thank you so much for being here. Take care, ladies and gentlemen. Always enjoy myself. Thank you, Quasi. I appreciate that, man. And we will get together on this stuff, man. We'll get together on the show. The MRU Chronicles, because I feel like I'm going to need a lot of help on that. So appreciate it. Hope you guys have a fantastic weekend, and we'll see you again soon. Woo! See you later, guys.